our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, call the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, bloody bo. The vein of every true blue fan is the bad ex cricketer anchorman. It's the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice, like the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. From the box of dreams you're gonna hear the call. Boba, bloody bo.
Hello and welcome to White Line Wireless and our coverage of this 8th game of the 2023 ICC World Cup. We are in Hyderabad for the match between Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Very exciting. The two teams are just coming out and going through all the pomp and ceremony of the World Cup trophy coming out, the balls, the national anthems.
Yeah, we've got about 7 minutes of national anthems.
Yep.
So we're good.
There's a lot. There's a lot going on. There's a small smattering of people in this crowd, but we're hoping a few more come in and we'll get a good atmosphere for what should be a good game.
Yes, really looking forward to seeing how these two teams go, especially after Sri Lanka's amazing performance with the bat in their game against South Africa. Less so their performance with the ball, but making 326, batting second, chasing 429. I'm expecting a similarly high score today, and Sri Lanka did win the toss and they're batting first.
Yes, and Ben Rennick here with you. Not sure, it's been a while since I've been in the chair, so apologies for that. And Supun with me as well, and we've got a few more callers that will join us throughout the day and night, wherever you are listening from. But we are in the Box of Dreams in Hyderabad. We're very excited to be here. As you said, Supun, the Sri Lanka coming off a pretty big score. Well, you know, it was 100 runs short of what their opposition made, but that amazing game in Delhi the other night, 750 runs scored. Pakistan have a bit of an easier game against the Netherlands before this one, so they've got a win on the board, but expecting a close contest here.
Yes, and we've got Ayaz on the line as well, joining us from...
Hello.
Hello. Joining us from... Where are you joining us from, Ayaz?
I'm currently in the UK, in London.
Yeah. And is there a particular team you support?
Not really. I mean, I'm from Pakistan,
Okay.
but cricket nationalism I've left far behind.
If you haven't noticed, I am wearing my Sri Lanka shirt. Yes. And we try to keep ourselves...
Supun not hiding who he's
that-
supporting here.
I'm wearing a shirt which is quite similar to Sri Lankan colours, but that is not a statement of support.
Well, let's hope it's a close game. As Supun said before, Sri Lanka won the toss and have elected to bat. We'll see if Kusal Mendes can perform some of the heroics he did the other night and get him off to a good start.
So the playing 11 for Sri Lanka, Patum Nisanka, Kusal Pereira, Kusal Mendes, Sadira Samaravikrama, Charit Asalanka, Dhananjaya De Silva, Dasan Shanaka, Dunif Wilalage, Mahesh Tikshana, Matisha Patirana, and Dilshan Madhushankar. And I'm pretty sure Guerrilla Cricket's going to record that and send it to every one of their other callers to make sure everyone pronounces that correctly.
And the Pakistan 11, Abdullah Shafiq Imam Al-Haq, Babar Azam, the captain, Mohammad Rizwan, Saad Shakil, Iftikhar Ahmed, Mohammad Nawaz, Shadab Khan, Hassan Ali, Shaheen Afridi, and Haris Rauf. I'm pretty sure from memory that's an unchanged lineup from their first game, or one change?
Shafiq is in for
One
Shah.
change.
Yeah.
Yes. So...
Big change that. Big call.
change. Excuse me. But yes, it's a very strong Pakistan side, runners-up at last year's T20 World Cup to England, and definitely very good at the short form of the game. They would go in as favourites, I would think, but you never know what can happen in ODI cricket.
No, definitely not. It's I think that there's been a bit more surprises this tournament than everyone was expecting. So we'll see how today plays out. I'm expecting some good bowling from Pakistan. So they haven't been like they played well against Netherlands, but they haven't been properly tested yet. So, and Sri Lanka have a lot to prove.
Yes, and as we said before, they're still going through the anthems before the game, but we're only a few minutes away from that first ball being bowled, and the players will start moving towards their positions now. The batters will start making their way to the crease. There is another game on at the moment, if you're interested. Double header today. England playing Bangladesh. England are 5 for 319 in that game in the 44th over, so they're looking to push up towards 400. Milan made 140 off 107 balls. Joe Root 82 off 68, and now Harry Brooks, Sam Curran in looking to get that score up. So it looks like England will rebound from the pasting they copped the other night from New Zealand, who had a comfortable win yesterday against the Netherlands.
Yes, comfortable is definitely how I describe that win. The other thing we want to add, you can tweet into us at any time, either at White Line Wire or at Gorilla Cricket. The main Gorilla Cricket thread is being used for the other game, but we will be reading out both sets of tweets. So if things get confusing, not our fault. You guys are the ones tweeting.
Yeah, nothing too silly to tweet in. Tweet in anything you want, your random thoughts. We like going off on a tangent here, whether it's something about the players, the ground, where we are. We're in Hyderabad, central India. This is known to be a fast-scoring ground. Shubman Gill for India. I'm not sure it was earlier this year or last year, did make a double hundred in an ODI game, and
I'll be very happy with a double hundred.
There's been some big scores here. So those following the World Cup would have seen a couple of games with lower scores, including that Australian game on a turning pitch. We're hoping that we get a fast pitch here and some big scores, big shots, especially from Kusal Mendis. We're all looking forward to seeing how he backs up his innings from the other night.
The first game here in Hyderabad was not, a typically high-scoring match between Pakistan and Netherlands. So it will be interesting to see how this wicket plays compared to the Pakistan-Netherlands game. I'm sure it will be nothing as close to a high-scoring game as that which happened in Delhi 2 days ago.
Well, you just never know, do you? But it is interesting, the way there's a lot of variety between the pitches, depending on where you go in India. We just with I guess the way we're tuned these days. Just watching the India-Australia game the other night, the guys going like 3 or 4 and over. Just it was slower than at least the baseball form of Test cricket we saw. So we are conditioned to the higher scoring with the T20 games. So that's not to say you won't get interesting contest either way. But looks like the pitch has been baking. There's a fair few cracks appearing on it, but we're about to find out what happens. The umpires just getting ready, the players getting ready. It'll be Shaheen Afridi to open the attack. He is definitely the strike weapon, although Pakistan do have this much vaunted pace attack with Haris Rauf as well, and they've got weapons everywhere. But Afridi has been known and does get it to move a bit. He's got that good away swinger away from the left-handers, and he can move it into the right-handers as well. So we are about to get underway. He's coming in. The first ball to Nasanka, it's down the leg side. He goes up for a shout, but it's pitching about 3 feet outside leg stump, and it's cannon into the pad, and there's no run. So it's Nasanka and Pereira opening the batting. Nasanka has negated that first ball.
Not much to negate.
No, he sort of fell all over his bat there, and it just crashed into the pad. But I'm not sure what the appeal was all about from Afridi there. Perhaps just to con the umpire, but it was never going to be called a wide anyway because it came into the pad as he's charging again, and that one's more well directed and just defended into the offside and fielded by cover, no run. So Freddie again wasting no time here as he's charging in, and that's another fuller delivery, but again well outside the leg stump and just squeezed away to mid-wicket for no run. And as we said before, not a bad crowd in, most of the fans up under the shade, as you would expect, and we're hoping a lot more come in and we get a really good atmosphere for this, what should be a fascinating contest.
Yes, I'm just trying to find the current temperature in Hyderabad. So give me a moment.
It's almost a regulation field here. A couple of slips in and a ring field as Freddie's coming in again. That one's wide outside the off stump and left alone. So 3 balls sort of straight and shaping in, and then he bowled the sucker ball, but Nissanka left it alone. It is still no run for no wicket in the first over of this 8th game of the World Cup from Hyderabad, Pakistan and Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka winning the toss, electing to bat on what looks like a pretty good pitch, good conditions. And they'll be hoping to get away to a fast start, but so far...
Nice and slow.
Nice and slow.
32 degrees, 45% humidity at the moment.
And Freddie's bowling another ball down the leg side, and that one's whipped away fine, and it's crashed into the advertising hoardings for 4. Now, he's just been a little bit off the mark, has Shaheen Shah to Freddie, and that one paid the price for it. Nissanka moves to 4, the first boundary of the game.
Now, I'm surprised with the line he's been bowling. He hasn't had a man down on third leg, a fine leg, to just defend against that ball.
Yeah, he just hasn't quite found his range. He's showing all the mannerisms as if he's not far away, but so far he's a little bit too far down leg side or a little bit too wide as he comes in now to complete the over, and that one's well outside the off stump, left alone. And just the boundary off the over, 1 gone. It is 4 for none.
What do you think of that first over, Ayers?
Well, it was both sides of the wicket, but he was pulling it full. He was getting a little bit of swing, but he still has to find the radar, especially with his line, because the ones which were straight, which he attempted to bowl straight, were quite far down the leg side. Do we know what sweepers he had starting off? He surely must have had a fine leg.
Yeah, I think there was a fine leg, and I think a third man as well.
Third man.
And
But the fine leg was quite wide.
Yeah, it was quite wide, but that glance did really race off the bat.
Yeah.
And the Hassan Ali.
Yeah, but there was not extravagant swing. There was just a bit of swing.
No, he usually
When
gets
you
it
put it really full.
to move quite away. It was it was a rather don't want to say meek and mild, but there weren't too many issues in that first over. Let's see what Hassan Ali can do, and that's a better delivery that just squares up Pereira. It squirts out to the offside, and there's no run, but that was pitched on a good length and may have even just jagged away a bit, so promising start there. So just seeing some shots from outside the ground, a beautiful spot here, the ground in the middle of a massive parklands. There's a lot of people still streaming in. Hopefully we can get up around the 20,000 mark. I think the stadium holds 50 or 60, but we can get a bit of noise going, that would be good. And that one's well down the leg side, taken by Rizwan in a bit of disgust as he throws it away, and it's called a wide, 5 for none.
Reminder to our listeners, I think we've got one on YouTube at the moment. You can just tweet into us at any time at White Line Wire or at Gorilla Cricket, and we'll be competing against the mainstream, which is covering the England Bangladesh game. And England currently 331 for 6.
As Hassan Ali's bowling that wide, and that's slashed at by Pereira. It's a play and miss, not far away from the bat. He really threw the kitchen sink at it, but he survives. Still 5 for none.
We do have a YouTube link for this game, do we?
Yes. So we're going out on YouTube, on TuneIn, on GorillaCricket.com. So just on YouTube, search Gorilla Cricket 2. Not TuneIn, not this podcast.
So Hassanali's bowling a lovely delivery that just shapes in, and Pereira plays at it and just gets an inside edge out to square leg. He's getting some good shape here. Hassanali, he's definitely probing a bit more than Afridi was. Pereira definitely looking to play the big shots early.
Yeah. And there's a deep third and a fine leg in for Pereira. Everyone else is covering pretty well.
Yeah, fairly regulation ring field. The cover is a short cover, but fairly stock standard. Just the one slip for Ali, and that one's flashed at it. He's edged it, and Rizwan's taken the catch. An easy catch. That was always going to happen, it looked like. Pereira was having a slash at everything, and eventually Hassan Ali got one just to bounce a little bit more, and he threw his bat at it. And it was a healthy edge, and Rizwan's taken the catch. And Pakistan have struck early in the second over. It's 5 for 1.
So that's a bit disappointing, but it does bring in Kusal Mendes into the attack, and if you can repeat what he did against South Africa, Sri Lanka won't mind that too much.
I think Pereira was being hurried by Hassan Ali over the first few balls as well in the over. The first ball he played as if, it just came on quicker at him than he expected. And same with this cut shot. He was just a bit later. Just skidded onto him, which is what Hassan Ali is kind of good at.
Yeah, he did.
Just getting the ball on.
And he set him up well. He bowled a couple that went in that were really on the right line. Had Pereira stuck on the crease. There was absolutely no foot movement. The first one he swung at, and the second one there took a healthy edge. You could see from the replay it really did deviate. Mohammad Rizwan took it safely, and Kusal Mendes is out on the field in the second over. And they wouldn't want to lose another one quickly.
Yeah, but it's not like Sri Lanka or India and can lose three of their openers for no run scored and still win the game. Sri Lanka doesn't have a KL Rahul and a Virat Kohli in their team at the moment.
Not at the moment?
Not at the moment. 1996 they did. At the moment they do not.
Though, to be fair to them, the number 5 batsman of Sri Lanka has been playing really well over the last couple of years. He's got, I think, among all the middle order batsmen in world cricket, he's got one of the highest averages in this period.
As Hassan Ali's continuing the over, and that one's pushed out to cover for no run by Mendes. Yes, you go on Sri Lanka. Yeah, he batted very well the other night too. And they'll be relying on him again to put on a good score today.
There was no need to swipe at that hit. We're seeing another replay of the wicket, and there was no need to go after it. It was obviously going straight to slips.
As Hassan's in again, and that one's down the leg side. A bit of a muted shout, maybe just to fool the umpire, but I think he'll call the wide there. 6 for 1. I love this celebration. Maybe we can talk through that. I'd love to see another replay down on his haunches and then springs back up with the arm movement. Hassan Ali.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
There are lots of jokes about it in Pakistan.
All right. Do we have any context to where it comes
because,
from? Or?
In Pakistan, the electricity goes out a lot, right? So oftentimes houses have electricity generators where you put in kind of petrol and, generate electricity when the main line is switched off or is load shedding. So the action that you do to turn on the generator, exactly the action that Hassan Ali does on taking a wicket. So it became a bit of a running joke that, the generator is out. But I'm sure he's not emulating turning on a generator after load shedding. But that's the kind of
one of the more complex celebrations. But as we were just discussing, he's completed the over at 6 for 1.
The generator is on, then everyone understands what's happening in Pakistan. The generator has come out.
Very nice. The generator.
We can see from the drone shots there's quite a few people pulling up to the stadium now in their cars. So.
As Afridi's in again, that's a better delivery. That one has bounced as Nesanka's left that alone. It is 6 for 1 after 2 overs, 2.1 overs now. Yeah, most sort of impressions are just sort of imitating a superhero or something, and Hassan Ali's just sort of creating his own celebrations, which is fantastic. You think about that dismissal again of Pereira, absolutely no footwork, which is pretty common for the modern day player, but he really was stuck on the crease, and that's another wide delivery from Afridi. That's 3 wides out of 16 balls bowled, I think, so far. So they're
second highest scorer.
yeah, second highest scorer for Sri Lanka. If this keeps up, they'll have about 50 extras, which may well prove crucial. But bit all over the place, Afridi, so far.
Struggling to find his line, I think.
Yeah, he is.
He's bowling a bit down the leg side and then overcompensating and bowling wides off the offside.
And that one's again down the leg side, and it's
go.
whipped away but fielded this time by the fine leg. I think it's Harris Ralph down there, and there's no run. Oh, there's 1 run, sorry. 8 for 1.
So my brother has just messaged me and said on the generator comment that, in fact, Hassan Ali got some kind of shoulder injury because of this generator celebration as well at some point.
That just makes it even better.
Because of the actual celebration, not the act of getting the generator going.
I'm sure it must have been building up because of playing cricket, but then this must have been the straw which broke the camel's back.
Maybe he's just trying to outdo Afridi, who used to, I remember from the last World Cup and everything since, put both arms in the air, blows the kiss, stands there. And that's a better delivery from Afridi. That one's really leaping off a good length outside the off stump, and Mendes can't do anything with it, really. Not sure whether he's playing a shot or just pulling inside the line, but that's where he needs to be.
I do like that there's 2 slips in for this field. You don't normally see it in modern one day. But it's always nice seeing 2 slips. They could also put in like 5 slips and I wouldn't complain. Pakistan, if you're listening.
That's it, yeah. Let's get another one in there. He really needs to. He's just been a bit too short. He's been full down the leg side, but maybe a bit too short to bring those slips into play when he has bowled outside off. So
yeah, have the cover open, have them make a go at the driving of it if it's swinging, and then have another slip. But he's not got his line yet.
It's another short ball down the leg side, and that's another wide. So extras move to 4. Afridi just getting his money's worth here with the amount of balls he has to bowl. Yeah, so what do we think a good total would be here? Are we thinking it's 300 plus, or from what we've seen, 326 would be good?
I think 280 plus. We'll need to see how the spinners go on this pitch.
And that's another wide ball down the leg side, and that's another wide. Chris Gaffney, is it, or?
Yes, Chris Gaffney.
Just doing a few exercises there. He won't need to go to the gym tomorrow morning. Getting a big workout. That's 5 extras and 5 runs off the bat. Sri Lanka 10 for the loss of 1 wicket. 2.3 overs gone. We are in Hyderabad for Game 8 of this World Cup.
Sri Lanka have been strengthened today by one of their main spinners coming back in.
Afridi's bowling a dot ball there.
Tikshana. So I'm sure they won't get carted around as much as they did 2-3 days ago.
I think no one was stopping that South African batting attack.
Well, they did put Australia to the sword a few weeks ago, where Adam Zampa went for 113 against the same South African attack. So I'm a bit worried about what might happen to Australia on Thursday, to be honest. As Afridi's charging in, that's a better delivery, and that one's heaved over the onside. He didn't get all of that, but it's going to trickle into the rope after a couple of bounces. Well, it wasn't the most convincing shot from Mendes, but that's what we've come to expect from the Sri Lankan batting dynamo, as he's got his first boundary on the board. Afridi bowled that one across him. Yep.
he was also a bit early on that shot, so it might not be. If you see, it might not be as quick coming on a wicket as you would expect. And that was also the trend in the last game at Hyderabad. It wasn't a really quick coming on to the back wicket.
So Freddie's in again, and Mendes can't get that one away as it crashes into his pads, and that's the end of the over. It's 14 for 1. Mendes 4, Nasanka 5. Yeah, that's a good point about the pitch. It's it looked like he was almost through the shot there, and it sort of ballooned up over the leg side, or almost a wide mid on. It was well clear of any fielders, but if the ball was coming onto the bat, maybe that carried into the stands. So
got a few tweets here. They are from the England-Bangladesh game. Wolf, morning primates. Just
it's all
woke up.
cricket.
All this talk of cheese toasties is making me hungry. Might have to order in food. Loving sausages. And Mog, Gorilla Cricket. Once again, Milan's hard work disrespected by his teammates. And I believe there's been a somewhat of an English batting collapse at the very end. The score's currently 37 for 7.
As Hassan Ali's in again, and that's a good delivery defended into the offside by Nasanka. There's no run. Yeah, do we think Bangladesh any chance of chasing 337, 340?
They're my dark horses of this tournament. I think they've got they'll surprise people by how far they get. But with the form New Zealand's in, and with the form South Africa's in, it's going to be tricky.
It's Hassan Ali's bowling another ball down the leg side, and that is another wide. That is the 6th wide.
Wide is now top scorer.
Wide is now top scorer. It's 15 for 1. And just on Bangladesh, they got close, didn't they, 2019? They might have finished 5 and 5, I think, and just missed out on the semi-finals. But there was a time there where they had a couple of good wins, and they were on the charge, just couldn't hold it together. It's a long tournament, 9 games. It's hard to sort of sneak in with a couple of close wins. So we'll see how they go as Ali's pulling out of that delivery.
Oh, there was a no ball.
Was it a no ball? We've got a free hit.
Don't even think the broadcaster showed the no ball.
No, unless there were too many fielders outside the circle. I'm not sure if... Yeah, we'll try and get to the bottom of that. No, yeah, you're right. It was a no ball and a wide. So the third umpire's signalled the no ball, which will take precedence. And, yeah, free hit. Nasanka throws the bat at that one, and that's out over cover, and it's bouncing away, and that'll go for 4. So Sri Lanka's made the most of that free hit. Nasanka moves to 9th, 19 for 1. That really just was a length ball sitting up, waiting to be hit, but again, probably didn't quite time it or get through it as well as he'd like. So perhaps, the ball just holding up a little bit in the pitch. But Sri Lanka will take all these runs they can get. Well, if you count all the extras plus the 4 for free hit, that's 10 of their score. That's more than half of their score. As Hassan's in again, and that one's defended into the offside. There's no run. Yes, it's hard to pick who the top 4 will be. England, looked a bit shaky in the first game. Australia, I'm not sure about. You'd think India would make it. New Zealand are always there. You just got to pencil New Zealand in, I think.
Yeah, no, I want New Zealand to...
They'll at least make the semi-finals. they never miss it.
I want a super over with New Zealand in the final again.
And then the way South Africa are playing, they'd be up there as well. That one slashed out outside the off stump. That was a rising delivery off a good length, and there's a play and miss from Nasanka. It's all action here. It's either a wide, a boundary, or a play and a miss.
Too many play and misses. Just be patient. You've got 50 overs.
One senses patience is not the strong suit of these two. Which makes for exciting cricket for us and everyone listening out there. As Hassan Ali's in again, and that's another wide delivery outside the off stump, and Nasanka misses out there. He can only find backward point. That really should have been put away. As the sun's coming out here, it started as very overcast, a bit smoggy, and now it's bright sunshine.
one thing this World Cup
He's-
is overrates have been horrible on every team.
That's just cricket in general, isn't it? As Sahn's in again, that one's left alone, and that really dies on the way through to Mohammad Rizwan, which says something about that pitch being a little on the slow side. That's the end of the over. 4 gone, 19 for 1. Nasanka 9, Mendes on 4.
He's creamed a couple in that over, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, just on the over rates, what is the rule? If you're behind the over rate,
Exactly.
another fielder has to come into the circle?
Yeah, in the last few overs, you lose one of your out of defenders, which can sometimes be a blessing if you want to put some more pressure.
But also, at least that's an in-game penalty rather than we'll give
Match
the
fixing,
guy who
yep.
earns $10 million a $10,000 fine. Like,
A couple
not
of
gonna worry
comments on the YouTube. Poku Bumfinger says morning, and Investing Hike says hopefully this will be a more even match compared to England versus Bangladesh.
Well, it's a Freddie continuing, and that one's hoiked away beautifully over mid-wicket by Mendes. One bounce over the rope. That one was well timed. He picked that one up early. It really was just a length ball and sat up to be hit. Kusal Mendes moves to 8. He's got 2 boundaries in that 8, and he's really well taking picking up from where he left off the other night.
I think he hates the idea of scoring runs for a run.
Yep.
Now he's lost his length as well, Afridi. First he was just losing his line. Now it's a bit short as well.
Yeah, this might be his last over the way he's going, unless he picks up a wicket. None for 16 off 2.1, and now he's coming around the wicket just to mix things up, and that's a better delivery, angling in to Mendes, who does defend, and there's no run. Yeah, he doesn't quite have the same pace as what I thought we were used to from Afridi. He's been sort of stuck in the low to mid 130s, just struggling to find that rhythm. You think either something's going to happen here, he's going to go for runs or get a wicket with Mendes on strike. Mendes is looking for a single on the onside, but square legs coming around and fielding and preventing the one. Just the one slip in now, which is a wide-ish first slip. It's almost a second slip, which is a strange slip when you've got a left armour around the wicket to a right-handed batter and you've got a second slip in place.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the idea is behind that.
Field placements. I'd say the only team that's done good field placements this whole series has been India. And that was against Australia.
Oh, and that one's hit down the pitch, and I think Afridi's got a fingertip to it. I think it's cannoned into his foot, but it was half a chance. Didn't quite get to the pitch of that. Mendes played the drive, and it seemed to hurt Afridi's hobbling a bit. I think he'll be okay.
Is it his knee?
Or maybe it's hit his knee. Yeah, it was in the air. Yes, you're right there. It's
Oh,
crashed.
just below the knee. Oh, that's been
That's
crashed into his knee.
That's not a fun spot to get hit.
Yeah, that's the soft spot. Not good.
Mendes does the old sorry, not sorry. Puts the hand up.
Oh, this will definitely be his last over for a while.
Yeah, he'll have a good...
Maybe he'll try to knock his head off with the next one, just for the anger of it.
Yes, but he's recovered well after that first delivery, and that's another short delivery. Mendes throws the bat at that. That's 6 over third man. Lunging dive, but he can't get there. Mendes is
There you go.
on 14. He's gone 4-4-6 from 11 deliveries, and well, you could say it was almost a chance, but it was probably a metre or two over the head of the fielder at deep third in the end. It was an intentional shot. He opened the face, threw his arms at it. 6 runs.
Question
I
to
think
the Twitter.
he did try to knock his head off. It just wasn't very good.
You picked it, didn't you? You picked it.
Question to the Twitter sphere. What is the highest score by batter only scored in boundaries? I think we've got a chance. We're at 14 at the moment for Mendes. I think we've got a chance to get quite a high number here.
Well, he could be 20 after this ball. We'll see what happens. That's just a length delivery. That's a better delivery and just squeezed away into the offside. No run. 5 overs gone. 29 for 1. Actually, Sri Lanka going along at 6 and over. It doesn't feel like it, but there's been a couple of big shots and a lot of extras, and all of a sudden, this is a pretty bright start for the Sri Lankans.
I think, like, it's relatively small boundaries, or smallish boundaries. I think 70. The longest one is 75, but the others were about 50 odd. Oh, sorry, 65 odd. So it might actually be, let's not tire ourselves, let's stand still and just hit boundaries.
And a good way to go when you're batting during the day.
Tweet in from Messages, it's a bit of a gorilla-gasm when I can watch 2 Gorilla Cricket White Line Wireless at once. And he must have had one because he's got some spelling wrong there.
Hassan Ali's in again, and that one's just pushed down to mid-on, and there's no run. Nasanka 9 off 16, not quite as extravagant as Kusal Mendez. Yes, as we just looking at a few replays here from the host broadcaster, that boundary only 62 metres, and that's cleared the fence. So they are short boundaries. That would have been snaffled on a lot of grounds around the world, but you got to make the most of these short boundaries. Ali's in again, and Nasanka's pushing that into the offside, and they're going to go through for a well-made run there. It's 30 for 1. Nasanka moves to 10. So Freedy just getting a bit of magic spray.
What is just
on
magic
the knee?
spray? I really want to know.
I think it must be some quick cooling kind of spray, right? Just to numb the
pain,
area.
and you just feel worse later, I assume. What are the injections the footy players get?
Cortisol.
Depends on how many wickets you get, if you feel worse later or better.
And that's another good delivery, just squeezed out to point by Mendez. There's no run. Yeah, you can do anything when you can't feel anything, I guess.
Now, just an update on the other game. England 364 for 9, so Bangladesh almost bowled them out.
How many did Malan get in the end?
He made 140. As another delivery's bowled by Hassan, and that's defended again into the offside. This is a good over, just the 1 run from it. He's keeping it tight from one end and runs from the other at the moment.
Yeah, really good from the openers in England. 52 from Bairstow, 140 from Milan, 82 for Root, and then 20, 20, 0, 11, 14, 11, 6, 1. So,
Root's missed out on a century again. He's falling back into that old pattern.
There's another dot ball there as Mendez defends into the offside. Yeah, he must be getting close to the record of most ever international 50s. Tendulkar's got 100 hundreds. Root's got about 50 or 60 test 50s.
I think
he must be getting up there.
You might remember that phase in Test cricket he had. He only scored like between 50 and like 90 or something like that. Always got to a 50 and then got out before 100.
As Ali's finishing the over, and that one's hit just over the bit off. Mendez deliberately hits it. He's got another boundary. He's 18 in boundaries. This is fascinating stuff. Hassan's gone for a boundary. That's the end of the over, 34 for 1. And Mendez, have all his boundaries been over the top as well? 6 over third man, 4 over 2 fours over the onside, and 1 4 over the offside.
They've been very risky.
All in the air. Yep. Nothing's landed inside the circle. And he's not interested in running.
He's looked at mid-off. He's gone, you're 41 metres away from me. I'm going to hit it. So it's a couple of things above you. And we're going to do it. Quick change.
Oh.
See you later.
Yep. Yep.
Hi, Spoon.
Hi,
You're
Ross.
on ball by the way.
Oh, thank you.
You don't get to sit in the hot seat, though. And welcome to John.
As
Morning, chaps.
John, as Afridi's in, and there's a bit of a bottom edge from Nisanka, but it plays out harmlessly to the infield for no run. So Sri Lanka currently 34 for 1, having lost the wicket of Kusal Pereira on a very stupid, very stupid attempt to whack a ball for 6 when it was swinging away from him and going straight to slips.
It seems like a tactic
There's a time
of the
and
whole
place.
team.
There's a time and place and a
Well,
person,
Mendes is certainly playing stand and deliver, isn't he? So
and it's stopped by the body of whoever's there in, I think, mid-wicket, and he's not very comfortable about it, but that's a very hard hit there. Maybe just a bit of damage to the fingers.
yeah, I think he got the left hand to it, and then kind of wished maybe he hadn't.
It's the sort of thing, when it's going that fast, you're like, oh, I'll just let it go and let whoever's out in the outfield take care of it, and then you realise there's no one in the outfield.
There's no one in the outfield because it's the power play. Yeah, I better stick my hand in the way. Count my fingers later.
Afridi in again, angling in on the middle stump line, a bit of height, and Nisanka just managed working that off the hip and just sneaking in for a quick single.
John, your thoughts on the game so far?
Well, as I say, Mr. Mendes is playing stand and deliver, isn't he? He's figuring it's too hot to run, so he'll just whack it. The shot in the last over was great, wasn't it? It was like a 9-iron to the 16th green or whatever, just cleared mid off.
Afridi in again, and that's a very good line, and Mendes is well aware of it and just forward defends back to Afridi, no run.
I mean, obviously, this is a fearsome Pakistani new ball attack, so I guess they'll figure if they can get through it one down, playing whatever shot they're playing, they've probably done pretty well.
It's a fearsome attack that's been quite leg side, and quite a few wides from them so far. So.
Yeah, it hasn't been on its mettle this morning, I think we might say.
As Afridi in, and that's driven by Mendes and just stopped in cover, so there'll be no run there. Oh no, they managed to sneak one. So as first run for Mendes, he actually ran.
He's annoyed with the guy for stopping it. He thought that was another 4.
Yeah, he didn't want to run.
He dropped it, I think.
That was a drop catch. That was in the air.
He did drop it, yeah. Oh dear, it's not a very good drop either.
So Mendes is playing dangerously, which I think is the only way he knows how to play.
I don't think the fielder should be making eye contact with Shaheen Shah Afridi anytime soon.
No, they should not. As Afridi in and driven and stopped in covers, but there's a quick single there. So one more run, taking Sri Lanka to 37 for 1 off 7 overs. Russ, how are the tweets looking?
There's not a lot going around. The YouTube, Fidelma Carroll says, Jeremy Henderson, that's Messes, says, is the hardest working gorilla with a wink. And Messes says, lol, see you in my bum, though. No other stuff. Do tweet us in at White Line Wire or at Gorilla Cricket. We'll take a bit of anything here.
And we will read out the England-Bangladesh tweets as well, since they'll be coming through on the same feed.
Mog, who joined us in the studio a few days ago, was saying that England's going to still win by 200, so not a lot of faith in Bangladesh.
Not sure I've got a lot of faith in the England bowling attack at the moment.
As Hassad into Nisanka, who plays that, just defends it down to mid-on for no run.
It's fascinating that they're not actually scoring that quickly, despite the fact they seem to be taking a lot of risks.
I mean, I'm happy with 5 and over at the moment. It's 5 and over for the rest of this innings, I'll be very happy with. Despite I think that there's probably 3 chances that could have gone either way. As that's in again to Nisanka, bounces up a bit, but he just defends it down to mid-wicket, no run.
We were just seeing the drop again in the last over, and unfortunately, every time you see it,
It looks like an even more straightforward catch.
yeah, it looks like straight in. I've grasped it. Yeah, not great. He won't be wanting that in his highlights reel of his career, that's for sure.
As Hassan in again, and that's hoiked by Nisanka straight down to ground, all the way across the boundary for 6 runs. So second 6 of the game, or third? Second 6 of the game, and takes Sri Lanka to 43 for 1. A splendid
It's a
hit.
good shot.
Perfectly timed, knew the pace that was coming on, and knew there was no threat from any fielders. So
I thought he got fully under that and it had gone straight up at first, but he actually hit it very cleanly.
Yeah, he timed it beautifully. As you say, he knew all the field was up, so probably knew he didn't even have to get all of it to get it over the top. But he got a huge piece of that. Be interesting to see what Hassan does now.
and he angles it into leg stump, and that's worked off his pads by Nisanka, and that's racing out to the boundary, and it beats the sweeper on the end, and that is 4 runs for Nisanka. So 10 off the over so far, 2 deliveries to go, and I think it's Afridi out there who was fielding, and he's very disappointed in himself.
Either he's injured. He looked like he
Either
was
or.
possibly hurt. I hope he's not hurt. He's a very vulnerable to injury, I feel, Afridi.
That outfield looks very quick, though.
Yeah, I don't think
I
he's
think
injured.
he
I think
did
it
all-
might just be a bit of carpet burn.
I think he did all he could there to get round and cut that off. It just skated across the turf, really.
As Hassan in again, and that is going past the Nisanka. There's an appeal for a catch, hasn't been given. Is this going to be reviewed? The arrest time is on. They're talking, and they're taking it down to the last minute. No, they're not going to review this. So
They, for all their sort of initial jumping up, they didn't look terribly confident about that.
Hassan didn't appeal at all. He waited. He just got to turn around and went, yeah, was that out?
There was daylight between bat and ball there, so yeah.
Good nut, though.
Muhammad should have seen that.
Yeah, that was definitely a belated, polite request from the bowler.
It wasn't exactly a broad cellar appeal, was it?
No, definitely not.
As final ball of the over, Hassan comes in
Shot.
and driven by Nisanka, and there's a quick single there, and the ball hits the umpire, who does a bit of a two-step, and there's a 1 run there, and Nisanka is very annoyed he had to run there.
Well fielded by the umpire.
And again, bit of sloppiness in the field there from Pakistan. Just stopping the delivery, but not getting it cleanly. And Nisanka may have actually overstretched himself, and well, it looks like there's been a bit of a
Ouch.
ankle strain, so the physio's probably going to run out.
Let's hope that's not the Achilles. That doesn't look that clever.
Yeah, he's got the magic spray, he's fine.
The spray comes out again, yeah. The cure of all ills comes out again. Ball hitting the umpire reminded me of a story when I was playing school cricket in the staff v teachers match that always happened at the end of year 11, and we had a teacher who fancied himself a bit as a batsman, but even all the other teachers were irritated by him, and so our deputy head said, look, the first time the ball beats the bat, just appeal and I'll give him out.
They didn't just decide to run a bunch of bouncers at him for...
Well, no, unfortunately he kept hitting the ball, but then the deputy head went out to square leg, and he tucked the ball off his legs and ran, and out of his eye line, the deputy head picked it up, linged it at the stumps, and hit them, and we ran him out. And he couldn't quite work out where the ball had come from, but we were all highly amused and thought it was great.
So Noah's into the bowling attack.
Oh, first change of bowling.
First change into 9th over. So it's a slow left arm spin.
In the power play. Interesting move. Maybe they figure that they'll have to. They won't be able to rely on the pace on the ball.
And
they're big hitting.
Defended by Dinsanka. Good delivery from Noah's. No real hint of turn yet, but it is quite early. So,
do we think the wicket will turn?
I don't think it'll turn all that much. I think there'll probably be a bit of surprise bounce more than anything else.
Yeah, it looks quite hard, doesn't it? So.
And Noah's in again, slightly straightening up to middle stump, but defended well by Dinsanka. No issue.
I like the fact he's got a slip at this stage.
You need. I love seeing slips with spinners in one-day cricket. It's a sort of thing that you really need. Like, I remember some old tri series where India had 3 people around the wicket, and it was amazing. As Niles in again, and Nisaka gets well behind it and just drives that down through the mid-off for a single. So Sri Lanka moves to 49 for 1.
Yeah, I hadn't seen the fall of the first wicket, I confess, so I now understand what you mean by a fairly stupid shot.
Yeah. Yeah, in the second over, there's no need to be playing that. You know exactly where that ball's going to go, and you know exactly how easy it is to screw up that shot. As Nawaz in, and Mendes gets well behind it, uses his feet and cuts it through, covers, and that's going all the way to the boundary for another 4.
We probably have jingles. I could
shot.
try one.
Yes.
Let me see how this goes. Oh, no, it's still doing that stupid thing. Let's try another one.
Do we have Atmos?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Atmos just started.
Let me try this one. What's this? It's a bit loud.
Those 4 jingles, they caused Fourthy so much trouble the other day.
I completely redid the boards to try and fix that, but one of them's broken. So.
And Niles in, and Mendes just forward defending it down to the infield, no run.
The wonders of technology.
Yes,
What can we say?
If any listeners would like to help us out and donate so we can improve all our equipment, you can reach out on the website at guerrillacricket.com, or you can donate personally to me at
BSB.
Now.
Noah's into Mendes and just defends it down, and that's the end of the over. It's like 53 for 1 off 9.
Messi's telling me he can barely hear Sapun, that's my fault.
Yeah.
And he couldn't see John, that was also my fault.
That's probably a good thing.
Mog promises to be in on Friday too, so that's very exciting for those who want to meet Mog, come into the studio. And it's just in, Russ declares a Freddie a soft boy. Oh. I don't know if I said that.
Maybe not in so many words.
I said he gets injured a lot. He looks like the sort of player who gets injured a lot. I guess that's kind of that.
I think that's a stretch, to be fair. I'm not sure you quite said that.
And the second bowling change for Pakistan, Haris Ruff, is coming into the attack. Number 21 in the ODI rankings. And I'm very excited to see what he can do here. And by excited, I mean I don't want him to get a wicket. And just I try to be neutral. I can't be neutral in this game. As Ralph comes in, and that is driven by Nisaka just over the top of covered backward point there, and that goes all the way to the boundary for another 4. And another one that Sri Lanka's just been. It's like they've measured how tall every single Pakistani fielder is, and know exactly how high to hit against them.
You can say they're riding their luck a little bit, but fair play.
As Rough in again, angling into off stump and just forward defended by Nisaka, no run.
Just trying to work this out, because we were talking before about how many singles they had, how many singles have they actually scored at this point? Is it 3?
I think it's 3 singles, 6 extras.
And 2 of those singles came in 1 over in about 3 balls.
So that classic Ashes match where they said, we'll get him in extra.
We stand here long enough, they'll bowl enough wides.
And that is a very good line from Ralph, just missing Nisaka's bat, who plays it straight and late, and just goes through to keeper Mohammed, and a half-hearted appeal, but again I think there was quite a bit of gap between bat and ball, but a really good line there, and Nisaka's been struggling against that type of line, so there'll probably be a few more deliveries like that.
He got a fair amount of movement off the pitch there, actually, and bounce. So he got bounce and movement. Good luck if you hit that, or bad luck if you hit that, because it would take some hitting.
And rough in again, and Nisaka does a better job, gets behind it and just drives it out to point for no run. And Aldridge confirming
away, Harris Ralph.
No bat involved. But that's promising for Pakistan.
Yeah, it is. He looks like he's in a pretty decent groove.
And Ralph in again, a little bit faster this time by the look of it, and Nisaka just plays it late and just cuts it down to backward point for no run. So 4 off the first over and the first delivery, and then just Ralph has managed to cut it back.
He seems to be bowling just that little bit back of a length and letting the pitch provide some bounce.
And very similar delivery, but this time he beats the infield, and there'll be a 1 run there, so that breaks Nisaka to 29. Kusal Mendes stays on 23. Sri Lanka 58 for 1. How's the Twitter sphere, Russ?
Empty and devoid of all hope. Or I'm missing something.
No, I think it's always been like that.
I don't seem to see anything from for the other match either, so maybe on.
Oh, the other match is on drinks break.
Ah, that is why, for the last 8 minutes.
Well, I think they're in the break between innings, aren't they?
Yeah.
Oh, right, yes, that makes sense. I do have height
They're in
sensitive content off, which is sometimes the reason you don't see Mog tweeting. So.
What, we're policing Mug's tweets, are we?
Twitter polices Mog's tweets, yes.
Ah, well, there you go. It's probably wise. Probably wise.
Yeah, Nawaz just taking his time. He's the slowest spinner out of the tournament so far, as that is edged up by Nisaka to a first slip, but there's no first slip, and it goes all the way down to the boundary for 4. Again, Sri Lanka.
It's a safe shot. There's no slip there.
It's
I don't know why you're bowling left arm orthodox without a slip, but
Yeah, exactly. That, and we commented in the last over. Good to see a slip in place. They take it out. It goes through that region. Goes for 4. Can't feel sorry for you.
yeah. I was about to call a wicket. I'm like, oh wait, there's no slip.
Oh, there's no slip. There's no one standing there anymore. Yeah.
And that's a leg stump line, got a bit slower, and Nisaka just gets behind it and just turns it away. No run.
That's rubbish for the bowler as well because he bowled a great line.
Yeah.
He's beaten the guy all ends up really.
He got the
and
result he
ends up going
wanted.
for 4.
Yeah.
Just ridiculous.
And Noah's in again, middle stump line, and just worked away through the mid off for a single. So, and that brings Mendes on strike. So who knows what will happen? Because
Well,
Mendes
the other
doesn't.
stupid thing about that scenario is he doesn't have a slip, but he has a short third man. If the ball comes off the edge like that, it's going to beat the short third man and go for 4 anyway. So why not have the slip?
Yep, completely agree.
Baffling. Hey ho.
Yeah, it's Noah's in again. A slight bit of turn back onto middle stump, but Mendes works it just off his pads and gets, I think, his second run of the day.
He reluctantly runs a single or jogs a single.
Rendatunga
shit.
levels of singles at the moment.
As Noah's comes in and Nisaka's well behind, well in control of that, and no issue just defending that out. So Nisaka 34 off 39, Mendes 24 off 22, and 1 ball left in the over. And using his feet and just running forward.
They've given away messes of runs, so they were never really in it. But they've shown they can make a score. So if they can post one batting first, it could put Pakistan under a lot of pressure.
Yep, definitely. And I think, yeah, like we said, Pakistan haven't really been tested this tournament yet, so this is their first proper test. So we'll see how they handle the Sri Lankan bowlers, which, considering how South Africa handled them, there's good opportunities for Pakistan, but it's one of those things where you need, like, the traditional Pakistan collapse will come in probably about 10 overs in.
They didn't look that good against the Netherlands. They didn't put up a particularly huge target, all things considered.
As Ralph comes in, that's swinging
they
in,
didn't.
Yorker length, and just dug out by Sanka for no run.
I think
And to be fair to Sri Lanka, that South African batting lineup is
Monstrous.
pretty scary. It's pretty scary.
I'd say that's South African lineup and Indian top order are probably the two most fearsome batting attacks. This
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that.
as Ralph comes in, angling in to Nisaka, who just defends it away, wants a single, but it's only gone to a point, and there's no run.
Here's a question for you guys in the Twitter sphere. In that game, I noted that Quinton de Kock made 100 and then didn't field because of the tough conditions. Making his 100 had, dehydrated him or whatever. Firstly, will that lead to sides batting first and thinking, well, I'll make my big score and then I won't field? And B, should that be allowed anyway? Because isn't that all part of the game? That if you bat for a long time, you're going to have less energy in the field, and you should field anyway.
As Ralph into Nisaka, who hits that down to the fielder at backward point and no run. I would agree with you. It's a case of if you, it's a one day. It's not a. It's you're gonna if you're in there, you're in there for the whole thing. Part of the thing of Test is you handle all 5 days. As Ralph comes in, and that is short and head high. Nisaka attempts to pull and misses everything. No run.
Because it irritates me when, you know, it happens with bowlers as well. You get bowlers having a stint in one-day cricket, and then they wander off and they don't field for the next 10 overs or 5 overs or however long they think they can get away with it, while still coming on and bowling again whenever they want to. Well, to me that shouldn't be allowed, really.
No, I wonder with bowlers whether for every over they're off the field, every 5 overs are off the field, you take one ball over off that they're allowed to bowl.
As Ralph comes in, and that's a wide line, and Nisaka just places his bat out there and just shoots it over backward point for 4 runs. Very well controlled shot there. Saw it coming and just handled it perfectly. Yeah, wide bouncer.
That's not a very intelligent piece of bowling when you haven't got a man down there.
No,
You know, you've got backward point up. You've got a point fielder who's square, so you haven't really got a proper third man. Then you bowl the ball wide outside of stump. Yeah.
And he was on a maiden before that, so he was wasn't like he was being scored off. He was trying to change it up.
Yeah, that's a strange delivery, I would have to say. Very peculiar.
as Ralph comes in, and that's a much better line. Yorked
lovely
in,
shot.
but Nisaka works it straight down the ground, all the way to the boundary for another 4. So that's 8 off the over from Ralph. Nisaka 39 for 46. Sri Lanka 71 for 1. Oh, sorry, 73 for 1. After 12 overs, and I think we're having a bit of a change in the box, or next over.
We can do it now.
Ah.
You better let Ayaz play with this. Do you know how to do that?
Yes.
Rauf has overcompensated after that poor delivery.
You're right, no.
He's gone
No.
too full. Too overpitched.
Welcome back, Ayaz. What's your thoughts? No.
They haven't been very disciplined, Pakistan, have they? It's not. I don't think it's a very, batting. It's not a batting paradise. It's a bit of a slow wicket, and they're still going at above 6 and over.
Yeah, and they've kept the singles down, but there have been so many boundaries.
Yeah, and it's also the boundaries have been both. If you notice, the boundaries have been both of the short ball and of the over pitch delivery. It's not that they're getting hit off a boundary of one length.
He's now
And
as
if you're bowling.
sorry, as and this one's short, and it's smashed again by Mendes over mid wicket for another 4.
Yeah, and if you're getting hit for boundaries of both halves of the wicket, it's just impossible to captain.
I mean, that's trash though. That ball, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's like hit me, basically. But I want to take this opportunity to make an appeal to the broadcasters, which is that, that thing they have, the figure they have sometimes on the side where they show which fielders are sweeping.
Just one sec. Here's Noah's again.
I think-
It's full into these pads. He's going to turn that around the corner to square leg. He'll pick up a single, take the score on to 1 for 78. Sorry,
Yeah,
continue.
so I was making appeal to the broadcasters, which is, that key thing that they have where they show the field map. I think they should show it every ball, because it just adds so much to the game, to the viewing, for the viewer to know where the sweepers are.
Here's Noah's again, and it's full and into the leg stump. He's going to play it out through mid-off for a single, the Sunker. So it takes the score on 1 for 79. I totally agree. And most importantly, it tells you where they're trying to, where they've left gaps, where they think they can defend or not.
Exactly.
And that tells you a lot about their tactics.
Exactly. It tells us so much tactically as to what is happening instead of just someone just coming in throwing in random balls. They show it, the broadcasters show it from time to time, but they should do it more regularly.
Here's Noah's again, still around the wicket, and Donald Stubby gets a bit of an outside edge, but it's just going to go dribble out to backward point, so no run there from Lord Mendes. 79 for 1.
Yeah, so he's got his square leg quite square, the deep square. He's got it quite square, not towards mid wicket, which is why that pull shot went where it did.
Here's Noah's again, it's full and off the stump, and Mendes defends back down the wicket. One ball left in the over. Noah's none for 18 at the end of his third over. He's coming in again now to Mendes, and it's full outside of stump, and again he's kind of edgily playing it out to point. There'll be no run. End of the over, 1 for 79 off 13. John, any socials?
Well, Muttley von Erich is obviously watching the other game going on today, and he tweets, "Welcome back, primates. Let's do this. Sooner this is over, the sooner I can switch over to White Line Wire for that game too." So he's obviously planning on getting his double fix today of guerrilla cricket, and why wouldn't you?
I say listen in both ears.
Yeah, one earpiece in one and one in the other. That might be slightly confusing. Isn't that multitasking?
You can. I mean, you watch two screens at once. That's easy enough. But yeah, two audios does probably throw you.
Yeah, two lots of sound is very tricky.
Harris Ralph is back in the attack. Number 13 off 2 overs. It seems like he's been beating the bat a lot, but he's also been going for a few boundaries. Wellington Nasanko, who's on 44 off 48. 3 on the offside, 2 on the short thing. Nasanko just drops out at his feet and dribbles out to a short third man for a single. Takes the score into 80.
Poor guy has had an absolute dolly drop of him as well. That was straight to Imam ul Haq at backward point a few overs ago.
Yeah, it looked worse every time you saw it. Didn't it?
It really did.
And they showed it enough times as well, poor bloke.
He'll have to make it up with his batting. Imam.
He will.
Mendes on strike to Ralph. He's wide of the crease. He gets an edge and it's gone straight past a empty first slip for 4. Raced away to the fence. That is another boundary. What have we got here? Score goes into 1 for 84. Great ball. Not a result for Harris. He's having a bit of a day.
Yeah, his frustration level is rising, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Harisarov is their main strike bowler. I wonder why they don't have a slip for him.
It's Mendes again, 33 off 28 now, and Ralph is short outside off stump, and he's going to just late cut that down to a third man. He'll take a single, takes the score on to 1 for 84.
Yeah, in the absence of Naseem Shah, not having a quality spinner, Pakistan really banking on Rauf for the middle over control and wickets. So it would absolutely make sense to have a slip in for him. But it's all a bit scrambled right now for Pakistan.
Here's Ralph again, this time to Nasanka, and it's short of a length outside of stump. He plays it off the back foot pretty well down through point. He'll pick up another single, take the score on to 86. Yeah, it's a little kind of rote, and the Sri Lanka were taking a lot of risks to score runs for that first 10 overs, and as soon as the field was, restrictions went down, they immediately spread the field and got an edge through slip. I feel like they could have kept on more attacking because there was enough happening with the ball to kind of hold it. And Sri Lanka have actually increased their scoring rate in the last few overs because they've started picking up singles as well as the boundaries. Here's Ralph. It's short of a length on off stump and it's defended by Mendes out to cover. One ball in the over to come.
You would imagine, though, that the ball's getting softer now, wouldn't you? So that may make it more difficult to attack.
Yeah, it'll certainly take the pace bowlers out of the game, you'd think. It's hard to get a read of these grounds. Every pitch seems to be different so far in this tournament. Not a lot of consistency.
Yeah, it does.
Here's Ralph, short of a length outside off stump. This played pretty well down to third man. They'll pick up one, I think. No, they're coming back for two. Very well run.
Back for two.
Score goes on 1 for 88. End of the 14th over in the sinker on to 46.
Yeah, they've been playing that shot a lot, just wide gully backward of point. Might be worth. And I think it's also because it's a bit of a slow wicket, so the driving shots will not be that much on, but the ones behind square. So they might have to consider just pushing the cover and the point a few steps to the left.
Huge yell by Ralph at the end of that over. Very frustrated by what happened in it.
He's definitely ticking, as they say.
Nawaz is going to come on for his fourth over. Interesting that just continuing with the same two bowlers. I feel like there's probably an opportunity to switch up the attack too. He'll be around the wicket.
Still without a slip as well.
Yeah, around the wicket, and the Sanker who's driving on the offside. He was going to get an easy single out to a deep mid-off. Long off to preference. Score goes to 88. Noah's again, number 19 so far off his 3.1 overs. Bowling to Mendes, and it's on off stump, and he's driving it out to the long off again for another single. Wasn't fully off the middle of the bat. One for 90 the score. Would you change the bowling, AS? What do you think? What's Pakistan's tactics from here? Just wait for this ball, I think.
Yeah.
No, is it to Nasenka this time? Still around the wicket. This one's full and on off stump. He's going to edging it out to a point and a run.
Yeah, I mean, having perhaps bringing Shadab, I mean, they're showing him on the screen now, having a wrist spinner bowled into the wicket, might be, worth trying. It might get some more grip and more turn. Although Shadab has never been a big spinner of the ball, but, wrist spinners have their own, they get a bit more bounce and a bit more variation. Put more on the ball.
No, I was into the pads in Nasenka this time, but he can't beat the mid wicket. Basically no one behind square for players in the field between a deep square leg and a deep point with two straight. It's a really conventional field. This one is full on off stump and played out the mid off. The wide mid off runs around and prevents a run. Just the one ball left in this over, the 15th. And no, it's full and it's driven straight back to the bowler. Feels well on the dive. End of the over, 1 for 90 off 15. Exactly 6 and over.
The social sphere is very quiet. We don't even appear to be picking up any tweets from the other game either, so either everyone is asleep or they're just not giving their fingers any exercise.
What did England make in the end, John? Do you know?
364, I think. Which was a little bit underwhelming given the platform that they got. I've no doubt there will be a huge swathe of people who find some way to blame Milan for not batting quite quickly enough, because he always gets the blame for everything that goes wrong with English cricket. It's always David Milan's fault.
It's amazing these days. You hear a score like 364 and think, oh, yeah, maybe that could be chaseable. It's like that, 15 years ago, you'd be like, that's the biggest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, exactly. Well, the problem is for England these days, it's not even supposedly that big a score. Do you know what I mean? It's because they're supposed to get 400 every time they go out and bat, but
I think we've run.
Why is there an anti-Milan sentiment? It's such a good player.
yeah, that's a really good question. As I don't know. I mean, as somebody who's watched Milan's career right from the beginning, I don't really understand why there's this anti-Milan sentiment. I think he's a really good judge of the pace of an innings. I think he set England up superbly today, and I just think the middle order didn't really bat with a great deal of sense. But I mean, I gather Livingston got out first ball again, having a slog.
Is it because he spent time in South Africa as a kid? Is that the?
Yeah, that was my next question. Is that the reason? Is this the Kevin Peterson hangover?
Well, I mean, let's face it. I think the anti-Peterson angle is because he's extremely irritating.
Yes, he's proven that in the commentary box over many years now.
Oh my God, yeah, mute. I don't understand why Milan would attract the same, sort of ire. Really,
Mm-hmm.
I think Milan's a lovely player to watch when he's in flow.
Yeah.
He's lovely to watch because he's all timing.
Yeah,
It's not even slogging. It's it's just literally all timing. So
yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of sort of Ganguly in him. So another left-hander, lovely timer of the ball. Used to cream the ball through the offside.
I'm not sure if we've gone to a drinks break.
I don't understand the anti-sentiment really.
It is drinks. Let's play the jingle. I love the drinks jingle.
The drinks jingle.
The bowling change is coming up after the drinks break.
Yes, as I said, the Shadabi is going to come on. So, good call. Your advanced feed is predicting things very accurately.
Yeah, it's making me look like a genius.
Well, I think Pakistan probably do have to try something because, they created quite a number of opportunities early on, and Sri Lanka chanced their arm, but the reality is they're 90 for 1. So they're developing a very good base here.
Interesting field set. Only 3 players on the onside. One at mid wicket, one at deep long on, and one at a kind of squarish position. This one's wide outside off stump. They're going to take a quick single. Ooh, that's close. That might have hit the stumps.
Ooh, that's close.
He might actually be out here. That was a big dive in. The umpires are going to look at it, but if that hit the stumps directly, that might actually be a run out.
Yeah, the 2 Sri Lankan batsmen and the body language suggests that might well be out.
He's got that nervousness to him, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's certainly not sure, is he?
It's pretty tight signal to the third man. Here's comes the watch. It hasn't been a direct hit, but he's actually still possibly going to be out as the keeper picks it up. Ooh, it's close, but he's in by about half a foot.
I think.
A direct hit.
Got home, I think.
He's in.
Yeah.
He's in.
2 or 3 inches.
Direct hit would have had him.
He'd been out by 2 feet with a direct hit, so another chance for Pakistan really goes begging.
I think the problem there was the non-striker decided to come, then saw that the striker was hesitating and sort of stopped his run and then had to restart again. If he stuck with his original decision to go, I think he would have got home quite comfortably.
Yeah, Nasenka on strike after that opportunity. This one's wide outside of stump, and he's cutting pretty well out to a deep point. Takes the score onto 192, him onto 48. Watching that replay, yeah, he didn't hesitate too much, but it was a late decision, I think, to run as much as anything. His Shadab is defending out on the offside Mendes for just no run. Shadab again. This one's swept and he's sweeping that very nicely. That has gone miles over the fence. A huge 6 by Mendes. Takes his score under 44. Score 1 for 98. And it's one of these. That was a beautiful shot.
Yeah. That's a great shot. Right under his eye. Just.
They're encouraging that shot with just the 3 players on the onside, so there is a gap out there. This one is... Oh, he's attempted it again. That was the one that Shadab wanted because that was outside off stump. He's tried to sweep it. He's missed it completely. It's gone through to the keeper for no run, but I think that's what...
Very good ball.
Shadab wanted. The first one was
The next one.
middle and off, but that one was outside off stump.
It was flighted a bit more as well.
Here's Shadab. This one's full and he's pushing out on the offside. It was not quite to the pitch of it, Mendes, but it's safely played to cover. End of the over, 8 off. Score is 1 for 98 off 16.
I'm gonna massacre this name on YouTube, so I apologise in advance. But Bashert says hello, all listening to the England game right now, but we'll be with you after that. So he's getting in his double dose as well. I think the difference between the 6 and the miss was that one turned and one didn't.
I think the miss was also a bit outside his eye line and flighted a bit more, so it turned a bit more.
Now,
Yeah, it was brave, really. Brave to flight it, having just been dumped in the crowd.
Nawaz is back on. This one's just short of a length and he's punched it off the back foot. Nasanka is going to take a single down to long on. John, our German correspondent, Beschützer's Kurz's Bane was Leah, for the way she mentioned that on Twitter. So our long-time listener, Leah's bouncing around 2 different YouTube channels so that she can comment on both of them at the same time.
I didn't know she was using more than one name. I know Leah quite well of old, so morning to you.
Yes, Nawaz, and it's just short, and he's played it off the back foot pretty well. Mendes around the corner. He'll only get a single as the sweeper comes in from deep square leg. Score goes under 100, however. Sri Lanka doing very well, a little riskily, but exactly where they want to be.
Risk and reward.
Here's Noah's. It's into the pads of Nasanka. He steps away a little bit, drives it out to long on. He'll pick up another single. And here's 50. 50 off 58 balls. There's definitely a... There we go. Let's try that one.
50, yeah. 50, yeah. 50, yeah.
John, do you see how quick we are now? We've got the mixed board all on the same page. You don't have to keep flicking back and forth.
Hey.
Fourthy's going to be so impressed when he gets back.
Depends whether he can operate it as well as you, though, doesn't it? Really?
No,
there is that.
Into Mendes, and he's on the back foot and pushing that round the corner for a single to deep square leg. So we'll go for 1 for 102. Mendes on to 46 off 39 balls. Nasanka's been hogging the strike a fair bit, particularly early on. He's on strike now. And Noah's bowling. It's on middle stump and he's driving it out to long off for another single. 5 singles in the over so far. Not a lot of pressure.
They are milking it.
Last ball over from Noah's is into his 5th, and this one's chipped over the onside by Mendes. That's a beautiful shot as well. Took it from outside off stump. 2 bounces for 4, and that'll be his 50 as well. 50 off 40 balls. Oops, no, that was
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
don't know if it is a bowler's pitch.
Yeah, I was going to
That's a
say,
lovely shot.
I think we might dispute that. Yeah.
It's a lovely shot, though. He's played it just in front of the square leg, but wide of the wide mid on against the spin as well. Very good shot.
Shut Up's going to bowl his second over, none for 8 so far. This one's wide outside of stump, it's cutting, but he won't beat the point, Nasanka. Score remains on 107. I feel like yet again we're a fair way behind with the over rate.
I mean, ODI overrates us. It's getting like Test cricket now. They're just getting worse and worse.
Shambolic in this World Cup. This one's short and he's cutting, and this time he's got a top edge. Nasanka's got that straight to point. It has been taken. Pakistan finally get that wicket that they've threatened for so long. And let's get that one.
Finally, someone who can catch at point.
Well, if he dropped that, he should have been dropped from the side as well, because that was just spooned up to
I
point.
think this is Agha Salman, though. It's not Imam, but yeah, I think it's just I think it's just a bit of the slowness of the wicket. It's just even though he's batting at 50, I think it might have just gripped in the wicket a bit, and that's why he just spooned it up in the air rather than just hitting it through a much straighter point.
It's a pretty tame ending, isn't it, really?
Yeah, he played really well.
Did the job they need him, though, I think, up front. Got through that pace attack the first 10 overs. Obviously, it would be better if he'd gone on with it, but... Samara Wickrama.
Batting build on the platform, that's the question, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. So, Samara Wickrama's going to be the player in at 4. Look at Sapun without the side of me. He was giving us pronunciation lessons before the start of play. Samara Wickrama. I can't speak that fast.
Yeah, that is definitely a bit of a tongue twister, that one, isn't it?
Using the full width of the nameplate on the broadcast
the
screen.
Graphic, yeah. The fact that it's a literal as well, and the first name begins with S is.
That's the warm up
even more
to
of
the
a
second
challenge.
one. Keeps
Yeah.
you moving. Shut Up's got a slip in now. Probably.
Pakistan have got a wicket at a crucial point because this partnership was really threatening to take the game away from them.
Yeah, very much so. They would probably want to get Mendes out as well. He's 50 or 40.
Yeah, he's
scoring
a
quickly.
big threat.
This ball, first one is full, and he's driving it out to that long off position. He'll take a single, 2 for 108. Brings Mendes back on strike. Interesting to see whether they want to attack him too, whether they can pull the field out.
Mendes has always been Sri Lanka's big batting hope since the retirement of Jayawardene and Sanakara, but
His shut up. It's full outside off stump, and Mendes is driving out through cover. The sweeper's going to pick it up, but they'll pick up at least 2. He makes a bit of a fumble in the outfield, but still just the 2. Score goes into 110.
Yeah. He never really fulfilled his potential. I mean, I guess you guys might remember when he came onto the scene and he played this in his debut Test series against Australia. He scored a couple of wonderful hundreds. Australia were visiting Sri Lanka and they beat Sri Lanka beat Australia in Sri Lanka, and everyone thought.
This ball is played out to the deep point region on the cut, so another single for Enders. Scored 111 for 2.
I think that's Imam fielding out in the deep. He's been banished into the deep after his earlier faux pas.
Should have this is full to Summer Wickrama, and he's playing it out through to deep mid off. Just takes another single, takes him onto 2. End of the over. The wicket for Pakistan, 5 off for 1, and we'll do one more over and then a change. Getting a live cam from our broadcaster of someone carrying popcorn to a person in the crowd. Just absolute quality content. Could be showing the field, but no.
Yeah. Who cares about the cricket?
Hey ho. I've never understood cameramen anyway. So.
Lovely setting for the Hyderabad Stadium. A lot of drone shots in this tournament so far. It's been mentioned in the previous game how much the IPL has improved the quality of the stadiums compared to the last World Cup that was here.
Does anyone know how the outfield in Dharamshala played today? There was a lot of talk about
it was shambolic, the previous game there, so I hope it was better, but I wouldn't bet on it given it was mostly sand.
Yeah,
but
as long as there are no injuries.
Rude about it, wasn't he?
Oh, one of the Pakistan players put
rude about it in the press.
Dug his own bunker in the outfield with his knee. It was. Here is Ralph back in again. This one's cut back into Samarukrama and got him into a little bit of trouble. He's played it out all right in the end, out to point. There's no run. 2 for 112.
An interesting way to counteract the scoring of 4s, wouldn't it? Dig a trench and let the ball drift into it so that it falls short of the boundary. Man.
Rauf has got a slip in now for the new batsman.
That's just
Which is good.
adding insult to injury, that is. Here he is again, and it's short of a length, just outside of stump, and played out. They thought about the single, but there was definitely not one on. Samarukrama going with Samira on his shirt. Not sure if that's because it doesn't fit, or whether he's likes to go by that instead.
Probably couldn't get it on the shirt, yeah.
The tailor refused.
His average to good length balls is 5.75, so that gives you a hint of where Ralph should be aiming. So he bowls a short one, and it's played out to square leg. Sweeper's going to come around, and they'll probably pick up 2. So score goes on to 2
The
for
ball is
114.
following Imam around.
Or the batters are.
Wherever
They know where to
the ball goes.
safely hit it.
Yeah, we'll hit it to Imam. He won't catch it. Yeah. The ball is haunting him.
Fully get over that, but no one out there to catch it. No one in the infield at all on that leg side.
He wasn't afraid to take it on, though, was he?
Not at all. Here's Ralph again. This one's again short. This time he hasn't got all of it at all. It's end up actually going to mid-on, which was I'm not sure exactly how he managed to achieve that because he was trying to hook it, but
I'm wondering if he hit it twice.
it did kind of look like he didn't hit it at all well, and it kind of bounced forward. Interesting to see the replay.
I wonder if it Yeah, came off another part of the bat and then hit the bat and rolled forward. Extraordinary.
Rope
Maybe it's
hasn't
the
hit.
glove on the back of the bat.
Rope hasn't hit the 90s yet today with his bowling speeds. In the high 80s.
Here he is again. This one's full outside of stump and is defended by Samakrama out to cover.
There he goes.
One ball left in the over. 2 for 114 the score. We'll have a change. Might play a sting during the change. What do you reckon, Sapun?
Sting for a change. It's been a while.
Here is the last ball the over, and it's Ralphie short outside of stump. Defended at the point, but it's misfielded, so they're going to get a run. It's misfielded again. Good stuff there.
The point position is cursed for Pakistan today.
One run. 2 for 115. We'll play the sting and see where we go. Yeah, why not?
You're listening to us
Catch you
talking
shortly.
the test away on White Line Wireless, but we'd love
See you
to
all soon.
listen to you. Pop a comment on the Mixler chat page or drop us a tweet at White Line Wire.
Back with you in the ball by ball chair as Sri Lanka will march on their merry way to a certain extent. Bit of a hiccup with the wicket just falling earlier, but still in a very good position.
No, good start by Desanka. And Bendis is still in and he's going at a very good run rate. And there's good power to come through. Asalanka, De Silva and Shanaka, we've seen that they can perform. Well, Asalanka and Shanaka can perform this tournament, and the others have their chance today, I'd say.
Yeah, so I just sense Harris Ralph's really getting into his work. He's always good to watch. He's very animated. He's up and about. His pace is getting up towards that 145 and starting to bowl some very good deliveries. If he can just get another one breakthrough here, he might pick up a couple, but...
He just needs fielders who can catch the ball.
Yes. Or field the ball. There's always... seems like there's misfields and drop catches off his bowling. As just a bit of a long break between overs there, but we're back now. Shadab continuing. Samara Wickrama's hitting that between the backward point and gully, and that's racing away for 4. That was a beautiful shot. Just waited on it, then used the pace of the ball to hit it all the way along the carpet for a boundary. He moves to 9, 119 for 2.
And they definitely weren't expecting that with the field they had. They're like, he's not going to hit between the two of us.
They were almost tempting him to find that boundary between the two of them. Babur Azam, I think it was, you could see head in his hand there. Shadab's bowling a similar delivery, and that one's almost a catch. It goes to that almost 45 degree angle fielder at short third and on the bounce. No damage done. Shadab is he's making things happen. He's wasting no time in there, and that's a good delivery, and it's just played down to mid-off for a run. He might improve the over rate if nothing else. Shadab, which has been a bit slow, probably because of all those wides at the start of the... He needs to fold about 2 extra overs.
It feels
so
like
give him
every
a break.
3 or 4 overs there's a slightly extended drinks break, or just everyone takes their time. So
They're taking the piss, and it's annoying me because he's throwing my rosters out.
Shadab's bowling another one outside the off stump, and that's squeezed again between the same two fielders. This time it's Kusal Mendes, and again the same result. That's another boundary. He moves to 57 off just the 43 deliveries. Shadab, well, yeah, I don't know if that's the plan to spoon a catch out there, but he's almost just letting them hit boundaries where there's no sweeper.
yeah, I'm just like bowling that line to this field doesn't really make much sense. Like, you either put take your backward point and put him deep, or just he's not bowling to his field. No one in this Pakistan side has so far bowled to their field today.
Now, we'll see what he does here. That's a full toss. That's hit through the leg side, but the sweeper will do the fielding at mid-wicket. Mendes misses out. There, 125 for 2. Mendes 58. Samara Wickrama 10. And all of a sudden, after that wicket, you thought, oh, they might be able to pick up a couple. All of a sudden, they've put on another almost 20 in no time, and that's another full toss. Again, the batter misses out. They'll just get a single. Oh, they'll actually come back for 2. It's a run out. Oh, that was a direct hit at the non-striker's end. That would have been very, very close. We'll have to look at the replay. I thought there was a single only in it. And they've come back for 2. I think it was Mendes going to the non-striker's end. As we have a look at the replay. And the first one wasn't run particularly hard.
Yeah, that would have been direct hit. That would have been out.
See, they thought it was Iman, and they were just like, yeah, 2.
And that would have been out by a good couple of metres. Iman actually, I think they thought he'd throw to the keeper's end. He changed his mind at the last minute and threw to the non-striker's end, missed by only a couple of inches. And that would have been well short. Well, he's living dangerously, Mendes.
Am I on socials or are you on socials, Russ?
I'm on socials.
Ah, okay.
So, but I mean, what are we getting, like 120 an hour at the moment? So, tweet in,
The
please.
England game back on?
I will do a shout out to Brian, who's offered to supply the White Line Wireless box of dreams with some supplies, which will be available to us, I think, on Thursday.
Oh,
So
right.
a few drinks coming our way, thanks to Brian.
As it's Ralph in again, and that one slashed at by Mendes through the offside, but the sweeper at cover will do the fielding. That was the most extravagant shot for 1. It's 128 for 2. Ralph, as I was saying, he's bowling. I feel like he's bowling really well, creating chances, but having said that, he's going for over 6 and over and hasn't got a wicket, so it just feel like he's about to get into the game.
I'm just surprised Frank has maintained his run rate for 20 overs. It's a very good work from him. No bias whatsoever.
Nice. Ralph's in again. That one's being edged down to deep third, and they'll just pick up another single.
Is that an edge or a deliberate shot down there?
It was a deliberate edge.
Yeah.
I think he definitely... No, it was definitely intentional. It was run off the bat. Ran off the bat. Yeah, you wonder if Pakistan will mix it up more with any other bowling changes, because
Well, who else did I have?
that's a really short delivery. Surely that will be called a wide. Yes, it is. That was about 3 metres over the head of Mendes Ralph. Perhaps a bit of frustration there, constantly just that probing line and length outside the off stump not working.
The keeper just got there.
He's a small man, Mohammad Rizwan, but he was made to work. Yeah, I wonder that Pakistan haven't mixed up the bowling too much so far. So
Yeah, they're just using this stock standard 5
yeah,
bowlers.
and Shaheen Afridi wasn't.
4 over spells, 4 5 over spells, so no real.
At all, and that one is swung away over mid-wicket. That's going to go all the way into the crowd. Don't worry about the rope. Don't worry about the fence. Inside the big fence, that's gone way back. And Kusal Mendes.
Miracles since you came out to bat. You 63.
It's a great sting. But Mendes really launched into that, Ralph, getting his... Well, that short ball wasn't short enough. The one previously was a wide. That one was just set up at chest height, and that was a 6 on most grounds in the world. Don't worry about that. And he is racing ever closer. We on century watch yet? Maybe not. Don't want to put the moz on him.
Why did you say that? Why did you say that?
65 off 46. That run rate, 6.63.
Well, he's never getting his cow in this way.
As Ralph's bowling another ball outside the off stump, and he's run that off the face of the bat down to third man for a single. 137 for 2. Mendes to 66. And Ralph, just as I was, I put the moz on him. I was talking him up, and he's gone 1-1 wide, 6-1. So 10 off this over so far, and he's showing signs of frustration. He might need a spell, I think, after this one.
I mean, who else in the Pakistan team can bowl? Well, Baba Rizam, just give yourself a shot. Rule number 1, Filth gets wickets.
Ralph steaming in, and that's another one hit over the onside. Has it got the legs to go for 6? Yes, it does. That's another 6. Samara Wickrama this time. Ralph's gone for 2 sixes in the over. He moves into the 40s. Sri Lanka are racing along. 143 for 2. That run rate is almost 7. And over now, Ralph. Well, what was I saying? For a go, I thought he was looking all right. He is absolutely all over the shop.
And there wasn't much danger because the field route of that boundary was Imam. So even if it was catchable, it wouldn't have been caught.
He's gone from bowling line and length outside the off stump to just short, long hops.
Ralph's this player that every over he's like, good ball, good ball. It's like, I need a bowler bouncer. Like, I'm quick. It's like, every single time they club him.
Oh, and that's the attempted Yorker, but all it is a full toss that's hit down the ground past the outstretched arm of Shahid Afridi at mid-on, and that's gone for 4. That over
20?
has gone for 20, or is it 19, 18? A lot, 20. Sri Lanka racing away here. Samara Wickrama's come out, and he's played all the shots. That was the effort ball. He bowled short. He went for the Yorker. Slightly over-pitched. The batter was equal to the task, and surely Harris Ralph needs a bit of a break.
He doesn't need a break. He needs a cold shower. Just like relax, mate.
He's gone for 45 off his 5. 9 and over. Sri Lanka now are going right on 7 and over. It's 147 for 2 off 21. The last 2 overs have gone for 32.
Update from the other
Sapun
game.
cannot believe it.
I'm
He's
very,
just
very happy.
reining it in the commentary box.
Update from the other game. Bangladesh currently 50 for 4. They need 315 from 40 overs to win.
Oh, you'd think
That's
England...
the Nathan over.
And Lytton Das is still in. So
there's a chance.
there's a chance.
Yep.
And Wokes has gone for 37 runs off 5 overs. So not so good from Wokes.
Well, you think the way that's going, England will get on the board.
Shadab again, they should have had a bowling change to someone else, but
Yeah, very...
very traditional.
Just very traditional, very clinical. It's almost like they picked the bowlers before play started, and they're just sticking with them. Shadab's tossing that one up, and it's an easy single to long off. It's like his arm's just gone, no, we'll just stick with the plan. I don't want to chop and change things. There's not many...
not
many different fielding positions. Not many. They haven't brought a slip in. They haven't. Doesn't really feel like there's much of a plan, and it's getting away from them.
Yeah, and it's waiting for a mistake from the Sri Lankan batsman, which there will be.
Maybe that's the plan. Yeah, there's no mistake there. As Mendes, I think that was, or is that Samara Wickrama? I think that was hitting a single through the offside. Couple of singles from this over.
Farong tweeted in and he said we just need to get to 365.
Shadab's bowling a really wide delivery, and Mendes can't beat point, no run.
He's talking about Bangladesh, but I think he's actually pretty accurate to where Sri Lanka probably thinks they're at right now.
Shadab's bowling a straighter delivery. It's just turned into the leg side, and they scamper through for 1. And again, some sloppy fielding as that throwback misses the keeper completely, and fine leg comes around to get it there. Just looking a bit ragged. And this is an important game. If Sri Lanka lose this one, they go 0-2, and it's a long way back from there. So certainly on the right track here to keep their tournament on the right track, and that one is slashed away just past point. That's gone for 4. Don't worry about that for the sweeper. Summer Wickramas moved to 28 from 17. And Sri Lanka continue on their merry way.
I don't think Samaraweera took even like one delivery to get himself in. He's just like, I'm here, I'm in.
Yep.
Right.
Just sort of the modest figures, average of around 30 or 31 in the one-day game, but it's really come out all guns blazing, and that one's beaten him. It was a fuller delivery. It looked like the wrong and 2 where it pitched and came back in, but it was well wide of the off stump. But they'll take a dot ball there, Pakistan. 7 off the over. It's 154 for 2.
No tweets, but it's worth noting. Like when we said they got the wicket before, we thought that's important. This partnership was getting away. Well, this partnership is 47 or 28 balls. So.
So, and surely now the plan is, well, you just got to keep going if you're Sri Lanka. And net run rate too, such a big factor in this long tournament. If you finish on 5 wins, 5 and 4, which these two teams may well be, it may well be down to net run rate. So. No point just plodding along if you're in the position where you can go big and get a really big win, which kind of makes a lot of the games a bit more exciting. I think we are seeing a bowling change here. Ralph is quite rightly being given a rest just to think about what he's done.
Nawaz wasn't the right option to put back in, though.
But Nawaz, yep, continuing with the 5 bowlers. Since I was last on mic in the Box of Dreams, very decent crowds come in. There's pretty full the grandstands are at either end, and a fair smattering around the sides. We'd have 20 or 30,000 in, I think, which is a very good turnout. And Nawaz is just having a bit of practice ball there. I wonder if you think about the man cat for a bit?
No, I think he just wanted to make sure he knew how to turn his arm over.
Just was very, very strange there. But I think we're ready now. He's coming around the wicket. That's a flatter delivery, and that one's heaved over mid-wicket by Mendes. That's another 4 runs. He's picked up the legs very quickly. He moves into the 70s, 72 off 51. And well, welcome, Nawaz.
Why are you bowling on the stumps when you got no one on the onside?
There, there's one sweeper, I think maybe at mid-wicket or even square leg, and a huge gap at cow corner.
Yeah, I was expecting more from this bowling attack from Pakistan. This is just...
They really haven't turned up on their game, have they? And maybe they thought, well, we'll just run through Sri Lanka, but not at all. And that one, there was a bit of a mix-up here as there's a run out the keeper. No, I think he would have been safe. He was sent back by his partner, but the throw was nowhere near the stumps. It was nowhere near the keeper.
Throw was to Gully, I think.
Throw was to Gully, and once again, Pakistan miss out. But I think there was...
He would have been safe.
He would have been safe.
He would have been safe.
But yes, Nawaz just not doing a whole lot with the ball there. It's another one full of delivery on the stumps and played down to long off for a single. Mendes on to 73, 159 for 2.
Just 73 off 53 for Mendes, 28 for off 18 Samara Wickrama. This is not something you expect from Sri Lanka.
No, well, the way they're going, maybe, I don't know, maybe 400.
Don't bloody say that. Knock on some wood.
Dream big. That's a bit of a half-assed heave over the onside, but it was going well down the leg side. Just hits the pad and they scamper through for a run as the ball ricochets past the keeper.
Appeal for LBW. Pakistan are considering whether to review it, but there's no chance that was an LBW.
Well, they're
And
having a bit of a conference.
They've let
2,
time run out.
1, no. No, it was well down the leg side. But they'll take that, Pakistan. A play and a miss. Well, maybe it wasn't that far. Probably hit him
Out.
just clipping leg impact and would have been sliding down. But not even umpire's call would have saved them there. It's Nawaz in again, and Samuel Wickrama's playing an expansive shot over the offside, but long off will come around and do the fielding. It's a Freedy down there, and another wild throw that goes across mid-pitch between the bowler and keeper, but there's no overthrows.
And the run rate still at 7.
Sorry, that was Mendes, I think, was it?
No, they ran 2, so it must have been Mendes.
Yeah, they did. So Mendes gets another 2. He moves to 75.
Well done, leg, for the LBW call earlier, so good decision not to review.
Yes, they would have lost one there. It was clearly missing. Last ball, this Nawaz over. Mendes is playing another beautiful shot between that gully and backward point, and that's race to the boundary. Another 4. He moves to 79. Nawaz goes for 14 or 12. It is off the over. It is 166 for 2. That run rate keeps climbing.
Umbra Nuvo says this is possibly the most beautiful seating ground I've seen so far. So he's watching Darra Masala. Not the concrete Superdome. It's actually not bad, Hyderabad. But,
It's not bad. There's a lot of parkland around.
A lot of car park spaces as well.
Can't see the Himalayas. There's a big train station right out the front. It looks.
It's actually got a bit of MCG before they demolished the Olympic stand field to it, actually.
Yeah, one side of the ground still needs a bit of a canopy. It looks like maybe that'll be the next stage of development to provide a bit more shade. But yeah, I think capacity is around about 50,000. We've probably got about half that in, which is, if we're playing the World Cup in England on those small grounds, you get 15, 20,000 in, and everyone raves about it being a sellout. But it's a bit harder when the smallest stadium over here is about 60,000 people. So, but no, definitely a lot of fans in, and more coming in as the day goes on. We tend to get that over here as the heat of the day at 2 o'clock or 1:30. Not many people are keen to be sitting out watching the cricket, but as the sun goes down, they all come in.
Here's a bowling change.
Oh, here we go. Iftikhar. Tall man coming in with his offies, and that one's popping up almost a leading edge down the pitch. No run. It's treated with such respect.
Give him a short leg. You put a slip and a short leg, or silly point in. Just crowd him up. Do something different. Don't give them the freedom to play as they want to.
That's a straighter delivery, and that's turned into the onside again. No run. Yeah, the field's set deep on the leg side. Sort of a long on, a deep mid wicket and a deep square leg, and just the one out at deep point. So you'd think the line would be that straightish line where there's protection. Because anything pitched up outside the offside could be just hit over the top of the offside fairly risk-free. And Iftikhar's bowling another dot ball. That one's just defended into the onside. So this is amazing stuff. A couple of dot balls.
Yep. First dot balls in a while, I think.
First back-to-back at least, and that could be 3. No, there's a mix-up. No, yes, no, and there's no run. Good bit of fielding.
Speaking of crowds, I'm going to assume that it's actually very difficult to come here if you're a Pakistan fan, given that the Pakistan team had trouble getting a visa.
Oh yeah, no, there's no visas for Pakistan fans coming through.
That's eventually a single. There was 4 dot balls there, and that one's hit out to the sweeper on the offside for a run. Iftikhar is on the board. Yes, haven't seen too many Pakistan flags in the crowd. Fair amount of Sri Lankan support though. Iftikhar's in to finish the over, and he's done very well there. That is 1 run off the over. Where has he been?
Best bowler so far.
Definitely the best bowler so far. 167 for 2, perhaps. Babar Azam's just woken up and thought maybe Harris Rauf might not want to go the full 10 this game. I need to get someone else in, and he's done well there. So 24 gone, 167 for 2.
'Cause,
2.
'cause, 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 'c That also makes it a bit like the MCG that when Sri Lanka's playing, there are 25,000 Sri Lankan fans and no one else.
I've been one of those 25,000 Sri Lankan fans. Like, it's hard to fill up the MCG with just Sri Lankan fans.
Yeah, especially with ODI
there's
or T20 cricket these days. Not many Australian fans turn up for the Australian games.
There's only about 100,000 Sri Lankans in Melbourne. So if they're all at the MCG, like, no one's at home.
I do remember those games as a kid in the 90s when Sri Lanka played, and there would be, sort of 10,000 or so Sri Lankan fans going crazy amongst the crowd.
And we do have like the
It's a
steel
great
band
atmosphere.
playing. So we've got the trombones, the drums, trumpets. So it's a good old party.
Well, it sounds like it's more like a family reunion.
As well. I mean, who wants to go to Dandenong to see relatives?
And there's going to be another bowling change. Babar Azam's woken up. He's come to the party. Afridi is going to come back in. And let's see if he can do a bit better than his earlier spell, which was a bit wayward. And that's a better delivery. That's popping up onto the onside. A bit of an inside edge. But there's going to be no run. And they go... Well, in fact, they do go through for a single. Samara Wickrama there gets a run. He moves to 30. Maybe just held up off the pitch. See if we can see a little... No.
Just a little bit of extra bounce.
Yeah.
But nothing threatening.
And Mendes back on strike on 79. And he's slashing that one over point. Another one where they've just picked the height of the fielder. It's probably gone a couple of inches over his finger and gone for 4. He moves into the 80s, 83 from 57. How many times has that happened?
I swear they've literally gone and measured everyone up. And there must be something in their glasses which tells them exactly how tall someone is.
If that was Afridi himself fielding, he may have got a hand to that, but it wasn't. And it's another boundary. He's on 83 and Afridi's in again, and that's going to be another boundary. Yes, down to deep third. There was a lunging dive. It was in the air off the top edge. It might have bounced just before the outstretched finger of the fielder, but another
Was
4
that
runs.
Imam fielding?
Mendes moves to 87. He threw his hands at it. It was a deliberate shot. I think he was trying to get it for 6, to be honest. And then, was it catchable high? That would have been the catch of the century if he had have caught that. But in the end, probably didn't get a hand on it, to be honest. It's gone for 4.
I was going to say, Freddie seems to take these blows with,
Very personally.
It's another slashing shot for another boundary. That one's gone wide of the backward point fielder, and before the third man could even turn around to look at the ball, it had crashed into the fence. Mendes moves into the 90s. We're definitely on ton watch now. He's 91 of 59. And, if he gets his 100 another couple of balls, he'd be up there in the record books. Not quite with Aidan Markram from the other day, but this is very quickly getting towards 100.
No, I was going to say he actually looked like he was taking it well, but compared to Ralph, he is. But this is pretty rough.
This is pretty rough. He's gone. His first ball was all right. He got the inside edge, popped up, scampered through for a single, and then Afridi has gone 4-4-4. And his figures are looking very similar to Ralph. They, one of them's got a bowl there 10 overs, you would have thought. And that's a slower ball. He's just rolled the fingers on that, or a bit of a cutter, and Mendes has actually picked it and played it well and defends into the offside for no run.
I will say it is much better being on the other side of this than when Sri Lanka was bowling to South Africa, because, this is a much better feeling.
Yeah, and there's been nothing wrong with the batting. They've all been good shots, all been controlled.
Controlled to an extent.
Controlled to an extent,
All within 3 metres of a
all within 3 minutes of a fielder, but all flown off the bat. There's as is that one. It's turned down to whitish mid-on, and he scampers through for a single. He'll keep the strike. Kusal Mendes, 92 from 61. That's the end of 25 overs, 181 for 2. And I'm not sure what that stat is for this partnership or the last 5 or 6 overs, but
No, it
must
close.
be going about 10 and over.
Partnership is 75 off 48 balls at 9.37. Oh, wait, no, that was... Cricket was a little ahead of us. Do you want to know what happens?
No.
Yeah, they're a little bit ahead of us. We might need to try and...
Can we assume the partnership's still going? Ooh. Well, Iftikhar...
No, you can because I just read out.
Yeah,
what it
you
is.
just read what the partnership was. If you had it read out, the partnership's 0 off 1 ball. Might have been a giveaway, but let's see if Iftikhar can... well, they've had a sider of him for 1 over, so you'd think they might attack here, and Mendes is defending, perhaps.
No, it's looking like Iftikhar is the bowler they're treating with respect.
They're just trying to see him off for another 9 overs, and we'll attack the other end, I think, is the plan. Perhaps Mendes getting a bit nervous in the 90s. Iftikhar in again, and Mendes is just turning that one away through square leg for an easy single. 182 for 2.
He's taking his time with his field placements, which doesn't matter if they're just going to defend against you. Hopefully. And that is swept.
He's swept away. The keeper ran around, but it was well clear of him, and they'll come back for a couple of runs here if Afridi does the fielding. Samaru Wickrama onto 32 of just the 26 balls. Iftikhar has gone for multiple runs for the first time. That one's defended into the onside with great respect. Yeah, so Kusal Mendes 93, his highest scoring ODI is just 119, and just the 200s before this, so he'll be keen to make that a third as Samaru Wickrama hits that down to long on for a single, but Iftikhar again keeping it tight, just the 4 runs off this over. I'm not sure what he's doing that's so different to the other bowlers. Perhaps just line and length.
Now, we've been officially informed that Pakistan is 1 over behind, and I call bullshit.
Well, Iftikhar is certainly going to catch that up as Mendes hits another single through the onside. He'll move to 94 and keep the strike. So can he bring up his ton in the next over? It's 186 for 2.
Nothing on the socials. Bangladesh have moved to 4 for 74 of 14 overs, so the run rate's still only 8.08. It's not impossible. It's just really, really, really hard.
Consolidating Bangladesh, you would say. And yes, and what a platform for Sri Lanka. Sapun Asalanka, we know the form he's been in. De Silva, Shanaka, plenty of batting to come.
Yeah.
You can release the likes of Asalanka, De Silva with,
Yeah.
15 or so overs to go with wickets in hand.
Yep,
They
just
could
go
really
crazy.
push this
Yep.
up. And considering how Pakistan have been going, wouldn't put it past them, completing a few misfields or drop catches. Or don't want to put the moz on them, but it just does have that feeling that they're just not quite there today.
And Hassan back into the bowling tag.
Hassan back in. He probably looked the best of their bowlers early, so although Mendes is stroking that one over the onside field. Is that gone for 4 or 6? That's gone for 6. It's just cleared the rope. He's brought up his 100 in the most magnificent fashion. 100 off 65 balls. Hassan Ali back into the attack. Just bowled a length ball, a bit of a looser. Mendes just leant into it and flicked it over mid-wicket. 4-6. He's brought up his third ODI 100 off just 65 balls. That's got to be a record for Sri Lankan ODI hundreds or something like that, if we can look that up, surely.
Balls in flight, 100 delight, 100 delight.
And he's whipped the next ball out to square leg on the bounce for a single. But yes, 100 off 65 balls. It was, well, it wasn't a slow start, but he was sort of going to run a ball for his first 20 or 30 at least, and then has just exploded. As we see the replay of that 6 over mid wicket, it's caught by the ball boy, or the ground attendant over there just manning the fence, has taken a fantastic catch over the rope. And Kusal Mendis, what a way to bring up your 100, and Hassan Ali's coming in again to Samara Wickrama, who's just turning that into the leg side and getting a run out to deep mid wicket. So 194 for 2. Well, what does Mendes do from here? Does he keep his concentration and go on with it? Oh,
Yeah,
let's hope so.
he should not change anything about what he's doing.
No, he's got to keep going. Well, he's on strike again, and he's gone for another big one, and he's going to get another 4 runs again. This field where there's a deep square leg and then no one at mid-wicket. And he's just hit it over the short mid-wicket. That was probably not too far over the fingers again, but that's another boundary. Hassan Ali's gone for 12 off 4 balls back into the attack. It's just the same shot.
It's just in the zone. Again, like leaping exactly one hand above.
Yep.
Like,
He said, I see you there 29 metres away. All I need to do is get it 2.3 metres into the air and I'm fine.
I know exactly how tall you are. I know exactly how high you can jump.
Well, he's hit 14 4s and 4 6s. He's got that low grip on the bat, which does mean most of his shots come up aerial. So maybe that's what he practices to, whatever shot he plays, it just goes above the infield. Wow, what a shot to bring up the 100 with a 6.
So just confirming the fastest centuries for Sri Lanka.
As it's a ball down the leg side, just clips the pad and there's no run, fielded by the keeper.
It's son of Jayasuriya, son of Jayasuriya, Tisara Pereira, son of Jayasuriya, Tilakaratne Dilshan, Kumar Sangakkara, son of Jayasuriya, son of Jayasuriya, Tilakaratne Dilshan, Kumar Sangakkara. It's pretty much son of Jayasuriya. From a period of 1996 to 2008, number 1 and number 2. 130 or 55 is probably the best there.
Decent innings as another one's hit away out to deep square leg, deep mid-wicket I should say. Now they've got a deep mid-wicket and Kusal Mendis can't get a boundary, and that's the end of 27 overs, 199 for 2.
We missed our change by like 10 minutes, but
No.
if John's in, no, you two are still on.
Yeah.
But if John's here, jump on, and you can take the comments.
Hey, John.
G'day, John.
Good day, everyone. Well, I went away to make a cup of coffee, and here's Harris Ralph completely lost it. And I came back just in time to find Shahid Sharafridi completely lose it as well. The Pakistan fielding is ragged. Some of the throwing back to the wicketkeeper's dreadful.
Yeah.
He'll have done about 15 laps of the stadium just fielding throws back to the wicketkeeper, but they look a bit dishevelled.
Yeah, and
Pakistan.
You could tell that right from the start. That first over from Afridi was, with all the wides in there from both opening bowlers, they're all just a little bit off. But meanwhile, if he's been their best bowler today, and he's bowling another dot ball. So he's bowled 13 deliveries for just the 6 runs.
I'm tempted to say he's been their only bowler, hasn't he?
He'll be
pretty much.
He'll be unchanged from here on in. Mendes is just plonking that one into the onside, and they might try to come back for 2. Yes, they do, and they complete it comfortably. Mendes moves to 108, and that's the 200 up for Sri Lanka. 201 for 2 in just the 28th over.
They'll be out to get him a disguise, won't they, so that he can make out he's somebody else and bowl at the other end as well. That's probably their best hope.
As Mendes is sweeping this one out to the onside, and they'll just get a single there. Yes, John, what have you made of that Mendes 100? He really raced to the ton from about 60.
Well, he was aggressive right from the start, wasn't he? He was aggressive in the power play. He wasn't afraid to take the bowling on. I think they've taken the view that
As that one's another dot ball, can't get a run to short cover there.
that they need to make a sort of above par score because if they don't, it's likely to be chased. So.
Yeah, I think you're right there. As they're going to try and look for 2 here. And no, there's a mix-up. No, they've thrown to the wrong end. They went for 1. He was sent back, and Mendes was halfway down the pitch for the second. If the throw had gone to the keeper's end, there might have been a little bit of trouble. But
You could have had money on the fact that they were going to throw that to the wrong end, couldn't you? The way they fielded this morning, it's kind of like, given a choice of 2, we'll throw it to the wrong end.
having said that, at least the
At
bowler...
least they didn't throw it down the middle of the pitch. I
least
mean,
the
that's
yeah.
probably an improvement.
That was a win.
It didn't sail across the middle of the strip.
And that one's pushed down for another single. It's like a game of 2 ends here. It's like a traditional ODI in the middle overs, whilst Iftikhar's bowling. It's another over finished where he just goes for 4 or 5, and then at the other end it's all boundaries.
They don't need to hammer him, do they? Because the bowling from the other end's going for about 14 and over. So if you take 5 from the other end, that works out as 10. So that's pretty good.
I think that's what they've worked out. I think Babar Azam must be thinking, well, who do I not bowl 10 overs out of my quicks? Do I just rest Harris Raff for the rest of the game? Do I rest Afridi? He's got some decisions to make.
Yeah,
If you're having to rest both Ralph and Afridi, you've got a problem, haven't you?
Yes, and I'm just having a look at what other options Pakistan have. So trying to look at Babar Azam's bowling stats, and they're not really readily available on a...
A few domestic games in Pakistan, maybe, as we're just...
Oh, it's a right arm off break. Career averages 15 overs bowled, 2 maidens.
That's pretty good.
Between
For right arm off break, read right arm slow.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's the key is taking the pace off it, because you keep bowling quick to Kusal Mendes, and he's just putting you away. As that one's a bit of a slow ball bouncer, and he tries to ramp that over the keeper and misses it.
And the keeper misses it.
And the keeper misses it, and they run through for a bye. But I like that from Hassan Ali. It's something different. I think that's what they haven't done enough of, sort of changing the pace. I think mixing it up with a few cutters. They've just bowled a lot of short and wide stuff, really.
Yeah, and they bowled it short and wide of off stump when they've got 3 boundary riders on the leg side. So that's a mystery as well.
And that's another cutter that's squirted away on the onside, and they'll go through for an easy run. Yeah, we just had confirmation there. Kusal Mendes, that is the fastest World Cup 100. The rest of the top 5 is all Sangakkara and Jay Wardner. One of those hundreds against the might of Canada in 2011. Remember what happened to the Canadian cricket team? Is anyone?
That's a Russ question there.
Remember when the likes of Namibia and Canada and Scotland were competing in World Cups? The UAE, as that's once heaved away on the onside by Mendes. That's another 6. It's dropped in the crowd. That's what we were talking about before. That was just that length delivery from Hassan Ali. It was short, and he gave him width, and Mendes just hopped into it. He moves to 116. He's only 3 off his best ever score in one-day internationals, and, well, it's another... It was just a hit-me ball.
You could make a lovely compilation at the moment of Babar Azam's game faces as he watches each of these balls sail over the boundary for 6. He's getting more and more and more sort of disgruntled. And
Sassanali, that one's been dispatched over the offside for another 6. That one's just gone over the rope. It's gone into the covers just before the fence. Kusal Mendes, 122. That's his highest ever score. Sanali's gone for 14 so far off this over. It's 218 for 2. Well, I didn't mind what he was doing there. He bowled the leg cutter, but just bowled it at the wrong length, and Mendes' eye is in so well that he's hit that for 6 over long off.
I will interrupt the John Davison-esque entertainment to tell you.
Speaking of Canadian cricketers.
All the teams in the America are the crap now, and Bermuda's
Bermuda?
Canada declined. The USA is never just a shambolic mess. Argentina, you don't even ask. They used to be not terrible.
Argentina had a cricket team.
Yeah, they were in World Division 5 for a while.
As Mendes is hoiking this one over the leg side. That was another half volley. That's gone into the outfield, and it's been taken on the rope. This one has been taken. I think everyone on the ground lost sight of that. It went up so high. We were looking in the crowd. We were looking at the fielder, but I'm not sure who that was out there. But they've taken a tumbling catch and just avoided falling down.
I think Mendes is looking to see if
Imam
there
al-Haq
was
there.
contact between the ball, between the fielder and the rope.
I think the umpire's just checking it as a matter of course, but it looked okay. It wasn't a juggled catch where he jumped back in. He just sort of fell back at the end there and was probably lucky. But I think Mendes more just can't believe he has to go off. It was a slower ball. He hoiked it over the onside, and
It was Imam.
it was Imam, and he's taken that comfortably about a foot inside. Hassan Ali gets the wicket, and well, Pakistan, they really needed that, but the score is already 218 for 3. But what an innings, 122 off 77, 14 fours and 6 sixes. Kusal Mendes, well, he'd almost be player of the tournament so far.
Yep.
It's a fabulous innings. If I'm being picky, I'm not sure he had to do that. He's hit 2 sixes already in successive balls. He's got Pakistan exactly where he wants them. So I'm not really sure he needed to play that shot, but he certainly put his side in a
At the same time, his Kusal Mendes
princely position.
that's how he's going to play.
Yeah, I think once he got his
Yeah,
100, he
you can say
decided.
that. You can say that's how I play, but I mean, yeah, I just think when you've got your opponent exactly where you want them, don't give them any form of an in. You got to be ruthless about those sort of things, really.
Yes, I guess the other option when you've gone 6-6 was just to push a single, get off strike, and reset again. But having said that, it might not be the worst thing for Sri Lanka. I mean, obviously you want to keep going, but it does unleash Asalanka, who's probably definitely one of their most accomplished players at the top of the order, averaging over 40 in one-day internationals with a strike rate of 90. Played very well the other night too, so he can come in now with a licence to just get going really from the outset, or he's almost got enough time to have 4 or 5 overs to just knock it around really, and
Yeah,
then,
I mean,
then
if the run rate
350 still on the cards.
If the run rate goes from 7 to 5.5, that's
for a few
still
overs doesn't really matter. So he's out there. I'm not sure. We seem to be having another extended drinks break for some reason, but there's not a lot of movement out there.
No,
Pakistan.
the drinks cart is on the field,
Yeah,
so
so that perhaps we've taken drinks with the fall of that wicket. So we might be a minute or so off, but yeah, Asalanka coming out to bat. Sri Lanka well on top here, and well, whatever happens from here, Pakistan's going to be chasing a lot tonight.
These one-day innings take so long now that I'm contemplating trying to read War and Peace during one of them, but it's just going on forever. I also notice, I've only just noticed this, that in Bangladesh's score of 92 for 4, Das has got 64 of them. He opened the innings, he's got 64 not out, and they're 92 for 4.
that's a good. That's a regular Kusal Mendes there.
You might make 250 if they're going to win. That would probably
that doesn't say a
what
lot
he'd
for
have
the
to do
rest,
here.
does it? It's fine.
Is Shakib come and gone yet?
Yes, he's come and gone. He was bowled by Topley for 1.
Oof. That's depressing. Topley's
Reece
got
Topley
3
bowled
wickets.
5 overs at the top, 3 for 18. So he's been England's wrecking ball. The rest of the figures are pretty ordinary, it has to be said. Again.
Well, they'll want to
Then
make.
I don't really think England are a factor in this World Cup. I don't think they're a candidate.
Hassan Ali's bowling a beautiful delivery first up to Asalanka. It's sliding across him and he plays and misses, and that's the end of the over. 218 for 3. Yeah, England. Yeah, that's a bit ragged the other night. They'd want to make up enough, a lot of net run rate in this game or one of the games going ahead, because they're well behind the pace, losing by 9 wickets and 15 overs to spare. So, but yeah, you're right. They don't look the side they were a few years ago.
Well, let's face it. None of their current internationals played a single game of domestic 50-over cricket this year.
Is there a domestic 50-over league still?
Yes, there is, but it's basically a pretty watered-down version because of the 100. So it means none of England's World Cup side have played a 50-over game.
Iftikhar's in again, and that one's being pushed to backward point, and they run through for a single to Samara Wickrama. He moves to.
So other than the ODIs that you've played, you've not played any 50-over cricket, and yet you expect to turn up at a World Cup and defend a trophy.
It's probably pretty similar. Similar for the Australian players, at least. I don't think any of them would play in any sort of domestic. I don't think anyone would play in a domestic 50-over cricket
now.
Yeah.
So a few of them would have last year, but like 9 months ago.
And I'm not sure if as that one's wide down the leg side, and that will be called a wide. Yeah, Pat Cummins, for example, I don't think, and Smith, a few of those Australian players missed the 5-match series in South Africa before this World Cup and just played a couple of warm-up games here, and that's probably about it for the whole 12 months. As that one's being pushed to mid-off or long-off for a single. Asalanka is off the mark. It's 221 for 3.
Yeah, it's very much how to say it? Like Australia captaincy just doesn't know how to handle one days.
As Samara Wickrama's heaving that one over backward square leg, and that's gone for 4. That was just pulled down a bit too short by Iftikhar, and Samara Wickrama's picked up the length early and just hit it over the square leg fielder, and there was no one out there on the boundary, and that's an easy boundary. He's almost fallen onto his stumps there. He'd had to do a little hop to get out of the way. He was so far. Pirouette. He was so far on the back foot, which would have been embarrassing for him. And he's turning the next delivery around, and he can't get a run. That's a good bit of anticipation by the backward square leg fielder to save a run.
We nearly had echoes of the famous Ian Botham incident from years ago, didn't we? And the famous TMS piece of commentary that Botham didn't quite get his leg over.
That's another dot ball as Iftikhar fields off his own bowling. He's come back well here from that boundary. Iftikhar, he didn't like that. It's ruined his figures. None for 18 off 3.5.
It was a trolley ball, wasn't it?
That's another short ball, and that's a similar shot, and that'll be another 4 runs. They've got the fielder up at the 45-degree fielder at short fine leg. Can't stop that, and that's gone past him. And, well, that's really ruined his figures, and that's the end of the over. 30 gone, 229 for 3. Samara Wickrama's moved to 45. Just the 37 ball.
I think he's gone, what is that record for fastest hundreds in ODIs?
Well, he's got 28 balls. Is that right? 27 balls to get another 55 to beat Mendes.
The buffet bowling is extended to Iftikhar at last.
Iftikhar's probably
back out again.
He's probably looked at Babur Azam and said, "Mate, come on. I'm not your frontline bowler. I can't do this for 10." But even that over that went for 11's probably been better than most other overs from the quicks. So they'll take that, and that one is edged to the keeper, and that's a great catch by Rizwan. Hassan Ali has got another wicket, and that is the dangerous Asalanka.
Oh, that
He's
might
gone
change the
for
game a
one.
little.
Asanali's come in. He's bowled a similar delivery that beat the bat on the last over, and this time he's taken the edge, and that's a big deviation. Mohammed Rizwan's taken the catch, diving away. There's a whitish first slip, or 1.5 slip in, who didn't go for it, and there's that celebration we see from Asanali. And Asalanka's gone for one, and well, 2 quick wickets. 229 for 4, just the 30 overs gone. That's
Well, it's not ideal.
not
but
ideal for Sri Lanka. Still in a very good position, but Pakistan just showing a bit of fight here.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to hit the skids from here, though, would you? You know, they're a long way out from the 50 overs, so
Yeah, the danger is you get bowled out for 280 in 40 overs, and I think you've probably left 70 runs out there.
yeah, exactly. And 70 runs that might cost you the game, so they might have to have a little bit of a recalibrate there, I think.
I mean, 6 and over from here is bang on 350.
Yep.
Which
Yeah,
you shouldn't have to do anything crazy with 6 wickets in hand to just go along at 5 or 6 and over, and then have a couple of big overs at the end. So it will all be about taking wickets.
and let's face it, 350 should win.
Yes.
You would think 350, yeah, wins most games. Especially...
You'd have to bowl pretty badly.
Yeah,
I think.
but the last time Sri Lanka bowled in this tournament,
South Africa
They bowled
did-
pretty badly.
they bowled
Yeah,
pretty
that's true, but they were against South Africa, which you know.
they were against South Africa on a pitch where they picked the wrong
Mm.
bowlings for. The wrong.
But Pakistan are, they're very, very dangerous side too. Babar Azam and Rizwan obviously up the top, as that one's a dot ball played back down the pitch by De Silva, no run.
First defensive shot we've seen in about 15 overs.
Forever, really. Yeah.
But yeah, Asalanka, that's a big wicket because he's a guy who can score very quickly, he can go big, and so can a lot of the players to come too. But De Silva just averaging the 26 in ODI cricket, the strike rate in the 70s, not as known for getting on with it as Asalanka is, and he's defended that next one to cover, no run.
It was a real early in your innings shot, wasn't it, by Asalanka? Because he literally just followed it, feet in clay, and nicked it. So he was. It's not as if he was trying to hit it hard or anything. He just literally pushed at it.
I did like the
It
captaincy.
was that
though.
wide of off stump.
Yeah.
That, I mean, you could literally have had a big swing at it, and you'd have had a better chance, wouldn't you? But
I did like how they had the slip in though. New batsman, they brought the wide first slip in. That one's left alone by De Silva. Asanali, he's not happy about something. He's had a bit of a crack at him there. Is he saying, what do you think, this is a test match? Leaving balls alone when you're
just broken out, isn't it?
you're 229 for 4 going at 7.5 and over, and he's just said, I'll see this one out. And Asanali's
Test
let
match
him
has
know about
broken
it.
out in the middle of the ODI.
Yeah, I like how they've got the slip in. They had the slip in for Asalanka. It was a good move, new batsman. And that's another good delivery that's defended. Another cutter. This could be a wicket maiden. How many wicket maidens would there be in the 31st over of a one-day international?
Yeah, not many.
Not many, I wouldn't have thought.
Definitely not many.
Well, let's see if he can finish it off with a dot ball or perhaps another wicket. And he's not going to get his wicket maiden as De Silva's knocked that into the onside. He's scampered through and he's off the mark. He moves to 1. It's 230 for 4, 31 gone.
With your challenge, and Ben's been speaking continuously for about 2 hours now, so I might jump on, and John, if you stick around and bring the layers in.
I will stick around and do whatever. As you do.
Actually, John, but there's not a lot of socials going on.
There's not.
Even on
There's
the English
not.
team, actually, there's not a lot. I wonder if it, it's not the greatest game. Bangladesh kind of losing by 200. We haven't had a good close game in this World Cup yet. I hope Pakistan make a good fist of this because the closest game so far is probably Netherlands versus Pakistan, and that was lost by 90 runs.
Yes, we do need a bit of tension, don't we?
Here's Shadab, and he's bowling to De Silva, who dabs it out in the offside. They take a quick single. It's going to go past the bowling end, but it won't go for overthrows, I don't think.
I thought for a minute there was no long on and it was just going to keep sailing to the fence, but he appeared as if from nowhere.
Pakistan making a bit of a comeback, or at least threatening to.
Shadab again. It's driven on the offside by Samagrama. He's going to get a single out to deep mid-off. Score goes 4 for 232. Shadab 1 for 34 off his 4 overs, 4.2 overs so far. He's kind of looked dangerous. I'm surprised he hasn't bowled more. He's coming in again now to De Silva. And it's short of a length. He's prods it out on the offside. There's a wide mid-off who will field it for no run. Whipping through the overs. They need to. They're probably miles behind as always. Shadab's full and defending on the offside is De Silva. There's no run as the keeper runs around. We're supposed to be half an hour from the end of play. I'm not sure we're going to make it. Here is Shadab. It's full outside of stump. Straight back to the bowler with defending on the offside De Silva.
And yet they were allegedly only 1 over behind.
Maybe the sessions are going longer. I'm going to have to recut these rosters to add an extra half an hour because we're always half an hour behind where they supposedly are. This Shadab, it's full and defended on the offside to mid-wicket. No run. End of the over. 32 gone. 4 for 232. As where do you see things? Bit of a worry for Pakistan, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, they were, while Mendes was in, they were getting pasted, but they've got a couple of quick wickets and then just try to sneak in a few tight overs and see if some tight overs can bring in 1 or 2 more wickets, because they can't let a partnership build, really. But they'll probably, who's bowling right now? Okay, Rauf is coming back on, so yeah, they're definitely going for wickets. They're trying to get a couple of more breakthroughs in the middle and take this run rate down.
He's had a chance to calm down, Ralph. He just started bowling bounces at Mendes and it wasn't working at all in the last spell. So, 5 overs.
Hold on to your hats,
45.
folks. Anything could happen in the next 6 balls, as they say.
I love him to death. He's a very entertaining bowler. Big bowling to Samagrama.
Dangerous, not always accurate, but very entertaining.
He's on 46. This one's on a length. It's quite a nice ball. Pushed out past the diving backward point. They're going to get 1. Score will go to 4 for 233. Actually, they came back for 2 there. Samagrama's come back. So he goes on to 48, nearing a 50. Be the third of the innings. Mendes, of course, making 100. Blasted through that last 50 once he got there. Not sure how many balls it was.
Well, he got to 50 off 40, didn't he? So I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, so 25 balls for the last 100. This ball from Rouse outside of stump and beats the bat. Karama's had a bit of a loose-ish shot at it. Wasn't anywhere near it. Yeah, so what, 25 balls for 27 balls for his last 50. That's motoring. Helps when you
I
hit.
think even none of the Pakistan fast bowlers seem to have found the rhythm today, except partially Hassan Ali, but even as Haris Rauf is coming in right now.
He's Ralph, short of a length, and some Kramer's playing it behind point. Goes for a single, turns around, goes back. I think he was back as the throw came in, but more miscommunication by Sri Lankan. I think there's been a couple of half chances for Pakistan, full chances.
Yeah, their running between the wickets has not been particularly edifying, is it really? That was another throw that wasn't threatening the stumps.
No, it's hard to get a run out if you kind of throw it towards the middle of the pitch. We're going to have a bit of a pause here. Sam Rakrama's getting his shoes tied up, which you can't, of course, do by yourself as a batter when you're wearing gloves and pads.
Did anyone notice that on Iftikhar's shoes it says Ifti Mania, which is a kind of, Ifti is his nickname within the Pakistan team, and Ifti Mania is some kind of hashtag with, fans have ironically created for Iftikhar. He's a bit of a folk hero.
Hey, if you've got it, flaunt it, I guess.
Exactly, and he's actually adopted it as well, so he's got it on the shoes apparently. I just noticed while he was tying up the batsman's laces.
Excellent.
Funny.
Good man.
Yes, Ralph. This one's into the body of Sam Rakrama. He's going to take a single, goes on to 49, score 4 for 235. 2 balls left in the over. So far, a good one from Ralph. So he's due a bouncer because that seems to be what gets through his head when he has 4 good balls in a row. He's got to try and take their head off.
Let me wreck my own over with a bouncer. That's a plan.
Imamul Haq had redeemed himself with a good catch.
We didn't get one of those score graphics that shows how high it went. I was quite curious on that one. It took a long time to come down.
It was about 38 metres, apparently.
38. Here's Ralph. This isn't a bouncer. It's outside a stump, and they're cutting. Goes to backward point. I'm not sure there was probably a single there, but they don't take it. Score remains on 4 for 235.
I think there was a long single there, but they didn't take it.
Really, we're 2 overs behind. There's 65 minutes remaining in the innings. I don't know how that's possible. I'm going to have to change this rotor because we've got 35 minutes remaining.
We're going to be going on forever. Oh, dear.
50 minutes remaining. We must be added. I'm going to have to add an extra 15 minutes.
Uh-huh.
So they've basically got to bowl, 17 overs in 65 minutes?
Something like that. Here's Ralph. He's got the edge of De Silva. It's a bit flail outside. It's race past. There's obviously no slips. Noah's dives. It goes through him. Gets to the boundary. He's frustrated. Ralph is screaming, swearing, and he's probably right too. 7 off the over. 4 for 239.
Steam from the ears. Maybe you should just run this slot till the 40th over, Russ.
Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll...
and then you'll need one more shift of 10, won't you?
Something like that.
That might be the shout. I don't know, but... yeah, steam is coming out of Harris Ralph's ears. He's not had a good day, poor boy.
No, even when he bowled a good over, he still ended up going for 6 or 7. Almost always a boundary.
A 4 creeps in there somewhere, doesn't it?
Shadab's not had the best day either. He's back on, 1 for 34 off 5. Did get the important wicket of Nasanka though, cutting. Here he is to Samarakramar. He's on the back foot and driving past point. That'll be his 50. Be off 43 balls. And just a single. Score goes to 4 for 240. Got a 50s jingle. There's probably one here. Let's try this one. Dun, dun, dun.
Play it
Johnny.
cool, play it cool. 50-50 fire and ice.
Very relaxed 50 or 43 balls.
Yeah. Did well to keep his calm while the fireworks were happening at the other end.
Yeah, other than
This game.
multiple attempts to run himself out, it's been a good knock. Here's Shadab's full and defended on the onside by De Silva. No run.
He's tried a few times to cut himself run out.
Silver facing. Once again, there's a big gap out in the mid-wicket region and tempting, but Silver won't take it. He'll just play it out to long on for a single. Score goes into 4 for 241.
I had the pleasure of writing on a very famous old English batsman called Dennis Compton recently. I'll carry on after this ball.
We should dab. This is full and driven well, but it's probably going to be picked up there. Samaru Wickrama would come back for 2. Score 4 for 243.
Yeah, he was a brilliant English batsman of the sort of pre-Second World, post-Second World War period. And
the Brill Cream boy, no?
Yeah, Brill Cream boy. One of his teammates said to him that Dennis Compton was the only man he ever batted with who called you for a single and wished you good luck at the same time.
Dab, it's a bit of a googly, and it's still played pretty well out in the offside, straight to mid-wicket, no run.
I'm not sure if that is a compliment to Dennis Compton's manners or his poor calling.
His calling was awful. He had no idea about a run at all, apparently. Absolutely none.
Right.
Dab, and it's full, and it's cutting, it's in the air, but it will bounce several times out to the sweeper. And 1 run. Score goes 4 for 244. End of the over. 34 gone. Was Compton quick though? Sometimes the really fast players are like, "Why aren't you as quick as me? I could make a single here."
No, he was just an atrocious runner between the wickets. Trevor Bailey once said about him that a call for a single from Compton was merely the basis for negotiation. He was truly awful.
That's true. I have a very close friend whom I play club cricket with, and he always says that a yes is always a question. Which I have sympathy with that because I have sympathy with that because there's a discussion to be had about the conventional understanding of running that anything in front is the batsman's call, anything in the back, anything behind is non-striker's call. It's generally true, but perhaps not 100% every time.
Ralph's remain in the attack. 6 overs for 52 so far. It's short of a length and played off the back foot through point by Samaru Wickrama. He'll take a single. Score goes under 245.
I would be curious to see Haris Rauf's pitch map today. I feel like he's really bowled short of a length quite a lot today and veering towards the short instead of being a bit fuller. I haven't seen his pitch map, but definitely a bit towards the shorter side.
Yeah, I think that would be right. Yes, I think it would be absolutely spot on.
And also, it is also why he's been getting not just the pull shots, but the singles of him have often been behind square or quite squarish.
This ball's short of a length outside off stump, and it's played out to cover for no run.
Well, I think part of his problem has been that he's also not bowled to his field an awful lot. If you've got three out on the leg side, if you're bowling 3 feet outside off stump, with one man out and third man up, that's not going to help you an awful lot.
Indeed.
It's Ralph to De Silva, and it's short of length. He's cutting late, straight to the backward point though. There's a throw at the stumps of the bowler's in for no particular reason.
Has he tried to kick that?
At least the fielder at point stopped the ball. That's progress.
Yeah, there's been a couple.
They've caught one as well at point. Don't forget.
Almost all of Ralph's field's behind
true.
square, so I wouldn't be expecting a foolish delivery from him because there's no one to stop it if he gets it past the mid on and mid off.
Yeah. His sweepers are also quite square.
And he does bowl full because that's the way things have gone for him today. It's driven down the ground, chipped up. It's very good chase down there by, was it Shahid Afridi? Yes, it was. Keeps it to 3, and score goes under 4 for 247. Oh no, just 2.
Good commitment by Shaheen. It's a tall man. Takes a long time to get down there.
He's done very well diving over the top of the ball and pushing it back for Babar to pick up.
Sri
He
Lanka
might be
looking
blowing
at
for a
least
while after
350.
that chase, though.
True. Sri Lanka looking at least 350 here.
Here's Ralph. It's into the stumps on the back of a length and is defended out to cover as he runs around.
370 to get a partnership.
He's sort of calmed a bit since De Silva's got in. He's only 9 off 18 balls.
But they needed to do that, though. They needed to make sure they didn't lose a third quick one in a row. Really.
Yeah. I think on the television they're showing the Hassan Ali's pitch map, which I'm guessing I'm making an educated guess, is much higher slope is coming in.
Here's Ralph. Short of a length. It's played out to mid wicket for again no run. End of the over. 35 gone. 4 for 247.
Yeah, Hassan Ali's pitch map would be much more fuller than the other two fast bowlers, and which is also why I think he's ended up getting 3 wickets today.
Still nothing on the socials, but do tweet us in if you're listening. Good to know what you think.
Good to know that someone was listening, wouldn't it?
I think we've got stats. There's definitely someone. It could be bots, but there's definitely someone. 7. Okay. There's more people in the studio than there are in...
We're broadcasting to bots. Oh, man. What a thought.
Messi's got it playing in the background with no one, but not listening to the audio probably. It's a brutal looking bowling card for Pakistan. Almost everyone over 5.5 and over.
I don't think Messi's on duty on either game today, is he? This is very rare.
Oh. He's very handy being in Perth for a late night, let me tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Here is Shadab. He's going to bowl to Samarukarama. It's on 54 of 47. This first one's full outside of stump and he drives, and that's a beautiful shot. Past cover. Diving fielder can't do anything with it, and it's going to run away all the way for 4.
I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Just over pitching there, Shadab.
It's a lovely shot.
Here he is again. This one's short of a length. He tries to cut and beats the bat. Shadab's half appealing, but there was nothing there. The
It's a
250.
bit quicker than the last one as well. Last one was flighted a bit more. This one just pushed through a bit.
Third ball of the over. Here he comes, and this one's cutting as well, but it's again straight back to backward point, so it doesn't beat the field. Shep seems to have done better with balls just short, trying to get them to cut. So he's got a pretty packed offside field. This one's full. Edgerly, there's a bit of a mix-up again from the Sri Lankan players. But De Silva gets back as Babar fields. I would not want to be running with Samarukarama because there's a lot going on every time he's out there.
He came so far down the pitch then, he needed to hail a cab to get back. That's ridiculous.
Here's Shadab, and it's again edgily defending, but straight back down the pitch. Good over so far. The 4 at the start, but 4 dot balls. Shadab, last ball of the over. This full. Samarukarama comes down the pitch and chips it off on the onside. So it was a good over, but it still went for 8. A beautiful shot over mid-wicket. Takes him to 62 and the score to 4 for 255.
That's a lovely shot. Just picked it off from outside off stump. Hit it against the spin over mid-wicket.
Yeah, great use of
Beautiful
the feet, taking advantage of the fact there's no one in that mid-wicket region. Probably a bit premeditated.
Other than the strange running, these two have done a good job. They've made sure that they didn't lose another wicket quickly, and they're just building a platform for a real assault over the last sort of 8 to 10 overs, really.
Yeah, I tend to think you can accelerate for roughly 2 overs for every wicket you got in hand. So this is they're almost at the point where they can try and go hard. Sheen Afridi's on. It's outside of stump and sort of half defended, half wafted at by De Silva. He doesn't get any of it. Goes straight back down the pitch.
Needs to get his partner on strike.
Here's Afridi again. Round the wicket, and this is chipped over mid-off. It's a beautiful shot. It's going to hit the Toblerone on the fence. I'm not sure if that was 6 or 4, but just lifted the full ball outside of stump De Silva. And we're going to see a couple of replays to work out where that landed.
I don't want to go 6, I think.
Yes.
No, just short.
Hit the
No, I think that was 4. I think it was just short before it hit the
Just short, yeah.
I think he hit it on the full.
Toblerone.
Definitely
Yeah, it's
just short. I
Just
think.
short.
Just short.
Bounced over. So score goes to 4 for 255. That doesn't sound right because that was what it was the last
No, I think
over.
it's
4 for
259 because they hadn't added the 4 on.
The silver onto 13. At least we've got a scorecard. The first game of Pakistan and Netherlands. We didn't have a score on
Yeah,
the
that
screen
was
for a while.
fun.
Here's Sheen Afridi. Beats the outside edge of De Silva this time. He's running down the pitch Stuart Broad style. He thinks he's got him, but he hasn't turned around to find out that, unfortunately, no one else, no of the other Pakistan players, the keeper or the umpire thinks that's actually out. Sheen's convinced. Well, they're going to review it, so...
Stuart
Well, Shadab
Broad
asked for the
celebration
review.
appeal.
Does Shadab ask him for a review count as a review, or do they need the captain to do it? I'm not sure what's going on. They stand around. I'm assuming they've taken the review. Good delivery outside of stump. Moved away. I think he's missed that by about 3 inches.
Well, I was going to say, surely, if you're the batter at this point, it's been reviewed, and you know you've hit it, you just walk, don't you?
Yeah.
But he didn't hit it. He's missed it, as you say.
Quite some distance. Sheen's not a great judge of these things. We've seen it in the previous game as well. I think he's still in his follow-through when the ball goes past the batter, and he's kind of looking up out of his eyebrows at what's going on. He's not a good judge at all.
So the catching's not been great, the fielding's not been great, the bowling's not been great, and the reviewing's not been great. Apart from that, they've been great.
There's been great moments interspersed with all the rubbish from Pakistan, but not enough of them. Here's Sheen Afridi again outside of stump and late cut. There's a very fine third man, and they'll just get a single. Score goes to 4 for 260. Rick
And you've got Harris Ralph going at over 8 and over. Shaheen going over 8 and over as well, or nearly at 8 and over as well.
Was it Shaheen who went for 20 off 1 over, or was that Ralph?
I think that was Ralph that went for 20.
Yes.
I think that was his short ball stint to.
I was going to say, without that, he's just not too bad, but no, it's still at 6 and over. Here's Shaheen, it's full, driven very well. It's going to just get picked up by the mid-off who dives very well for Carr. Keeps that to the single, 4 for 261.
I think Fakhar is just on as a substitute fielder, but him, of course, not playing today. He's one of Pakistan's better fielders. So, the fact that they've been off color overall today, but someone like Fakhar not being in the field.
Shane, last ball of the over, it's full and it's driven straight to the mid-on. They're going to take a single. It's got plenty of time. That ball was significantly closer to Sheen at the end of his follow-through than it was to the stumps. Almost hit him. 7 off the over, 4 for 262.
I think they feel liberated to try and take quite a lot of these short singles on the grounds that Pakistan haven't remotely looked like hitting stumps with any of their shies today. So
No, the one that they went to the replay on where the keeper got it was pretty close to the stumps, but that's the closest. The rest of them, no one's even able to pick up and take the stumps. They're not going to anyone.
They were showing Shaheen's pitch map a moment ago, and it was a bit all over the place, lengthwise and line-wise.
Yeah, painting the pitch pink, getting to every corner.
Yeah, even since the first over, he was both down the leg side and then wide outside off stump. Off colour today.
Shadab will continue. He's bowled this full and into the pads of De Silva, who's driving out to long on. He'll take the single, 4 for 263.
yeah, unfortunately, the vast majority of them have picked a day to have an off day.
Shadab, this one's driven hard through mid-off, but straight to the fielder. Hassan fields, and it's going to stay just a single, 4 for 264.
Yeah, I think that dropped catch of Mendes early on in his innings, I mean, that was turning point of the innings up to now, because it was really, he had just come in at that point. Haris Rauf had just started to spell.
This ball's wide from Shadab and cutting, but De Silva won't beat the point, so no run.
Yeah, it was early on in Haris Rauf's spell. If that catch had been taken, early on with Rauf's spell, that gets his confidence up, and Mendes out early. Shadab coming in.
De Silva's sweeping this one from Shadab. He's going to get it out and round to the sweeper at deep backward square leg, so they'll take a 2 from that, 4 for 266.
They were showing his play from deep in the crease just now on a few replays, and the one where he had to sort of almost pirouette over the stumps, he nearly trod on the wicket as well.
Shadab, this one's wide of the stumps with a bit of spin, but the cutting De Silva can't beat point. Interesting to see if we see some turn later, as well as some dew. Shadab, last ball of the over, short, and De Silva's pulling that. It was a pretty rank ball, and he's pulled it really well over mid-wicket to that vacant field down there. This gets the 4, 8 off the over. Score goes to 270 for 4. That wasn't a great ball.
Sri Lanka looking at upwards of 350, close to 370 now. But I will be back on air in an hour's time.
Oh, you can stick around for a bit longer, Ayaz, if you want. Because we've got.
Yeah.
Unless you have to go.
Just kind of have something lined up for this hour.
Oh,
to the
that's
rota.
all right.
So I'll be back at 1:30.
We'll drag Saput into the box.
Okay. Thank you guys. See you in a bit.
So there is a question on the tweets where from Warren, is Gary Naylor going to do a Phil Collins between Sydenham and Moody Ponds? But I don't think Gary Naylor's on second innings broadcast.
He was due to, but he has a lot of movement to be doing, so we probably won't see him. Shane Freddy's back on. This one's onto leg stump, but can't beat mid-wicket Samarukrama, so they won't get a run, even though it wasn't completely fielded, cleanly fielded.
Yes, I have looked at the updated rota for the second innings, and I think you and I are talking for about 4 hours straight, Russ.
Support it won't be the first time, might even not be the last, but
That's not good. That's not healthy.
how's your voice today? It feels better than it was the other day.
Oh, it is at the moment.
Sheena Freedy switching to over the wicket, and there's a drive from Samakrama. Straight to cover, though. No run.
He's got the look of a disgruntled man, hasn't he, Shaheen Sharafridi?
He starts to starts to look with a bit of a limp as well, like he's older. Everything hurts when you're getting smashed as a bowler. Here he is again. This goes wide of the crease and attempt to cut by Samakrama, a late cut, but goes covered by the backward point running around, so there won't actually be a run there as well. I'll curse Sheena Freedy by saying this has been a good over so far. His speed's down. Sheena Freedy always seems to start at 90, and the end of his spells he's down about 75. So
there's not a lot of petrol in the tank, it would appear.
Here he is into the pads of Samakrama, and he's turned that round the corner. It's fielded very well down at fine leg.
Is.
He managed to stop it. Gets the throw in. They'll get two. There was an appeal for a run out, as it was a pretty quick run.
They're going to look.
The umpire's going to have a look. Well, Samakrama's made many attempts to run himself out. I suspect he's home here. Little half smile from him, but a very good piece of fielding down at the fine leg boundary to firstly stop it and then get the throw in quickly.
Let's have a look. Did he make it back?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
He's practically
Easily.
almost at the
Easily.
stumps.
He's almost past the stumps, isn't he?
The umpire really should be able to call that.
Yeah. Why does the umpire not know that that's not out?
But even then, like, that was, I think the umpire just wasn't in line with the stumps. Like, he's off on a weird angle there.
Yeah, and Brisbane might have been blocking him a little as well. Fifth ball over from Afridi. This one's wide of the stumps, and there's a bit of a half waft, half shot from De Silva. Doesn't get any of it.
Surely the graphic is now wrong because they ran two on that
Yeah,
shot, surely, and it's only been given as one.
unless there was a short run, that'd be a bit of a
Ooh.
debacle, wouldn't it? Be a short run and you run yourself out at the same time. But I'm pretty sure it was two. Well, Cricket Info says two. The broadcaster says one. Will be interesting chase later because no one knows what the target is. Here's Sheena Freedy, the last ball over. It's short, and De Silva's pulling out to square leg. He's going to get a single. Score is either 4 for 271 or 4 for 272. So that can't be right. Neither, because they're busy stuffing around. It's either 4 for 273 or 4 for 72. At the end of the 39th over.
So, Bangladesh currently 148 for 5. So, Mushfiqur Rahim, the only recognised batsman left to be taken, is 46 off 57. And we got the scorecard. This pass got to 76 off 66. So, very good effort from him. And horrible effort from everyone else who got 1, 0, 1, and 8. So, good luck.
Can you
Yeah, they need nearly 10 and over, don't they, Bangladesh?
Any more touristy shots from the broadcaster? There's been a lot of that in this World Cup.
Well, they finally decided it was two.
It's good that we know what the score is. Here's Nawaz back into the
We
attack.
knew!
It's cut
Why
by
didn't they know? We knew.
so to backward square. Doesn't get past the fielder.
It's hilarious.
I think we need some guerrilla cricket scorers to just remind the broadcasters what the actual score is at any given point.
Getting the score right.
There's Nawaz. Samakrama sweeps that. He's got a bit of massive top edge, but the short fine leg is too close. Rouse running back. It's a very, very challenged dive to try and stop it. but he does in fact do so. They will run 3. Score goes on to 4 for 276. There was a slow chase from Ralph, and he barely managed to stop him from running over the fence when he dive. Not near as nice as Freddie in the previous over.
I'm afraid he went down in instalments, as they say.
I've also just realised my mic hasn't actually been on.
Oh, that's why you're
Yes,
so quiet.
I was going to say you were a little quiet.
Coming through my mic. Here's Noah's. And it's defended out to the mid wicket on the onside.
The joys of technology. Don't we love it?
It's tricky to have both a mute button and a mic on button. I just leave the mic on generally because the mute does the work. Here is Noah's, and it's short of length, and he's played it just past the bowler, and they're going to take a single as soon as the non-striker gently walks around Noah's prone body. Takes a score on a 277 for 4.
It's good to see them all laughing. You know, smiling about that little mishap.
Still a big score for Sri Lanka on the cards. 10 overs to go and 6 wickets in hand. This partnership is now, well, almost 50. This one's swept by Samrik Rama. He swept it well, and it is one bounce over the fence at the deep, fine leg, and that is the 50 partnership. Takes a score under 4 for 281. A good consolidating effort from these two players. They've faced 58 balls for the 50, so it wasn't too slow, only in comparison to what came before. And there's a lot of runs in this last 10 overs, I suspect.
That's excellent batting in my view. Excellent batting.
One more ball and we'll have another change. Get Ben back in the box. But if Ayers is not here, then you might have to stick around, John.
Hey, 3 sessions back to back.
3 of us can do the...
Oh, but I need to pee.
We can hack it. We can hack it. It's fine.
Use the bottle, Russ.
No one wants to see it on camera. We're not just audio anymore. Here's Noah. It's into the leg side, and he's sweeping Samrik Rama. There's another chase by Ralph at a very slow pace, and they're definitely going to get at least 2. Score goes to 281 for 4. End of the 40th over, and I'm going to jump out and let Ben jump back in.
Alright, thanks Russ. Ben Rennick back with you for the last 10 overs. Party time, 283 for 4. And De Silva and Samara Wickrama going pretty well here. Just solidifying things after 2 quick wickets, and well, 10 overs, surely they'd be looking for 80 at least.
Just want to give a shout out to Liz Mitchell on Twitter, a long time White Line Wireless listener, and she's gravitated over to Guerrilla Cricket with us. She's been helping point people to audio coverage of Sri Lanka versus Pakistan, so I think we got 2 extra listeners thanks to her. So cheers, Liz.
As De Silva's given that the charge, and he's pushed any of the offside, they'll just get a single here. I think this is the first non-Australian game I've actually commentated. This is like the old school White Line Wireless with just a handful of listeners back in the formative years. But, or no Australia or England for the Guerrilla Cricket listeners. It's certainly a good game of cricket. Plenty to talk about, and should be a good run chase too, but at the moment it's 284 for 4, and Sri Lanka looking to push towards that 350 plus total. Hassan Ali's charging in again, and that one's worked away on the leg side, and that's beaten the short fine leg, and that's gone for 4. Samara Wickrama into the 80s. He moved to 80. It's 288
More pictures
for
of
4.
Bubba looking increasingly frustrated.
Good montage of Bubba and Ralph and Shane Freddie as well.
Absolutely. You could show those three. You could just show their game faces periodically, couldn't you? And they'd all look utterly fed up.
But they're all different. Like Ralph is just angry.
As that one's squirted away off the pad into the offside, and they scamper through for a run. There's a shot at the stumps down the non-striker's end, but the batter would have been home.
Which, of course, misses. Like every other shot at the stumps today.
Nothing's gone well for Pakistan in the field at all, has it?
Oh, that was extremely close. I reckon that would have been out by a couple of inches if we get that replay slowed down. But yeah, it just hasn't been their day in the field.
At least they threw it to the right end.
Yeah.
For a change.
De Silva it is. Back on strike, and that's a full toss on the leg side, and he's missed out there. He'll get a run out to deep backward square leg, but could he hit that anywhere, De Silva? Hassan's got away with one. 290 for 4.
He's annoyed with himself about that, isn't he? That was a freebie.
Yeah, he went for the attempted Yorker, and hasn't been too many Yorkers today.
No, it hasn't been too many Yorkers this tournament. Everyone's loving to bounce, so no one's really focusing on the tournament, on the Yorker.
So now he's bowling a short, little slow ball there, and Samuel Wikrama's missed that, and it's gone through to the keeper. So aside from that boundary, this is not a bad over. 7 from it, 1 to come.
You could tell from the replay earlier in the over that the reason he nearly got run out was because he was about 8 pitches across by the time he finished the run. I'm not quite sure where he thought he was going.
Yeah, going diagonally doesn't help.
No, he was nowhere near a straight line, has to be said.
As Graham's coming in, that one's played gloriously through the offside. That's going to run away for 4. That was another full toss. Hassan Ali just losing his length a bit there, and that's gone for 4. 11 off that over. It's a good start to the final 10. 294 for 4. 41 gone. Samuel Wikrama 85 to Silver 29.
So just catching in on England v Bangladesh. Bangladesh 163 for 5, and it looks like they're playing conservatively to try and maintain whatever net run rate they have.
So Samuel Wikrama here approaching his highest score, which is at 93. Yet to make a one-day international 100. 6 half centuries now, so it's there for the taking if he wants it. 85 off 69 deliveries. And it'll be Nawaz into the attack. None for 50 from 7. Just taking their time here, Pakistan. Not too worried about the over rate. They've been sort of 1 or 2 overs behind for most of the innings.
I might be worried later when they've got to pull a man into the inner.
Yeah, that's it. At what point does that happen? Does it?
I think once you reach the cut-off.
Oh, so it's for the overs you go past. As that one's a half volley into Silva's charged down the pitch, but it's gone straight up in the air. Afridi's taken the catch at long off. He was about 20 metres in from the rope. So Nawaz picks up a wicket. De Silva gone for 25. It's 294 for 5.
Great wicket, but Samuel Wikrama is still there. So not too worried.
Yeah, he wasn't setting
he
the world on fire.
He never looked like he got all of that, really. I think it came off the toe end.
I think
Which is why it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, he had to get on with it. 25 off 34, needed to really push things along and just couldn't quite get going in this innings, Dhananjaya De Silva. But I don't think that'll matter too much for Sri Lanka now. Just with 8.5 overs to go, they just need to give as much strike as they can to Samuel Wikrama and sort of rotate the strike at the other end, and it doesn't really matter if they're bowled out as long as they get to that 50 overs. But Shanika comes to the crease. So just the average is just 23, but has made an ODI 100. Strikes at 92, so... Well, a couple of ODI 100s, actually, so... yeah, no short...
A strike rate of 92 is what you want from your number 7. Right. Does exactly what you need. Gets in there, gets some quick runs. Just pumps up that scorecard just a little more.
And his job now, I think, is just pushing a single and getting off strike. So we'll see what happens. What's going on in the field? Lots of waving about by Mohammed Rizwan, as is usually the case. Field is moving around as the bowler's coming in, and Nawaz is just bowling a regulation off break, and that's defended into the offside. There's no run. You look at that wicket, he really did throw everything at it and just wasn't quite to the pitch of the ball. Safe pair of hands at long off Afridi as Nawaz is tossing another one up, and that's a single down to long off. The short cover can't prevent that. Shanaka gets off the mark.
What was that, a dive from a short cover to make it look like they were trying to do some proper fielding?
Might have been a bit of that fake fielding, which we know is
Quite popular.
not allowed, but quite popular still. No, I think it was a genuine attempt. Close enough anyway. As that one's turned away into the onside for a single. Samara Wickrama 86. Sri Lanka getting closer to 300. 296 for 5.
Reece Topley's got a 4th wicket for England against Bangladesh, 164 for 6.
This is the first I've heard of Reece Topley, and he's sounding pretty good.
Is he a future test player or more of a one-day specialist?
No, I think he's had a lot of injuries as Reece, which is why you've probably not heard that much about him. He's been troubled a lot by injuries. I think he's a white ball bowler, really.
No, I was just bowling another dot ball. He could just interchange with Mark Wood. Back and forth.
He's quite a streaky
Speaking of
bowler,
injuries.
is Topley. When he's on it, he's on it. And when he's not, he might go for a few, but he's clearly on it today.
And Nawaz is finishing the over, and that one squared to third man. There's almost a run-out chance, but he's sent back and he's home, and that's a very good over by Nawaz. Picked up the wicket, only went for 2 runs, and probably improved their over rate a little bit too. So 42 gone, 296 for 5. Sri Lanka just edging closer, but the run rate is still 7. So you'd think unless they get bowled out, they're going to get 350.
How on earth have Sri Lanka got through 42 overs without a run out? How on earth has that not happened?
Because Pakistan's been fielding.
Pakistan's fielding's been rubbish.
Yeah, it's look, sometimes these things happen in international cricket where there should have been at least 3 run-outs today, and there should have been 3 more catches earlier on. So Sri Lanka's just, they're riding on luck, which is annoying because it's way too early in the tournament to ride on luck, because it means you won't have this luck for your next 2 games. But it's a decent effort. Quite impressed with them, and hopefully that they should get above 326, so they'll have a new high score for this tournament, and hopefully they can back it up with their bowling today.
And it will be Harris Rauf back in, and that's a brute of a delivery that rears up off a length, and Samara Wickrama, the set batsman, didn't know much about that. In the end, he played it well back down the pitch. It didn't pop up, but that gave him a real shock.
Wow.
Let's see if our man Harris can redeem himself.
0 for 55.
I'd love to see his reaction if he got a wicket. Maybe not for Samara Wickrama. Let's hope he gets 100, but 3 overs to see what he can do there, and that one's beating the bat outside the off stump. A little waft at that one, and it's past the edge. 2 dot balls. This is good stuff, these last couple of overs for Pakistan.
Ralph's found his mojo about 8 overs too late.
But you never know. It could be crucial. A couple of quick wickets here, and if they run through the tail,
Yeah,
it could be all the
absolutely.
difference. A real turning point. If Sri Lanka get away, they could post 350, 360. And Samuel
Yeah,
Wikrama's hitting
325, 330.
And he can't get a run there either as he's playing that to cover. It's well fielded, 3 dot balls.
It was a classic cover drive that went nowhere, except cover.
Yeah, but this is 42.3 overs, another wicket or two here, and don't want to be negative, Sapun, but you know, if they could reel them in like England collapsed at the end to 330 in lieu of sort of 360, then that does make a huge difference. As Ralph's in again, and that's another good delivery. It's just turned into the leg side, and they'll only pick up the 1. The run's really drying up now. 297 for 5.
So it seems Ralph has remembered how to bowl.
Well, perhaps Summer Wikrama just sort of looked up at the scoreboard and went, geez, I'll just knock around a few singles and get my 100 here.
They clearly implanted the wrong SIM card at whatever time it was they started this morning. They've had a reset.
Anyway, he's looking determined as he charges in. That's another good delivery. That's a leg cutter. It's hit the pitch and gone away. Riswan's taken it. The batsman had no idea about that one. Where's this come from all of a sudden? He's really bowling seam up, and that's decked away. Shanaka was nowhere.
Ralph
Yeah, that was
wasn't
movement, bounce, all sorts.
He wasn't bowling like this to Mendes or
No, certainly wasn't.
Oh, and let's see what he can do with the last ball of the over. It's another good delivery, but they'll get a run this time out to the sweeper on the offside. Shanaka will keep the strike. Ralph's still cranking up the pace, 146 k's an hour this late in the innings. He's giving it his all, and that over just went for 2. So he may well see out his spell after it didn't look likely mid-innings.
It's a great over, actually. It's a great over at any stage of an ODI innings, but bearing in mind where he's been at today, that's a really good over.
Just trying to find how far behind we are in overs. We must still be 2 overs behind.
Well, I think 11:15 Australian time at least, which is 20 minutes away, I think, is the scheduled end. I thought one-day innings used to be 3.5 hours. It seems like they're 3 hours 45 now. But perhaps with the higher scoring and field placements and this, that and the other, they've given them another 15 minutes. More balls going to the boundary, but that's it. There's DRS reviews, which really there's been one, I think, today. But yeah, that's it. As Nawaz continuing. And that's a dot ball, but yeah, the batters do have to change their gut. There's a drinks break at the end of every over these days in all forms of cricket, not just one-day cricket, but Test cricket as well, especially when Steve Smith's batting. New gloves every over. Nawaz comes in, and Shannak is using his feet, and he'll get a single down to long on. There's a misfield. They might well come back. No, they don't.
One of the worst midfields of today, but not the worst.
Not the worst, doesn't.
It was literally in his hand, and he dropped it.
Well, a couple of overs ago, I think, went for 11, and the last 14 balls have only gone for a handful of runs. So Pakistan doing very well here to hold up the Sri Lankans.
Well, Shanaka kept nicking the bowling at the end of the over. That hasn't helped them.
Well, that might change things here as Summer Wikrama comes down the pitch and lofts that one over cover for 6. Almost came out of nowhere. It's only been a few quiet overs, but Summer Wikrama's decided he's had enough of these dot balls and singles being pushed around. He's used his feet, he's picked the length, and he's gone bang over cover.
Yeah, that's the 300 up for Sri Lanka. So they did a reasonable rate of it, and they've still got 7 overs to bowl, not to bat.
And Nawaz comes wide of the crease, and that one's whipped through the onside, and there'll just be a single. Samuel Wickrama now 94. Just one hit away from her first ODI 100. That really was a glorious shot. He picked it up early, used his feet, and no worries out there. Nawaz into the new batter Shanaka, and that's missed everything. And how has that missed the stumps? Rizwan has fumbled it too. That looked like it was hitting middle three parts of the way up, and he's either edged it potentially and dropped a catch, you think? Yeah.
I think that might be a drop.
We look at the replay, it's
hard to tell whether he got a nick on it, really, but
Nice bit of spin on it, but
no, it was a bye. Apparently, it missed everything.
It missed everything, and Sri Lankans are going to get a couple of runs here as they turn that one into the leg side. Samuel Wickrama, and that was good running. There was a big chase out there as we just look at the ultra edge replay from the previous delivery. Yeah, nothing on it, just regulation take from Rizwan. I think he was expecting it to hit the top of off. It looked for all money that it would have hit the stumps, and he just didn't glove it. So that's the end of the over. 44 gone, 309 for 5. Samara Wickrama 4 runs away from 100. And
that was 11 off the over with a 6.
Yeah, that did help.
Bangladesh still chasing 196 from 16.5 overs.
Oh, well, I think South Africa made about that in their last 16 overs against Sri Lanka.
Yeah, so I don't think Bangladesh have the same quality of batting.
I was going to say, I think chasing might be stretching it a little.
They're limiting the net run rate damages. That one's flicked away, and it won't be 4, but it's... Sorry, I got a bit more excited. That was Shanaka on strike. But he'll get a single as the fine leg does the fielding, and that does bring the almost Centurion onto strike. And let's see if we can get another 100 in the innings. I wonder if we can bring it up in the same fashion as Kusal Mendes did.
Well, with Ralph bowling, anything is possible.
Ralph, he's gone none for 58 of 8.1 overs. He could do anything. Could go for the Yorker, the bouncer. It's been a real mixed bag.
It won't be dull.
So he's charged in, and it's really just a regulation delivery on the stumps, but it's just going to be a single out to deep square leg. 97 he moves to 311 for 5. That flew off the bat.
Raf still making his I hate everything that's happening today face.
He'd be a good good portrait if anyone wanted to paint someone in the cricketing world. Harris Ralph, I reckon. All sorts of stories in those expressions, and that one's wide of off stump and slashed out to the sweeper by Shanaka, and they'll come back for 2. That is good running, and again a limp sort of throw that Rizwan takes on the bounce with these short boundaries. It's been the story of the day.
Yeah, the throw was appalling again, absolutely dreadful. Nowhere near the stumps.
They didn't run the first one particularly hard either, but I thought they realised halfway down that they were a bit lethargic in the field and took the second. Ralph's in again, and that's a shorter delivery again. The pace taken off it, but there'll just be a single as it's hoiked out to deep square leg. Yeah. When you add up all these sort of misfields and mischances, the extras at the start there. There's a good
Brisbane was quite amusing
runs,
there.
yeah.
He was belting into the stumps to take the throw, and then suddenly thought, "What am I doing? They're not going to throw it over the stumps. I better stop." And sort of jumped and caught it. Oh dear.
So here we are, Samara Wickrama back on strike, 97 from 78. And that one's beating the bat outside the off stump, a pretty loose waft at that. It looked like he was trying to steer it down to third man or maybe get it fine, and a bit of a lapse in concentration, but no harm done in the end. Really was reaching for that.
I think he had about 4 changes of mind as to what he was going to try and do with that, and in the end he missed it altogether.
I think sort of planted on the crease, expecting maybe a fuller, straighter one. He is looking to that mid-wicket region. I think he'd really love to sort of hoik one over the onside, and he can't get one. No, he can. Ralph doesn't field off his own bowling. It goes past him, and he gets a single. Down to mid-on, 98. That's the end of the over. He'll keep the strike, 315 for 5. But that was a good over from Harris Ralph. 6 runs from it. They'll take that, Pakistan.
Run rate still at 7. Still. Right.
Still at 7.
It's still sort of unbelievable. Right.
As the crowd continues to build, sun setting in Hyderabad.
Yeah, if you'd offered Sri Lanka 315 for 5 with 5 overs to go, I think they'd have taken it.
Well, 2 scores of 300 plus so far in the World Cup, so certainly in form. But yeah, it will be the bowling that was the worry the other night. So Pakistan might still fancy themselves, but it'll be Hassan Ali. He'll come back, 5 overs to go. So you'd think he will bowl 3 of those from this end. Oh no, sorry, getting my stats wrong there. He's bowled 8, so 2 more from him.
3 from Afridi, 1 from Nas, 1 from Ruff.
So they've got
2 from Shadakar.
due to those overs from Iftikhar, they've got a little bit of play. But Hassan Ali has been the wicket taker. 3 for 61, but he's also been expensive like the rest of them. And alright, here he is, 98. That one's turned into the onside. They run the first one quickly. Are they going to come back? No. They think against it. 99. Samuel Wickrama stuck on 99 from 81 deliveries. He looks tense. He just wants to get that 100 out of the way.
I'm pretty sure his second 50 has been slower than his first, is it not?
Yes, it has.
Hassan's in again. Shadik's charging down the pitch and losing his feet as that one yorks him. He scrambles to get back into his ground so he doesn't get run out. But that was a good delivery. He really did. Premeditated the charge down. Yeah, got the inside edge into his legs and fell completely over.
Is it a Yorker if you walk up to it and make it a York?
Well, I was going to say he yorked himself.
Yeah, yorked
didn't he? 'Cause,
himself.
I mean,
and inside edged it
he
into
was
himself.
halfway down the wicket. If you got any closer to Ralph, you could have shaken hands with him then. Ridiculous.
And that's another great delivery from Hassan Ali. Another dot ball, slower ball bouncer again, just taking the pace off it. And inside edge from Shanika, back down the pitch.
Just calm down. Just relax.
He's not having much fun here, is he, Shanika? He's
he just wants to make sure Samar Wickrama gets his 100. And he doesn't want to be the reason Samar Wickrama doesn't get his 100.
Yeah, he's just got to watch the ball here. The way they're bowling those slower balls, taking the pace off it. If they pick it up, they can sit back in the crease. Yeah. And that's a more regulation delivery, and that's hooked through the onside, but they will just get the 1. And here we go. He's back on strike. 317 for 5. Shanika 8 off 15. He has struggled to find the pace of things out there. Here we go, just moving a few things around in the field, maybe playing a few mind games with Samara Wickrama here, but Hassan's in and he's pulled that to the onside, and that'll be the 100. He saunters down the other end, puts his fist in the air, looks up to the heavens, and he's now celebrating with his teammates. That's the most magnificent 100 off.
Partnership has persisted and now has reached 100.
That's the second 100 in the innings. Just the 82 balls, not quite as quick as Kusal Mendes off 65, but that is a fine innings. 10 fours, 2 sixes, and he really has set things up, and there's still Well, 4 overs and 1 ball to go to do a bit more damage, but they can be well pleased with his efforts today.
I think 350 here is definitely what's going to be the final score.
And that'll be a wide outside the off stump.
Let me just check our extras again. Where are extras sitting at the moment? 12 extras.
12 extras. Well, it was about 6 after 2 overs, so 12's probably not too bad in the scheme of how it could have been, but you don't really want any more than 2 or 3 wides, I wouldn't have thought, but not double figures.
Yeah, 8 wides is quite a lot.
As Shanika's hitting that full toss back down the ground. He can't beat long on. They're going to come back for 2 again. The throw from down there is 10 metres wide of the stumps, so never any chance of a run out. Shanika picks up a couple, and that's a strategic 2 as well, because Summer Wickrama will keep the strike for the next over. It's 321 for 5 with 4 overs to go.
Couple of tweets, I think, for the other broadcast. Gorilla Cricket, come on, it's just 6 a.m. I must get up now. I've been too tired to even tell you that you have the wrong name of the cricket ground on your screen. If you're asleep, why can't I be? That's from Diana Patterson, at Mrs. Shandy.
As we're looking at another one of those drinks breaks that we have every over in ODIs now. The
This might be
umpire.
the official drinks break. 40...
46 overs.
Oh, I know.
Was it-
I think Summer called for a new helmet.
Yeah, as a disguise for a drinks break. I think you could see the umpire go in there quite politely, just tap him on the back and say, "Come on, let's get the game moving." I think that's what if you call for gloves, helmet, call for anything, then you get to have a drink.
He's saying, get a wriggle on.
The 12th man can say, "Here's the plan. Just hit as many runs as possible."
Yeah, smack it into next week. There's the plan.
That's
Okay.
the plan. Okay. Didn't know that.
Like I thought you were going to say anything else to me, yeah.
And Freddie's continuing the 47th over, and that is a single as Samarawickrama hits it to point. Almost could have let that go. It probably would have been a wide, but they'll get a run.
Yeah, it would, I think. It was a little wayward.
As the lights,
Mr. Afridi has been for most of the day.
the lights now starting to take effect in Hyderabad. These day-night games are almost 1/3 day, 2/3 night. Over here, as that one's squeezed to point, and they go through for another run. There's a shot at the stumps. There's another overthrow. You can add that to the fielding. Not sure who was coming in to take the stumps, but no one, obviously.
No
ours again.
Shambolic.
I mean, the bowler these days tends not to run back to the stumps, but
me.
usually someone else comes in. But I guess maybe worth the try to run out the set batsman. But Freddie's charging in again, wasting no time. And that one's hit uppishly down the ground. It should be out, and it is taken. Baba, the captain, takes the catch, running in low down. It must be said he made it look fairly easy, but never easy when you're running in, taking it sort of around the knee height. But he's done that. Afridi's taken the wicket. Shanika's out. And 6 down now for, what are we at, 325?
325.
Yes, he never got to the pitch of that. It was comfortably taken. Afridi grabs a wicket. He's got 1 for 52. Shanika, as we were saying, never really got going. 12 off 18. Didn't hit the boundary at all, so probably no real damage done for Sri Lanka, but they do need to just get as many as they can here. Find the boundary as often as possible. 21 deliveries still to go.
21 legal deliveries.
Legal deliveries.
There's got to be another free hit in here somewhere.
Yeah, I was going to say there could be 25 or 26 the way this is going, but
And the new batsman, Wellalage. Did I say that? Wellalage. The 20-year-old who
again, a decent strike rate for number 8.
and can obviously bat a little bit, but a bit of pressure on the young player here to come in and find the run straight away. So you'd think the plan would be just to knock around the singles and get off strike, but we will we'll see what Wellalago can do. As Afridi's coming in, left arm over the wicket to the new batsman. That's a beautiful Yorker. I'm not sure why he's appealing because it came straight off the middle of the bat, but he's done that a bit today. It's a run-out chance, but they get through for a run. Unless the umpire's going to call leg by, but no, that looked like it was just well played off the face of the bat to me.
I think Frida needs the performance-enhancing glasses that let you see what's actually happening.
He's appealed the first ball of the game where it was about 3 feet outside leg stump. And he's given that the big appeal when it's just been blocked off the middle of the bat.
Maybe he mistook it for a banana.
Anyway, they're great to watch, these Pakistan fast bowlers, and that one's down the leg side. That'll be another wide. Yeah, between Afridi and Ralph and Hassan Ali's celebrations, it's all action.
That's why it wasn't 21 legal deliveries left, wasn't it? Because there was always another one of those in the locker.
Another wide. Babra's arm. He'll be thinking, hopefully this doesn't get down to within 20 runs and we lose, because they really could have done a lot better here. Freddie's in again. That's a better delivery, but it's squeezed past the backward point for 4. There's that field position where they've got point and a little third man up inside the circle, and he's pulled it wide of the off stump. And Samarawickrama's just squeezed it between them for another boundary.
The Sri Lankan batters have loved playing just between those two. It's about the 4th time today that a boundary has happened between those two fielders.
If you bowl that delivery, all you got to do is get some bat on it. You'd be unlucky not to get it to the boundary.
Afridi is ticking again. Not for the first time today.
What's he going to do here? And that's another similar delivery, but this time the batter misses out and they'll just get a run out to deep cover. 47 overs gone, 331 for 6, and they are still on track for that 350.
Yep, and that's the highest score for Sri Lanka this tournament so far.
2 games in. That's pretty good.
They still got what, 9 off the over, even with the wicket. So,
and the important thing is a single off the last delivery. The set batsman keeps the strike.
yeah, very useful from Sri Lanka's point of view. But
Yeah, it's been a very good innings. A lot of good partnerships. Only the couple of players, Pereira and Asalanka, not getting a start.
Pereira just played a stupid shot, and Asalanka just... How would you even call it?
Yeah, just played it a wide one, but
Yeah.
new batsman. It was a decent delivery, moved away, but all in all, they've had good partnerships all the way through, and that's a full attempted Yorker, and it's hit away out to the leg side, fielded, and there'll just be 1 run.
So by my time, they should be done with their overs now.
So I think because they started this maybe just before the allotted time, they should be officially 2 overs behind, which is probably the amount of wides they've bowled.
Yeah, okay. ESPN have confirmed 2 overs behind an over rate, so based on the next two overs, there should be 1 less person in the outfield.
which makes it all the more important that the Centurion gets through this over, so that he can cash in on that.
Hassan's coming in bowling a slow ball Yorker there, and this time they've hit the stumps. There's a shot at the non-strikers end. I think Wellalago's well home, but we'll celebrate the direct hit, I think. You know. Congratulations. When it doesn't matter, they've hit the stumps.
You finally hit one.
It could have easily been an over for over 5.
Indeed, yeah.
Which I think is the only thing we're missing from this game.
Ooh.
Yes, as we look at the replay.
Home.
Well home, though.
Well home.
Well home, great dive.
Great dive, too.
Like, not just landing the bat, but making sure the arms are coming in.
Dived so forcefully he ended up not in the picture.
Hassan Ali's coming in and bowling a dot ball there, another sort of slower ball cutter, 116 k's an hour, and coming back into Wellalago, and he couldn't get any bat on it. So, dot ball, they're all valuable. Sorry, it was
They
Summer.
haven't managed to
Wikrama.
increase momentum, have they, in this late stage? They haven't managed to sort of get beyond that 7 and over.
Yeah, the worm has stayed steady. Hassanali's in again, and that one's just popped up into the offside, but it's managed to avoid all the fielders. They've gone through a run. Summer Wikrama survives. But yeah, you're right. The run rate about mid-innings where Mendes was going was probably up over 7 and over.
It was about 10. There's a middle 10 over.
But as a cumulative run rate, it was, I think it got up to about 7.3 or 4 at one stage, and it's just stayed steady. Yeah, haven't had the big 10 and over for the last 10 overs finish, but we can't all be South Africa and score 428 or whatever it was. Sassanelli's bowling another slow ball. That's defended into the onside, but they'll get a run as it's just turned around the corner. 335 for 6. This is a very good over. Just the 4 runs from it. 1 delivery to come to finish off Hassanali's spell. He's taken 3 for 71. And the reverse ramp is tried. And they're appealing for the caught behind. And he's edged it. I think there's no even need to look back at the umpire. He's gone the old Joe Root reverse ramp. Hasn't got anything more than a tickle on it. So he's gone. Congratulations all round, which is nice to see from the Pakistan players. Patting him on the back. But Hassanali's taken a 4th wicket to finish his spell. But the innings is over. Summer Wikrama 108. Well, he tried to get inventive there. He just got a bit of glove. A bit of glove on the way through, and he didn't even look back at the umpire. Got a bit of a handshake on the way out, and he's getting a standing ovation from this pretty big crowd here. It's almost looks like more than half full now. It's really filled out, and they're really giving a good, healthy applause to the Sri Lankan batsman who's made 108, the second centurion of the innings.
Yeah, it's just been some good quality cricket.
Yeah.
Scoring high, changing his game up when he needed to protect the innings, and just very well played and very well deserved made a century.
Yeah, managed to.
Shame from their point of view is they've now got no batters left really to take advantage of the extra man in the circle.
Yeah, that's it. You're right with the slow over rate. So yeah, you never like to say, oh, it'd be good if he stuck around, but yeah, they haven't had that sort of power hitter. He managed to sort of tick over his strike at 120 without really looking like he was thrashing the ball around at all. Mendes was flying it around everywhere, but as Afridi's in and bowling a Yorker first up to Wellalaga, he doesn't appeal for this one. It's just played away off the bat, but it's a dot ball. And these are all valuable dot balls. Yeah, he managed to keep
grinding to a halt somewhat, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, and as we were saying, these late wickets, that score 335, if it even stays in the 340s, I think from where it could have been, Pakistan would probably take that from where they were at about the 30th over. But they'll still need to bat well. But Afridi coming in and taking a bit of pace off that one outside the off stump, and it's slashed away down to third man, and they come back for 2. That's good running. I think that's what they need to do. If they can't hit the boundaries, just pick up the 1s and 2s. 337 for 7.
Well, again, they took the punt there on the fact that it wouldn't be a great throw, and surprise, surprise, they were right.
I think that's safe to say. All the batters coming in would have that intel if the coaches have been analysing the game.
The throw is nearly in the next county.
Just take the run. They're not going to hit the stumps anyway.
Zafridi's coming in and he's gone the ramp. And where's that gone? It's gone straight up. It's missed all the fielders. They'll come back for 2. That was a spinning pirouette ramp. He had no idea where that was, but he's playing a few shots. In fact, they've only run a single.
Yeah. Following it,
it was the right shot, really. Like, he just didn't quite execute it, but he wasn't.
It would have been a bit more pace on the ball. It would have gone 7 to the boundary.
He just needed to get a little bit more to the side of it. But I like the idea. He's obviously not one that can stand there and whack him into the crowd. But
It was a number 8's ramp,
yeah,
wasn't
number
it?
8's ramp.
Let's be honest.
Well, let's see what Thikshana can do. And he hasn't got any bat on that. And once again, Afridi's appealing for a ball that's pitched about 2 foot outside leg stump. But
He was trying to convince someone.
as is his want, he likes to appeal. He might not have read the rules of cricket, but
Yeah, if you put another set up, he might have been in play.
it may well have been hitting the stumps, but it was pitching. No, that was hitting maybe 2 stumps outside leg.
He's making Stuart Broad look positively tame here.
Bavara's arms reaction again.
And surprisingly accurate. Yeah.
He's like, what are you doing? But he'd be better off looking at the ball and making sure they don't run a quick single, I think, than appealing. And that's a nasty delivery that's copped Thikshana on the elbow as he didn't know whether to go forward or back. It was a short delivery that reared up. They've got a leg by off it. Hopefully that's not his bowling arm. He's got the arm guard on, so I think he's all good. Thumbs up.
I like it that the incoming batter thought that, or the next batter in thought that was highly amusing.
That was right on the arm guard. That was.
Like, really?
He may well have had a broken arm if he didn't. If he wasn't
That might be
wearing
you
an
in a
arm
minute, mate.
Well, I'll go back on strike. Will he try the ramp again? They need some more runs here. It's been tried. He's hit that one over cover. Where's that come from? Over extra cover, I should say. And that's one bounce over the fence. That's exactly what they needed. There's a tight over, but in the end, there's 8 from it. It's 3:43 for 7. 49 gone. Well, I'll go 10 off 7 deliveries. What was he trying ramps for when he can play those shots?
Every Sri Lankan cricketer at some point needs to try to ramp shot.
The dill scoop?
Yeah.
Need to.
A lot of them, unfortunately, don't understand the reason the dill scoop worked was because it was Tilaka at the dill shot. Same thing with like how Glenn Maxwell bats. You shouldn't try to copy his batting style. Glenn Maxwell bats like Glenn Maxwell, and no one else can. Do
It's
that.
true. Don't copy Steve Smith's technique either. Because you won't be able to do it. It doesn't look very good, but it's effective.
It's not aesthetically pleasing, is the expression goes. It's no oil painting.
No. But he's done
We're
alright
still
with
at
it.
7 and over exactly,
Still
by
at
the way.
7 and over. 7 here will get it to exactly 350. And it will be the favourite of the commentary box, Harris Ralph. Let's hope he can get a wicket. I'd like him to get to 10 off the over and get Ralph a wicket. We just want to see his reaction. As he's charging in, and that's a swing and a miss. Another slower ball. Thikshana. Well, his head was in the clouds and he was nowhere near that, but they'll take the dot ball.
I think Tikashana's just happy to be there.
Hasn't got a clue where the ball is or where it's going or
I just feel like
where the
Ralph.
bat's going or anything.
He just really wants a wicket here. He's the only bowler besides Iftikhar that hasn't
And Iftikhar has a good run rate.
got a wicket in the wickets column. And he's got one now.
He's
that
got
one's
one now.
crashed
Yeah.
into off stump. He's produced the Yorker. I think Shana's had no idea about it. He'd given himself room, backed away, and he was all at sea. And that one's crashed into the stumps. Ralph has a wicket. Sri Lanka are now 8 down, still 7 shy of that 350 target. And Harris Ralph, well, I don't know if he deserved that, but
He didn't deserve that. He totally does not deserve the wicket.
he's had a bit of everything today. He's bowled some good balls. He's tried his hard. He's kept his pace up all night, and he's coming in to bowl the last over. And finally, a bit of reward.
I think it's fair to say that Mahesh Thikshana did not fancy him very
No.
much.
I think he was more
He was-
first priority not to get injured, and then second, if he can get some
Yeah.
bat on it, great.
I think he was almost at square leg when that crashed into off stump.
So Patarana's the next
Almost
man.
not in shot at all. And the chap that was laughing at him just now has now got to come in and face Harris Ralph.
Palarana, just not a whole lot in his ODI career. High score of 5. And Harris Ralph's bowling another Yorker, and all he can do is dig that out, and Ralph fields off his own bowling. So he's going for the wicket maiden on the 50th over. Has that ever happened before? Anyone out there in Twitter land?
Pretty sure it has. And he's just going to ruin the perfect 7 run rate.
It was the perfect Yorker, though, to get that wicket. Full at-off stump. Tailing away a little bit, if anything. And, yeah, he didn't look too disappointed as he was walking off.
Nah, he was glad to escape.
Here we go. Third last ball, Ralph's charging. They're going to get another dot ball, another full delivery. The low full toss. It's just wide of the off stump. 4 dot balls. That one sipped through at 146.8 k's an hour.
I think at this stage they should just run the buys because.
Well, it's exactly. If
Why
I was
not?
Walalagi, I'd just be running like hell.
I'd run this ball. Get Walalage on strike at least for the last delivery.
Otherwise, they're not going to score at all off this over, I don't think, because
Ralph, yeah, to come
nobody
in
else has
and
been anywhere near one.
still be producing that sort of pace in his last over is impressive, and he's bowling another sort of slow ball, and they're going to scamper through for a run.
Wicket maiden ruined.
Wicket maiden ruined. 344 for 8. Walalage on strike. Some healthy banter out there.
So it's going to be in the air. Will it get to the boundary? That's
Well,
the
they need 6. Or it could be a wide.
question.
Could be 2 wides and a
Give me no
boundary.
ball. Give me no
Could be a
ball.
no ball, free hit. You never know with Pakistan, but all sorts of moves going on in the field. It's all up
And only
on the
4
offside.
And only 4 allowed outside the boundary.
Yeah,
Red
and
circle.
they're all out on the leg side, so if he wants to go, he's got to go over cover. And he can go over cover, and he's hoisted that, but it's gone straight to the man at point. Abdul has taken the catch. It's a double wicket over, just the 1 run conceded. Sri Lanka, well, they have fallen short of the 350. They are 9 for 344, and that's a little bit short of where they would have liked, considering where they were earlier in the innings. But I think all in all, if you offered them 344
Yeah, but they're very happy
at the
with
start of the innings, they would have taken that. And, well, Pakistan will have to bat very well to chase that down tonight.
Amazing that he finds the only man out on the offside, though, isn't it, really?
He just needed,
Even Ralph thinks that's funny.
just needed to
it.
get
That's
it in
the
front of
happiest
square.
Ralph has looked all day.
And we'll just wrap up the innings here with the call of the card. 344 for 9 off the 50 overs. Nasanka 51. Pereira was the first man to go. He was out for a duck. And then it was really the Kusal Mendes Sama Urikrama show. They put on a huge partnership. Mendes was eventually out for 122 from 77. Asalanka didn't last long. He was out for 1. Dhananjay De Silva for 25. Shanaka for 12. Sama Urikrama was eventually out for a well-made 108. Walalage out off that last ball for 10. And just before that was Theekshano in the same over for 0. Patharana not out 1, and it was 344 for 9. The best of the bowlers, well, at least in terms of wickets, was Sassanelli, 4 for 71 off his 10. Afridi 1 for 66 off his 9. Nawaz 1 for 62 off 9. Harris Ralph with those two for 1 in the last over. Gained a bit of respectability, 2 for 64 off his 10. Shadab Khan went for 55 with the wicket, and Iftikhar kept it tight and bowled some valuable overs in the middle for 22 runs off his 4 overs. So 345 to win from Pakistan. What quick thoughts before we go to a break?
I think Pakistan.
I think if
can
you're
do
Sri
it.
Lanka, you'd be disappointed if you didn't win,
Yes.
having posted that.
Yeah. I think Pakistan have the ability to win. Whether mentally they can get there, because they've been all over the place in the field today, so how that's going to impact on their batting, yeah, knowing how big of a target they've got to chase, that's going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, but they're in with a chance, and just the last 10 overs there, they did take 5 for 61, so Sri Lanka didn't really capitalise. The middle 10, when they made 102, was where they really stepped it up, and then just kept ticking along at 6 and over after that. But I guess at that stage they'd set that foundation, and yeah, I think they'll back themselves to defend 344.
Okay, and we'll be back with you guys shortly after the innings break. Thanks, John.
Thanks, John.
See you shortly.
Cricket, cricket, all the way. We got it deep in our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the white line wireless, white line wireless, white line wireless, white line wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, bloody bo. The vein of every true blue fan is the Bandex cricketer anchorman. It's the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice, like the white line wireless, white line wireless, white line wireless, white line wireless. From the box of dreams you're gonna hear the call. Boba, bloody bo.
Who's on the rota now?
Hi, yes. We'll kick off once the players are back on the field.
Sorry.
We'll kick off once the players are back out on the field.
Do you know who's supposed to be on now?
It's
I was supposed to be on at 1:30, but this is starting a bit late, right?
correct. What's the time now? Hang on. 12:55.
I'm here, Russ. About it.
Oh, very good. So, if you want to start, Sapun,
Yep.
yes, if you can jump in. I was just messaging. We'll probably switch to a two-person crew, which means if you're listed as social, consider it kind of optional. But it's good to start on there because you can have a chat about what happened in the first innings and whatnot.
Okay, so you want me to start for now and then come back, and then back on again at 3:00.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Still, I'll be back in a second.
Your KO's about a minute behind me, Russ.
I'll reset it. That got us going.
I'm ready to go live. Just tell me when.
As soon as AS jumps back in.
I'll call him in when we start.
Cricket, all the way. We got it deep in our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, bloody bow. The vein of every true blue fan is the bad ex-cricketer anchorman. It's the same old words in the same old voice. Long past time there was another choice, like the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. From the box of dreams you're gonna hear the call. Boba, bloody bow.
And yes, welcome to the second innings of Cricket World Cup game number 8 of 45, Sri Lanka versus Pakistan. So Pakistan are out on the crease and ready to bat. And they are chasing a target of 345 set by Sri Lanka, who won the toss in the first innings and chose to bat. And a lot of good work there from the Sri Lankan team. I'm Sapuna Bapidia. You're listening to us on Guerrilla Cricket / White Line Wire. You can tweet into us at any time. And I'm joined by Ayaz. Welcome, Ayaz.
Hello.
I'm looking for a very exciting second session. So this should
Absolutely.
be quite a good game.
Absolutely, and they've got their premier spinner, Sri Lanka. They've got him right into the game.
Yeah.
Tikshan has got the ball. And Abdullah Shafiq, who's replacing Fakhar Zaman, is facing.
As Tikshana in, and that's lofted up, and that's just driven down to mid-off for a single there by Abdullah to get him off the mark. So he's one run, and that brings Imam al-Haq onto strike.
So Tikshana, for the right-hander, he had the mid-on back. Do you know which is the other fielder he had back?
I didn't quite
Probably.
see it, so but we'll keep an eye out.
Yeah, but might have been the square leg, I guess, because for Imam the square leg has gone out, and he's probably had the mid off out. Yeah, square leg out and mid off out.
As that comes in and sort of dug out from the bottom edge, that's racing to the boundary, but there's two fielders out there and they'll stop it. There should only be about two runs here. Oh, they're running for
Oh my
free,
God.
and that's a
Oh,
chance at a run out. Ball came in too short for the keeper, and a run out was missed. So
that was a really good
no
shot.
need,
But
no need to run free at this stage.
yeah, it was quite risky, and there was a mix-up in the middle almost.
Yeah, and I don't think Sri Lanka were expecting a runner free.
Yeah. Oh my God, he would have been very close. It would have been extremely close if he had hit.
So good pressure from Sri Lanka already. As Tikshana in, and that's almost back at the keeper, and he gets a hand to it, but it bounces off him, and no run.
The wickets have, in a few of the games, the wickets have become better to bat on. The India-Australia game, second innings, the wicket became better to
Yeah,
bat on.
it's definitely been a pattern, and that's in again by Tikshana, and just defended down by Abdullah, no run.
Yeah. I genuinely thought at one point in the Sri Lankan innings they were on for 370.
Yeah, oh,
But I
it
think
was definitely possible. But somehow Pakistan remembered to bowl in the last 5 overs, as
True.
as that one's dug out by Abdullah down to mid-off or a single.
Yeah. I think 345 is in cricket nowadays is a very gettable score. If the dew comes into play, then anything can happen. But Pakistan have to get a good start because they are often a top-heavy batting lineup. So now the mid-on is going back, and the mid-off is coming up for Imam. Going to bowl straight.
And that one's on a middle stump line and just worked away down the leg side by Imam Hawks for a single. So that's 6 off the first over. A good start from Pakistan. And I'll just head over to the tweets. There's not much happening yet, but do feel free to tweet into us at Gorilla Cricket. We are covering the England-Bangladesh game. Oh no, we've stopped covering that since England won by 137 runs about a minute ago, I think. So there's
Are
only
we
one
now
game.
on the main YouTube channel or Gorilla Cricket 2?
We're still on Gorilla Cricket 2, but hopefully the people on Gorilla Cricket 1 switch over to us.
We did have one tweet from Leah Sapun that said, Sri Lanka post 344 for 90 against Pakistan. If the Pakistani batting turns out to be as wobbly as in the match against the Netherlands, they are in real trouble, even though the Lankan attack is below average.
Yeah.
I think in the Netherlands game, Pakistan, which is unusual for them, but the lower middle order did really well, which is kind of a good sign. But yeah, definitely for such a big chase, it has to be 2 out of the 3 of Imam. So 2 out of the 4 of Imam, Shafiq, Babar Azam, and Rizwan have to get big runs.
And Madhushanka into the attack now. Coming into Imam al-Haq, and he's getting a bit of movement away. Imam al-Haq just starts to play at it and then pulls back. And there's actually 2 slips here for Madhushanka, which is very good to see. I love seeing slips to pace bowlers.
Yeah, his natural swing is out to the left-hander, so I think, or into the right-hander. So I think that's why they also know that Pakistan is a top-heavy batting lineup. So if they get a couple of quick ones up top, and, they're really into the game.
As that's in and just defended by Imam Haq to point for no run.
I think Sri Lanka's fielding would be better today as well. I think Pakistan were quite sloppy in the field generally.
Sri Lanka's fielding against South Africa didn't leave There was a
Much
lot
to
to
be desired.
improve, but it wasn't as bad as Pakistan was today. So just after a while, they just lost the energy in the field. So hopefully this time they can sense the chance for victory and to change their fate here as Madhushan in again. And Imam Haq just defends back at him, and not much shape on this one, but a decent delivery all the same.
More disciplined start by Sri Lanka with the ball than Pakistan had. Shaheen Afridi was bowling all sides of the wicket.
And that's
Lovely
driven
shot.
down by Imam Haq all the way down to the mid-on boundary, the long-on boundary for 4 runs. So that's the first boundary of the session.
A lovely shot. There's the shot the batsman plays when he's really, really seeing the ball well and the balance is coming out really good. On drive.
And Madhushan in again and getting a little bit of movement away. And Imam Haq just leaves it be. Doesn't want to risk anything at this point.
Good cricket. He's just gotten hit of a full ball, so he just pulled his length back. That was a really good shot, though.
We had another tweet from Leah who said, "Run out, a sprinting race between 2 Pakistani batsmen heading in the same direction." And pour one out for Inzamam ul-Haq, who I miss greatly, who used to do that regularly.
There's
Inzamam.
a famous run out of Inzamam ul-Haq, I think it was, and Moin Khan, the bowlers coming in.
And Madhushan comes in, and that's just defended out, left alone by Imam Haq. So 4 off the over, Pakistan 10 off 2.
In the match at Headingley in 1999, Inzamam scored 80 something against Australia in a group match. Pakistan won the match eventually, and it was the funniest of runouts of Inzamam with Wasim Akram. I think Kasparovich or Damien Fleming bowled a Yorker, and Inzamam fell over, and Wasim kept running, and they were both. Inzamam was on his 4s in the crease, and Wasim was standing right next to him in the end.
So do remember you can tweet into us listeners at Gorilla Cricket or at White Line Wire or both. Your thoughts on the game, your thoughts on us, your thoughts on anything at all, and we will talk about it. As Dictioner in again for his second over, and that's just defended by Abdullah to cover for no run.
Late nights are loose on White Line Wireless.
Yes, we're past 12 a.m. Australian time. Anything goes. And that one is beaten from Tikshana. Abdullah misjudges it completely, but no bat at all. So he's safe, but it's a very good delivery and disappointing from the keeper not to just catch that cleanly. We've seen that from Mohammad Rizwan as well. There were a few straightforward deliveries that they just haven't been able to hold. As picture into Abdullah, that's a middle stump line and just worked away onto the onside for no run. And that's into Abdullah, and he manages to get a run here, works it away onto a wide bit on for a single. You're taking him to 3 off 8. So it's an interesting field setting that Tikshna has for Imam Haq, as that's in and just defended down to cover for no run. So he's got I think that's a second slip position, you'd call it. And he's got cover point and mid wicket. But there's just a interesting line. As Tikshna comes in, and that's going down leg side and worked away off his hit by Imam Haq. But Charit Asalanka is back there, and he manages to stop the boundary. So there'll be a run of 3 here, I think. Yep, so that's 4 off the over, 14 for no loss. So good intent from Imam Haq here. And very well done by Charit Asalanka to stop that boundary. There's a lot of effort there. Doesn't look like I'm
Steady
getting any.
start
Yep.
by both sides. Ball hasn't
Imam-
done much.
Imam Haq looks a little more settled, I'd say, as the main batter than
Yeah. He's also the more experienced. I think Abdullah Shafiq is he's a very talented cricketer, but he's just coming into this format. He's a more new introductee.
as Madhushankar in again, and that's cut by Mama Haq, but goes down to third man for a single.
$3,000 runs by Imam Haq in one
Yep.
international cricket match.
Yep, in 67 innings, so equal second with Fakhar Zaman and Shai Hope from the West Indies.
Good.
As Madhushankar in again, that's a good middle stump line, and again work down to third man for a single.
Imam Haq is someone who's worked really hard on his game. His career average is on an upward trend. When he came into the team, of course, within Pakistan there were lots of doubts because he's the nephew of Inzamamul Haq, who was the chief selector at the time, and is chief selector again. But over the last few years, he's really improved his game and is now a regular fixture.
If we start talking about nepotism in Sri Lankan cricket, as that is a hit in the air, and that is caught. Mama Haq tries to pull it through to the boundary for 6, but mistimes it, misjudges it, and that is very splendidly caught down there, and that is the first wicket to fall for Pakistan. 16 for 1. Imam Haq out 12 off 12.
It's an excellent catch, and I think we've cursed him, just as we were saying good things about him. He's gone
It's
off
the
and
old
chopped X1.
commentator's curse.
It really is. Although the fine leg fielder had misjudged the catch, he had to dive forward in the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had definitely misjudged the catch.
But he managed to hold on, and
Exactly.
This is-
Very good grab in the end.
And this is the difference between the Sri Lankan fielding and the Pakistan fielding. There were opportunities for Pakistan that they couldn't hold.
Yeah.
They've missed the catches, missed the run-outs, aimed at the wrong stumps. And then Sri Lankans, this is the first chance they've had, and they took it. So it's that difference. And
Well, here's the game. Here is Babar Azam. Here's the game for Pakistan and for Sri Lanka.
So it's just looking at the batting lineup. So it'll be Bubba Azam, who's got a great strike rate, great average of 60. He'll need to bat out the entire innings for Pakistan to win, I think.
Indeed, yeah. There's
Uh,
two of the
and I-
top four,
Yeah,
especially Babar Azam.
yeah, and I think that should be his plan. He shouldn't be trying to get as many runs as quickly as possible. He should just
Yeah,
keep the strike rotating, keep the runs building, so you never get above 7 or 8 and over required, but
yeah,
protect his wicket.
yeah. There's no need to go berserk. I mean, 340 is, I mean, just above, it's above par, but it's a very gettable score. Is
And as you say that, Madhushankar has a good line on middle, and Baba just spots it, slight turn at the bat, and drives it through cover all
sure.
the way to the boundary for 4. Excellent, excellent cricket shot. Um,
Through
perfectly
mid-wicket.
played.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, through mid wicket.
Yeah, a bit squarer than he intended, I think. It's a bit of the inside half of the bat, but still, bat coming down straight for Babar Azam early on, which is really good. Such good, lovely balance, Babar Azam. Such a
Yeah.
lovely batsman to watch.
As Madhushankar it again, and that's swinging slightly away from Baba, who just lets it go through to the keeper for no run.
So on the screen, they're showing Imam's dismissal from the last game, also of a short ball, also to find leg. Same in this
He,
game. So teams have
he might
obviously
need to
picked
work
up a
on that
weakness
shot.
here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because the World Cup's the sort of thing where you spot it once and everyone targets you for it. And
absolutely.
the final ball of the over is just defended by Abdullah, or by Babar, sorry, for no run.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka, Pakistan 20 for 1 after 4 overs, chasing 345.
Yeah, and in the next game, the person coming up at him with the bouncers will be Bumrah, who will be quicker,
Yes.
much quicker than the Sri Lankan Netherlands bowlers.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So couple tweet in from messages. I've been completely misled. Nobody had ever told me to wait until midnight for anything to go. No wonder my life was such a mess. Well, Mess, you can always join. You can jump on the call. You've got the Zoom link, and we'll talk to you on air in a few minutes if you want. Tikshana to continue his spell. That's it. Middle stump line, and very well defended by Abdullah, but this is a good work here from Sri Lanka, but let's see what Tikshana can do.
Yeah, both very tight lines, both lots of carom balls and finger spin.
And that's in, and that's reaching by Abdullah, but he manages to work it through to mid-off for a single. So, and the crowd in the stadium is quite full. Well, about half full, but everyone there will be seeing a good game of cricket this innings. Tikshana in, and that's a bit fuller, and just defended by Babar down to a short bit off for no run. Current run rate sitting at about 4.5 and over. As that's into Baba, who just defends it down. No run. So required is 7.15. I think Sri Lanka will be hoping to get that required run rate up to about 10, which should hopefully cause Pakistan to make a few mistakes. As that's into Baba, who works it away down to mid-off for a single. Tixana in for the final ball of the over. Just defended by Abdullah, so only 2 off it. Pakistan 22 for 1.
Yeah, both batsmen trying to push Thikshana through the gap at mid-on, but the ones which were just a bit away from the eye, so just a bit towards the shorter side, they found it difficult to push through that gap.
Yep, definitely agree. And it's just been how to say it? It's interesting seeing Tixana open. It is my first time actually seeing him open a bowling attack, and it's quite brave of Sri Lanka to do that. But I think he's their premier bowler, so and he hasn't gotten too much to happen yet. But hopefully we'll see something soon. As Madhushankar in again, and that's straight and played with a dead bat by Babar, just defending down. So good line from Madhushankar. Nothing wayward yet. I don't think he's bowled a bad ball. He's only getting swing every now and then, though.
Yeah, I think even in the Pakistan bowling stint, there was not much swing on offer. Shaheen got a few to swing in the beginning, but nothing much really.
As Madhushankar in again, that's a bouncer, and that be called a wide? No. So went above the head of Babar, and no, and Babar just ducked under it.
Nice tight lines from Sri Lanka. No width up to now to any batsman from neither of the bowlers.
And Madhushankar in again. That's a leg stump line and worked off the hit by Babar, and that's hit hard and it's getting all the way to the boundary. No, there's fielders out there. Charif Asalanka again stopping the boundary and limiting the runs to 2. And there definitely was a third run available there.
I think Babar just thought that it would go for 4. He just ambled the first one.
They slowed down during the first run, then realised, oh no, it's not going to get this. Yeah. So, anyone listening, don't slow down until you know it's got into the boundary.
Just standing there admiring his shot.
Yep. As Madhushankar in again, it's exactly the same delivery, worked away, but this time it goes straight to Charif Asalanka for for 1 run.
Yeah, he's taken the mid fine leg up in the ring and pushed the square leg back. Because the wicket is not that quick and he's bowling stump to stump. He reckons it will go squarer rather than finer, which is why he's got the short fine leg up and the square leg back on the boundary. To Babar, who's also very strong with his legs, of course.
Yes, Madhushankar in again, and that's driven down, and the fielder at short mid off manages to stop that. Otherwise, that would definitely have been a boundary. So very good fielding by Sri Lanka here. Just a lot of work just to keep the pressure on Pakistan. You might get a ball that you hit well, but it's still not going to go to the boundary unless you work for it. So very, very good cricket to see.
It was a lovely shot, front foot on drive. Well, this is a very difficult shot to play, but fantastic fielding. Deserved a 4 there. Really good from mid-on.
And final ball of Madhushankar's over. That is a bouncer. It's pulled. It's in the air. Lands safe between 2 fielders, and Charif Asalanka collects it. So that's another 1 run. So 5 off the over. 27 for 1 off 6. Tweet in from messages. He'd love to join us, but he's totally spent. He's not convinced he should have volunteered for 7 games in 6 days. And I completely understand how you feel, Mez. I think Russ and I are going to do the Lions' share of the work today and over the next couple of days. So we do feel you.
Babar Azam still getting the measure of the wicket. All of the 3 or 4 shots he's played, none of them have come cleanly out of the middle. Even the boundary was a bit towards the inside half of the bat. So he's still getting the measure and the pace of the wicket. The flick he played, which he thought was going for 4, also wasn't timed well enough for it to race away. Still playing himself in. As long as he doesn't play any wild shots. Not riding on him.
And a change in the bowling attack already, and this is another thing that Pakistan didn't do that often in their innings, as Daswan Shanaka is into the attack. It's right arm medium.
Captain to captain.
Captain to captain, and 4th stump line, and just defended down by Babar Azam to mid-wicket for no run. I'm just pulling up his bowling stats. ODIs. Bowling. As Shanaka again, middle and leg stump line. And just worked away down leg side for a single there by Babar. So moving him to 10. Not moving him to 9, sorry. So, not the best bowling stats in ODIs for Daswan Shanaka. Average of about 36, strike rate of 37, economy of 5.7. So, he keeps the run rate down, but not too much on the wickets. As that is down leg, and there's some bat on that, and that goes all the way down to the fine leg boundary for 4 runs. So,
well helped on its way by Abdullah Shafiq.
Yep.
Bread and butter shot for an opening batsman.
It's Shanaka again, middle stump line, and defended by Abdullah for no run.
Very neat batsman. Plays in nice straight lines.
Yeah.
Abdullah Shafiq.
Yeah, I haven't seen him play too much, but so far I like what I see.
He's played some very good innings in Test cricket. Some great match-saving innings he played against Australia in Karachi. It's fantastic, and he's an emerging star of the Pakistan cricket.
Yeah. As that one's into Abdullah and pulled, and that is clear and is going all the way to the boundary for 4 runs.
It's a great shot.
2 fours in the over already.
It's just shimmied down the wicket, and Shanaka has dropped it short. Dispatched it. Great shot. They're putting pressure on the captain from his first over.
Yep.
Good batting.
Good batting, and all the work that Sri Lanka's done to build up the pressure is now being alleviated. Run rate's now at 5.14. Required is still at 7.18. So, unfortunately, that's not what Sri Lanka need. As Shanaka in again, and that's forced to defend by Abdullah.
Good over for Pakistan. 9 runs of that.
Yep. So it's Pakistan 36 for 1 off 7 overs.
We'll do 1 more over.
Yes, I think so. Russ, I've lost track of where things are. So you let me know when things are changing.
Yeah, do 1 more over, and then I'll jump in, and then John and I, hopefully John's here, and we'll work it out. We did miss a tweet earlier from Leah, but I'll get to it later.
I'm not getting all the gorilla tweets at the moment. It's
This was on White Line Wireless.
oh,
Old school.
as that's down leg side from Madhushankar and Calder wide. So, first extra of the Sri Lankan innings.
There's another place where they've been much more disciplined. Pakistan had a lot of extras at the start of the innings. With Shaheen struggling to find his line.
Yeah, Sri Lanka's just started exactly how they wanted, for the most part, which is good.
Wind predictor is Babar Azam is saying.
As Madhushankar in again, and that's a better line, and Babar attempts to drive it and just gets it through to cover for no run.
Wind predictor is putting Sri Lanka at 80% right now.
Yeah, I'd pay that. But this is Pakistan. You never, until Pakistan are all out, you never count off a Pakistan victory. I've seen too many games that have just gone in completely random places where you never would have expected it to from Pakistan. As Madhushankar in again, and there is some edge. That's down leg side. There is an edge, and that is caught behind, and Babar Azam is out. So that is the second wicket to fall. Pakistan 37 for 2 now after 7.2 overs, and they're in all sorts of trouble now.
That is such a soft dismissal. It's a soft dismissal. Doesn't suit a player of Babar Azam's caliber, but there it is. Big game, big occasion.
If he just left it, it would have been a wide, and he would have had another shot at it.
Yeah. Such a soft dismissal.
Yeah, that delivery did not deserve a wicket, but I've said it before many times on commentary. Filth gets wickets.
Especially if other stuff has built up the pressure in the previous overs.
Yeah.
But yeah, very disappointing.
And Mohammad Rizwan, the new man out to bat. He's had a tiring day in the field keeping, and I would have thought he'd have expected at least another 15-20 minutes of just resting and recovering before he had to come out. But he's out now in the 8th over. He's out on the field now in the 8th over. So we'll see what he can do and whether he can stabilise this innings with Abdullah.
He's the one who stabilized Pakistan's innings in the last game when Pakistan were 40-something for 3 against Netherlands. So he'll have to do this again. But it's a big ask right now.
And how much were they chasing against Netherlands? It wasn't this much, was it?
Netherlands, they were setting the target, so they made 290 something in the end.
Yeah.
But that's what I said. It's more than 300 runs required right now. It just needs next 15, 20 overs. They need a big partnership in these next 15 overs.
Still, just realise how far Madhushankar's run-up is. He's about a metre and a half behind the inner circle, so that's quite a long run-up for him. And Rizwan just taking his time to make sure his gloves are on properly and make sure he knows where all the fielders are. As there's a keeper and a slip. And that is swinging, angling in, and Rizwan just plays it back to Madhushankar, who sees Rizwan outside of his crease and attempts to run him out, but misses the stumps, and Rizwan would have gotten his bat back in time. Good intent to start with. Good delivery, good intent.
Good. Yeah. It's the kind of delivery you don't want to face as a batsman first up, swinging into the stumps.
I'm expecting there to be a bouncer next. That's it. No, it's good left. Again on a 4-stump line. Swing, trying to get it to swing away, and Rizwan just defends it down to mid-wicket for no run.
Still bowling good lines, Mother Shankar. Rizwan is a player who really favors the onside. So if the ball is swinging, then that can get him in trouble because he plays a lot on the leg side, so he can often lose his balance.
And Madhushankar in again. And again, a really good line that Rizwan's just forced to defend down. And no run.
So after that big over, the last over, Sri Lanka have struck back with the wicket and almost
a wicket maiden, but
unfortunately,
one wide.
One wide and one to come. Oh, it was a great delivery.
Final ball, and that is edge. They're calling it. They're calling for a catch. Has not been given, and now they're just tossing up the DRS, and they've decided not to. So
There's one was shaping up for the in-swinger, but this one just went with the arm. Good delivery.
So
okay, we'll be back in half an hour.
Yep. And Russ is on, I believe. And so is John.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Well, Pakistan are making a porridge of this, aren't they, really? They really are. They bowled poorly. They fielded worse. And now their batting has been ordinary. But apart from that, they've been great.
That's a brutal summary.
I think it's fairly accurate, though.
It is. His Shanaka, the first ball of his over, and it beats the outside edge. Abdullah's just half letting it go, half playing at it. I mean, this is such a difficult chase that it puts a lot of pressure on them at pretty much every over that they can't really afford to sit in. And you kind of, I think, see that in some of the shots that we've seen so far in the innings. Babar Azam, perhaps particularly.
Yeah, they've just looked. Well, they've looked fretful, like a team that knows they're chasing 50 or 60 more than they'd like. And the reason they're chasing 50 or 60 more than they like was because they bowled poorly and fielded worse.
That's
that's the problem. So the problem is, it's an issue entirely of their own making, and now the batsmen are fretting over it.
Here's Shanaka. It's into the pads of Abdullah, and he's going to turn it round the corner to finally. They'll run back for 2, take the score on 2 for 39. Yeah, it's interesting because I think 345 is chaseable still if they played well. But so far, it's not really been the case. I think if right now that they were at 37 for none, you'd actually think they'd done a very good opening to their innings, setting themselves up.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I don't think 345 is out of the way.
Here's Shanaka. It's just outside off stump, and Abdullah takes a few steps down the wicket for a run, but decides against it. Score's still 2 for 39.
The problem is, if in the first innings of the game you've been off on your skills, you've then got to suddenly perform your skills to a level that will enable you to make 345, which is a big leap.
That's true. Here's Charnaker. It's again outside off stump and he's edging, but there's a third man at the 45 region who fields it and prevents the run. Still stays at 2 for 39. It's a bit of an odd fielding position, that one. Is there a third man behind them? Have they brought the short third man in? Wish I could, as I said earlier, wish I could see the field.
Yeah, it would be useful to be able to see the whole arena, wouldn't it, really? Be surprising to be bowling without a third man at this point, really.
This one's edged by Abdullah. It's on the bounce to the very wideish slip there. It's probably about a third slip. So neither run nor wicket, but that was a good ball. Didn't carry, but it was a genuine nick.
I think there was just a hint of swing. Yeah, the slip is quite deep, so...
Yeah, I wonder if it was a slower ball too, because it'd be highly unusual for that kind of shot to not...
Yeah, because he didn't exactly play it with soft hands, did he? He was pushing at it.
Went hard at it. Here's the last ball, the over, and this one's outside of stump, and he's playing it out into point. They'll take a single as the fielder in the ring runs around. Scores 2 for 40 off 9.
A pretty decent over from Charnaker.
Yeah, no, very testing on most of the deliveries there. We have a couple of tweets from Leah and others, but she said earlier, she says there was a 20-minute exclamation mark compilation of the best Inzamam runouts. Not all of them, just the best ones on YouTube, but you can't find it anymore. If you find it, Leah, I want to watch it because that's I very much enjoy Inzamam's running. I went looking for it a little bit on Robolinda to see if that was where it was, but I couldn't come up with anything. There are a lot of Inzamam runouts on Robolinda though. She says, come on, it's shit get wickets, and you can even get that on a shirt from Gorilla Cricket. Messi often wears it. That is true, he does. Madashenko's into the attack and into the pads of Abdullah, but he's played it straight to the mid-wicket, so there won't be a run.
Stephen Kelk seems to be sending us messages on YouTube. He says, hello again, world, showing GC2 some love. 23 degrees in Maastricht, which I assume is where he's abiding. And then says, Babar Azam gone, doomed. He's even more pessimistic than me, I think. But, and Zen says, Abdullah batted well against Sri Lanka in Test cricket. Can he go big again?
I've only been to Maastricht once, and it was -3. Madashenko, this is short and smashed. Great shot from Abdullah. He's quickly onto the back foot and plays it through square leg for 4. Give it one of these.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
Scored 2 for 44 now. That was a great shot. Not much of a ball though.
Yeah. No, it's just too short, isn't it? Just too short. Too straight with that field. That's not really bowling to your field, that. But then we said that a lot in the first innings as well, so...
Doran strike again, and this one's just short, and he plays it out to point. There'll be no run. The Sri Lankan lines have been significantly better than Pakistan so far in this innings.
Well, that's because they've generally bowled to the field rather than against the field, which...
Or wherever they felt like bowling. Because
yeah, exactly.
They're annoyed.
Pakistan were just all over the place. They were just, their quicks were kind of sharing it with the world and then being indignant about the fact that it was travelling the distance, which isn't terribly helpful.
Around the wicket now, and it's into the pads. He'll turn it around the corner and get a single to fine leg. The score goes on to 2 for 45. Brings Rizwan on strike, still yet to score.
He's not had much strike since he came in, has he? So
no, just 4 balls so far.
He certainly played very well the other day. And they'll need all of that. And some, I think.
Yeah, it's a fair tale from Pakistan. They don't necessarily have a lot if it doesn't come from this top order. Adeshanker, he's over the wicket to Rizwan. It's into leg stump. It's a leading edge. It flies over cover. There's a big dive. They're going to chase it down, keep it probably to 3.
Yeah.
But that was very close to being caught. It went into his pads. He tried to play it on the offside, and it probably a bit of an off-cutter, and moved away just enough to get that leading edge. It was probably half a foot, maybe a few inches over the cover's head.
Yeah, that was fortuitous, I think we would say.
We saw a bunch of those from Sri Lanka in the first 10 overs.
We did, that's true.
Though they were hit better than that.
Might be owed a few.
They weren't.
Yeah, they were intentionally hit in that direction, whereas that wasn't, of course.
Yeah. Ismail Shankar is short, and Rizwan has been hit on the head, I think. Whereas it come off, they've claimed the catch, Sri Lanka. It's gone out to cover. They think it's gone off the glove and hit him in the helmet, I think, and bounced out to cover. They haven't reviewed it yet. There's a bit of a discussion. Mahesh wants to say yes. What happens if half the players say yes and the captain doesn't? Does it have to come from the captain?
Well, it looks like they've either reviewed it or they've taken too long.
Yes. I think they've
all
reviewed
gathered
it.
in a heap, so I presume they must have made the signal.
So this will be interesting. Scores 2 for 48, but this will be a big wicket.
Oh, it'd be huge. This would be huge.
It was Abdullah. It's definitely clocked him in the helmet.
I think it's just cracked him straight on the head.
But it does look like it missed the edge on the way through.
I think it missed the bat and the gloves. So I don't think this review is going to help them overly much.
He's copped a hell of a blow in the middle of the forehead. It almost hit the badge.
He's going to need a helmet, that's for sure.
It's very close, but it kind of feels like there's something moving.
Is there a little spike? Is there a little spike on the back of the glove?
I don't think there was.
No, they've said no.
Well, drama.
He'll need a new helmet, and he'll probably have a headache.
He'll have to go through the concussion protocol, which, I mean, if he fails that, that's as good as a wicket in a one-day match. So, unless, I guess he can get a replacement actually in that case, can't they? So they could bring Fakar in or someone.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to bring in a replacement for Rizwan, though, would you?
No, I think was it Rizwan or Abdullah? I think Abdullah.
Oh no, was it Abdullah? No, because they ran the 3.
They ran the 3,
so
yeah.
It's Abdullah, isn't it?
But no.
But even so.
Well, he's set now, 22 off 28. So.
Well, exactly. Do you want to lose a set batsman in that situation? That's the. Well, I mean, they won't have any choice if he fails the concussion protocol, of course. But it means yet another delay in this game, Russ.
It's all right.
This game must be the king of delays, mustn't it? It's like, you know.
Well, I think someone said the South Africa-Sri Lanka game, because there were so many runs, took something like 9 hours to play, so maybe it was 8, but it couldn't be that bad. I was very pleased.
We're on a very long stint in that case.
I was very pleased that the match with Afghanistan finished 2 hours early.
Yeah, you need a few like that in a tournament like this to.
Yeah, if Pakistan could either
for the sake of stamina,
if they could either get the runs or get out, that'd be good for me, actually.
Yep. Quick game's a good game, as we quite often say.
Won't be quick.
Get the runs or get out, says Russ. Dear me.
Still a lot of chat. The physio's talking to the umpires. Just explaining where it hit on the helmet.
I don't know whether you've seen, Russ, but Supin has tweeted to say Filth gets wickets, refers specifically to Steve Smith's Filth bowling. And Leah said if Pakistan lose this, Saturday will be a spectacular battle that puts the climax of the return of the king to shame.
Is that when they play India? Must be.
Yeah, must be, mustn't it? That must be a reference to that.
Wireless was going to do Saturday games, and Guerrilla Cricket said, no, we want that one. So I said, that's okay. You can have whatever you want.
Is that Mr. Hendo and the bear pulling rank? Or,
oh no, I'm happy to give up anything that they want to commentate on. It's it's a long haul. So anything they want to sign up for. We are back on.
We'll get through.
Shanika's into the pads, first ball to Rizwan, so he's going to turn it round to square leg and take 2, I think. No, just the single. Moves him on to 4, score 2 for 49.
I suspect Bear will get through a lot of beer watching Pakistan and India. Mind you, he gets through quite a lot of beer watching almost anyone, really. But
yeah, I'm sure he could drink his way through a Namibia versus Scotland game too, if you want. Shanika, it's outside of stump and defended out to the point. The fielder runs in quickly. He might have half a chance of a run out, but he didn't field cleanly. So the 50 comes up, the 11th over.
Somewhat slowish, you would feel.
Yeah, it's an interesting. I feel you kind of think, well, 5 and over, and then chase it, but and his Shanika is just short of onto the pads, and he plays it out to mid on. You hit 8 runs and over, and that after about 10 overs. So. And I feel that 8's about the point at which you have to start taking more risks, which raises the difficulty level significantly. So, yeah, they kind of need to be more like a run a ball in the same way that Sri Lanka was. They're probably about 10 behind them at the same stage, I think, from memory.
Yeah, something of that nature, yeah.
Shanika, and it's on the off stump. He's defending out to mid-off, Rizwan.
Yeah, it's about 7.4 now, I think, the required rate. So it's creeping.
And of course, Sri Lanka scored so many runs very quickly. They actually didn't finish particularly well, but they scored so many runs in those middle overs when you wouldn't necessarily expect to score quickly. They were going only 10 and over for a period. This one's into the middle stump, and Rizwan's going to turn around the corner. He'll just get the single down to square leg.
Yeah, that was when Harris Ralph was having his mid-innings crisis, wasn't it?
Yes.
Just whacking it in shorter and shorter.
Well, he bowled it wide and got hit for 4 and decided he'd bounce him, so we went for 6, and then he was like, that's it. Just keep bouncing him, and we went for 4 and 6 more. It's quite the over.
Yeah. Not the most intelligent of overs, it would be said. I think the red mist gathered. Yeah,
you kind of need. I think Baba needed to maybe go and put his arm around him and just see what he could do. Didn't see it. He's outside of stump and he's playing that very nicely, but it's going to go down the deep point and they won't get more than 1. So the score goes on to 52 for 2. End of the over, 11 gone.
Yeah, I mean, Sri Lanka will be quite happy, I think. They've got it under control at this point. They'd like to split this pair before they can get a proper partnership going, but they'll certainly feel that they're holding the aces at this point in time. Yeah,
Leah says she'll be doing the Saturday game in German. She'll also be doing the India versus Afghanistan match tomorrow because I committed to that before I saw the sorry state of Afghanistan in the Bangladesh game. Well, you never know. Every single game of this World Cup so far has been an absolute walkover for the winning side, so Afghanistan might be the lucky team next game. Maybe not against India.
Big Brain 61 is in sympathy with you on YouTube. I think Russ, he's feeling for you with your long shift. He says if I wasn't at work, I would help.
No, it's
Well,
all right.
don't work too hard, Brian.
It's not the long shifts I'm worried about. It's the 9 a.m. site visit that I've got to leave it a bit earlier than normal tomorrow. Patarana's in. He's going to be bowling Abdullah from over the wicket. It's slinging action and it's just short of a length and played out to mid-wicket for no run. It's great to see Sri Lankan players coming on with those, continuing the tradition of super slingers that we saw for so many years.
Yeah, that is very slingy, isn't it? I'm not sure I've seen too much of his bowling, but that's very slingy.
Here he is again. That one is slinging, but not in a direction of the stumps. It's a big wide. Quick, but wide. I'll take the score under 53.
That almost didn't land on the cut strip. That was really wide.
We saw one of those the other day. It was a no ball and not a wide, which is quite something.
His arm almost looks lower than the Great Malinga.
Yeah, he's not tall, but this one's just short of a length outside of stumps. Not a bad ball, but it's played out to point and they'll take a single. Dula goes on to 25, score 54.
I guess whatever works for you, really.
I'd like to see a speed gun on it. That's the real benefit of the slingy actions. Normally they're quick. Patarana's not express quick. But I suspect that batters don't see it cleanly. That's the other benefit of a sling.
No, very, very low.
Here is again. This one's wide outside of stump and they're cutting.
Shot.
Sean didn't fully time it, but he'll get a single.
Yeah, they're not getting away, this pair.
No, and Sri Lanka's been pretty disciplined with their bowling. Here's Patarana again. This one's well directed, just outside off stump, just short of a length. Played out to point for no run.
This almost has a little bit of a feel of phony war about it, because there's going to come a point where they've got to kind of push the go button and take a few gambles, and the question is, at what point are they going to do that? At what point are they going to decide that they can't be careful anymore?
Here's Patarana. It's a big Yorker, classic Malinga style. Played pretty well though. It goes out to mid-wicket for no run. Showing pictures of his ankle now, and there's good money in his being his ankle doctor in the future. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yuck.
Rolling across it as he hits through the crease with all of the force of his body. This one's wide outside of stump. It's cut, but it's very well fielded. The covers Sharith.
See, that's another difference between Pakistan and Sri Lanka at the moment, that Sri Lanka have fielded well and Pakistan fielded poorly.
They did field poorly. That's and it was probably
Pakistan probably gave away what,
20 or 30,
25, 30 runs, something
plus the
like
extras,
that.
of course.
And then if Sri Lanka can, by contrast, save 10, 20 runs, that's almost a 50-run swing. That's a lot.
Shanika's in for his 4th over, not for 16 so far. Bowling to Rizwan. It's just on middle of the leg, and he'll turn it round to square leg for a single. well fielded down there. Got round quickly onto his wrong hand.
Yeah, there's a good urgency about Sri Lanka in the field. I think they knew how important their fielding would be, and they've been on it so far.
Yeah, neither batters managed to score more than 4 and a bit. This time Abdullah's down the wicket a few steps. It's a good shot, but it doesn't beat the wide mid off. So they'll only take the single, 257. Trying something different though.
Yeah, just trying to disrupt the line, isn't he? Make him bowl in a different way.
There is again. This one's big inside edge, looking to drive on the offside. Goes out to mid-wicket safely though. Rizwan's shaking his head. Frustrated that he's not middling the ball. Just 7 off 12 so far.
I think he got a little bit of shape there, Shanaka, back in to Rizwan. Didn't help Rizwan's cause.
Yeah, any more and it might have got through him. Shanaka again. This one's on a good length on off stump, but this one's able to turn it to that wide mid on, who's quite deep, so they'll take the single. Takes it to 2 for 58. I think we're due for a change at the end of this. John, I assume Sapunan
I think we are. I think I'm supposed to be, metaphorically at least, easing my way into your seat, Russ. So.
Oh, are you? Okay.
I think I am. According to the last list you sent me, I think I am.
That is true. You and Sapuna are listed for...
I may be wrong.
No, that's correct. I'm not paying attention to the list. I just saw the time. This one's short by Shanaka and it's played out to mid-wicket. They'll take 2 because it beats the mid-wicket fielder and the sweeper had to come round. Score goes on to 2 for 60. 1 ball left in this over. Abdullah's on to 28. But relatively slow off 37 balls.
I am back.
Supan has returned.
Here is Shanaka. This is fallen into the stumps and he'll play that out to mid-wicket. There will just be a single. Takes her under 2 for 61 and I'll play with the YouTube.
So I think we'll have...
See you shortly.
Thanks, Russ. So it'll be myself and John for this next half hour, I think.
Am I here? I'm here as well.
You're on next half hour. Everything's been sort of pushed back, I think.
Okay, so am I on at 3:30?
Yes,
So
3:30 your time.
Half an hour. Half an hour later.
time.
Okay.
Yep.
That's a great line from Ayaz. Am I on? Am I on? Well, I'm here, but am I on? Yeah.
No.
Well, 62 for 2, 61 for 2, as we're about to start the 14th over.
Looks like the humidity's picked
going
up.
to bowl again. People holding up their phones for some reason. Hopefully the lights haven't gone out, which is what usually happens in British stadiums when people hold their lights up. The phones up, the lights have gone out. Here's Patharana into Abdullah, who cuts this one backward of point, but the backward of point fielder fields it, which Pakistan were quite guilty of not doing when it was their turn.
Yep, just letting it go through to the boundary for 4. It's like,
yeah, exactly. I'll just
the
let
ball's
that
near
go. Yeah.
backward point. Yeah, no, it should go through.
Oh dear, we really have roasted the Pakistani fielding, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Patharana again, he's in, and this is driven, but not timed, and just literally bobbles up the middle of the pitch. And the bowler doesn't even bother picking it up. He leaves that for somebody else to do. And another dot baller cruise.
And like that ball just died the moment the bat hit it, and it's having a bit of surgery at the moment by the look of it.
Maybe the pitch is getting slower and slower, Super. Yes, it looks like the ball is suffering.
So
it's like they're having to cut bits off that are frayed.
33 degrees at the moment with 65% humidity. So
not much fun fielding in that.
You can just see the sheer amount of sweat on all of the players.
I should imagine even the umpires are sweating in that, and they're not moving much, so... Sri Lankan fans look like they're enjoying it. Here's Patharana again, he's in, and this is just played defensively by Abdullah, out to cover, no run. Patharana's got his radar right in this over.
Yeah,
so far.
And Sri Lanka need to start targeting Rizwan. I think Abdullah's sort of settled. Rizwan isn't.
Yeah, he's fretful, isn't he, Rizwan? He doesn't look like he's entirely happy with himself. In comes Patharana again. This is short and pulled away. And it's in the air. And it... Well... Has that gone for 6?
I think that's gone for 6. There was a big run chase.
There were two fielders running around the boundary, but I don't think either of them got to it. Might need a slow-mo on this, I think.
I think it hit Tolbarone before the fielder could get to it, so...
Here it comes. It's coming down. Actually, it's cleared the Toblerone. It's cleared the Toblerone and hit the advertising boards. Neither of them could get to it. It was above their head. I think he thought he was in the game for a minute, the fielder, but he wasn't.
So that should be a 6.
Yeah, I think that's a 6, isn't it? Yeah, that's definitely a 6. Definitely a 6. Doesn't need 68 looks on the replay. It's definitely a 6. Yes, thank you, umpire. It's a 6. Well, that was a change up from Patharana. He bowled a shorter ball. Certainly didn't work because Abdullah got a large piece of it. He's gone to 35, 67 for 2. There's Patharana again, and this is wide of off stump. Cut away, square of the wicket. Fielder on the point boundary does the sweeping up. And just a single. That means there's 7 from the over after that tidy start, and there's still a ball to come, so better over for Pakistan so far.
I think they're most productive so far.
Here is the fretful Rizwan taking strike. In comes Patharana and bowls, and Rizwan cuts this just forward of point, but again the sweeper out on the offside does the fielding, throws it back in. One more run, a cruise, 69 for 2 at the end of 14.
Let me check the socials.
Is anyone there?
Big Brian is offering... He says he does have more ball-by-ball experience, so he will offer next time when he isn't working, and we'll hold him to that.
Yeah, I've heard Brian. I've heard Brian doing ball-by-ball. He's good. So... yeah, we should get him in. Should get him in when we can. But, yeah, pretty steady stuff from the Sri Lankans so far. Nobody's really gone round the park. 69 for 2 off 14, so 36 overs to go. And 276 to win. That's a lot.
Yeah. Current run rate
it's about
required.
7.6, isn't it? 7.6?
7.7. And hitting
7.7.
4.9. Yeah.
Wow. So sooner or later they're going to have to push go, aren't they?
Yep, and
Here's
Rizwan
Walalagi.
still isn't settled.
No, not at all. Here's Dunith Walalagi, who's going to pick up the attack for this 15th over, his first bowl of the day. Bowling to Rizwan, 9 from 14. So certainly not going so far. In comes the bowler, and this is just outside off stump, and he moved away a fraction towards the leg side, but could only play it up to short mid-off, no run. Having a look at that 6 again, just 25 metres in the air, so drives this one back to the bowler, who fields off his own bowling on the offside, still no run. A 59 metre 6, that last one, so not a long boundary, you would say.
No.
Here's Walalagi again, and this is pushed away on the onside. Mid-on, moves around towards mid-wicket to pick the ball up, and they just jog through for 1. 70 for 2.
Yeah, so I'm much more impressed with Sri Lanka's bowling this time than against South Africa. Mentally, they were exhausted after over 25 or over 30 and having to bowl another 20 overs, while this time there's been a lot more positive intent. They know they've got the game, they know they can win, and they know they just need to execute their plans to do so.
That's another single in the meantime to Abdullah, who goes to 37. Yeah, I guess it makes a difference kind of bowling with a big bank of runs behind you, doesn't it? Because you know you've got the scoreboard pressure. Here comes Walalagi again, and this is driven but not timed and fielded at short mid-off, no run. Another dot ball, and Rizwan shakes his head again. He doesn't look like mentally he's in a great place here.
He's thinking it's like a T20. He needs to think of it more. He's got another 35 overs that he just needs to stay out there for.
He's pushed that one out into the offside. He wanted a run, but there wasn't one there. And that's a very tidy over from Walalagi. Just 2 runs from it. 71 for 2.
Very good effort. Very good building of pressure on Rizwan. Very well done there.
He bowled a very consistent line there, didn't he?
Yeah, he just found what worked, and his field placements were right. So even if the batsman did get back to it, it went straight to a fielder. And that's what Pakistan failed to do in their innings. They had a field, and they bowled to whatever the bowler wanted to do, not to that field.
Yeah, exactly. They made it up as they went along, which didn't help. So, yeah, as a result, they're now under pressure. So, I think we must be having a drinks interval at this point.
Yes.
So if you're Abdullah and Rizwan now at this drinks interval, obviously they'll have advice coming out to them. What will it be saying?
Don't lose your wicket. Protect the wicket. Don't worry. If you can get through to over 20, then work on building the run rate up. But the more wickets they lose, they lose 2 more, they've lost the game.
Well, they don't bat particularly deep, do they? That's the problem. So they can't go too early. They've got to try and take it as deep as they can and hope that they can have a few wickets up and be able to chase probably 9s, even 10s late in the game.
Yeah. But if they lose wickets now, they won't have what they need. That's they don't have. Yeah. It has to be a protect your wicket. Rizwan, just calm the fuck down. You've got plenty of time. Dot balls are okay. Just try and keep this run rate ticking over. If they can they need to just consistently get 4 or 5 and over, and then take the odd bad ball and make it a boundary. But
Yeah.
at the moment, they're trying to either make something happen out of good balls, which will get them out, or they're trying to make something happen out of nothing at all, and they'll
Yeah.
miss everything there.
Yeah, and we're seeing the 2 Pakistan wickets to fall again, and really they're both poor shots, aren't they? You know, if you're Bubba, you shouldn't be playing at that ball down the leg side. You should just allow it to be a wide and take another ball. And the hook shot that early was probably injudicious. But, yep, 274 from 35 is the equation, which is steep.
Yep. So it's now at 7.82 runs required per over, and they're only hitting 4.7.
Yeah, they don't. The trouble is, they don't want to lose a wicket, but they can't let it climb.
If it's
too
at
much
12,
more
if it's at 12 runs and over, there's no chance.
because you only want to get a large number of runs per over for a certain number of overs, don't you? If you allow that number of overs to be too many, doing it over a consistently long period is very tough.
Yeah.
So this Brinks break is turning into an episode of From Here to Eternity.
I think the over's about to start.
Finally. And finally, there are so many stoppages in play, aren't there? It's no wonder nobody can find any momentum because, you know, the stoppages are so long. But there we are. It will be Abdullah on strike when we do restart. It's Patharana who's going to continue. Got a pretty reasonable over in the last over. In his last over, apart from the ball that went for 6, which was his attempt at the surprise short ball. It's bowling to Abdullah. And this is turned away behind square on the leg side. I think Abdullah was briefly thinking about 2, but wisely settled for 1.
Yeah, and that bounced a bit more than Abdullah was expecting as well.
Yeah, it did. It was just not very well directed. If he could have got it a little bit straighter, it would have been a much better delivery. But he let it kind of drift down that leg side area, made the 1 quite easily. Here's Patharana again, and this is driven back past the bowler. That's a lovely shot. That's going to run all the way straight for 4.
And Rizwan still doesn't look happy.
No, he's hit a beautiful shot, and he's...
Still looks nervous.
Yeah. It was a lovely shot, though. Literally just missed the stumps.
Yeah.
Because it nearly crashed into the stumps, which would have killed all its momentum, of course. The umpire did well to get out of the way. Just scorched straight for 4. No chance of retrieving it. Here's Patharana again, and Rizwan tucks this one away off his legs. And they're thinking about 2. They're going to come for 2 because the fielder's got a long way to get round the ball and get it on his right hand. So they scampered back for 2. So this is quite a business-like start after the drinks from the Pakistani pair.
So the advice they were given has helped.
Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. Clearly some of it was run hard when you can. Well, here's Patharana again into Rizwan, who pulls this away on the leg side. There is a man out there just behind square. At deep square, and he throws it back in, and it's another run on the board. Rizwan goes to 17. That's 8 from 4 balls in the over, so that's the required run rate gathered for this over, with 2 balls to come. So you get the impression that despite the need to protect wickets, they might have been told to put the foot down a bit. Here's Patharana. This is played back past the bowler by Abdullah, but he doesn't get enough on it to beat the man at mid-off, and so there's no chance for a run because the ball arrived there very quickly. We've got 5 men in the circle, it would seem.
Yep, and 4 people
at
all,
this stage.
and 4 outside, all in line with the stumps or behind.
Here's Pathrana again, and this time Abdullah sways out the way of that and decides not to have anything to do with it. It's been signalled a wide.
That's a very fine call, wide there.
Well, I'd like to see that again. I think that's harsh. That looked harsh to me.
Abdullah wasn't even reaching to try and play that.
No. Well, I think that's harsh. Well, that's my initial reaction anyway. A slow-mo might prove that I'm wrong. Here's Pathrana. He's in again, and this is driven on the leg side to the man at wide mid-on. So another run. So 11 runs off the first over after the drinks break. Or 10 runs off the first over after the drinks break. So a purposeful start by Pakistan to the rest of their innings. 81 for 2 off 16.
I've got a tweet in from Warren. Is Gary Naylor going to make it to Mooney Ponds before the end of the game? And I do not believe he is. Gary, if you're listening.
No, I don't think he is. I know he was doing some commentary on the England-Bangladesh game, so I think he forgot that even Gary Naylor cannot be omnipresent. I think it defeats even the great Gary Naylor. So, well, it's going to be Welalagi, hardly surprisingly, after his excellent first over. He's in and bowls, and this is played to cover point, no run.
Yeah, unfortunately, they've got the wrong batter in for him to bowl to. If it was Rizwan, he'd be feeling every dot ball a lot more.
Yeah, he would, whereas Abdullah is less concerned about such things. He plays that one up to deep mid-off, jogs through for a single, 82 for 2. So now we do have Rizwan on strike. Abdullah 40 from 49, Rizwan 17 from 22. So their strike rates are not dissimilar really at this point. It's just that Abdullah's much more content to be playing at that speed than Rizwan. Here's Welalagi again. This is edged away and it's beaten the fielder. It's beaten the fielder at almost fly slip really. He took some way off it though, and they've one of his teammates has retreated into that direction to prevent the boundary, and they just came back for 2. Yeah, it's dropped just in front of him, which is just what you don't want, really, isn't it? Yeah. He's done well to get something on it, actually. Here's Welalagi again. That's just played back to him by Rizwan. No run. Another quite impressive over so far from the left armour. He's in again. And this is driven to that mid-off fielder once more. Rizwan walks through for a single, pretty much. 85 for 2.
So run rate's ticked up above 5 and over, current run rate.
Well, it needs to, doesn't it? Here's Welalagi again. And this is again driven to that man at mid-off who's getting lots of employment in this over. And that's the end of another over from Welalagi. Just the 5 from it. 86 for 2 off 17.
Tweet in from Leo Lavender Gorilla. That Pathrana has a long way to go yet. I like most Sri Lankan round-arm bowlers. Chunky and with weird hair and unshaven. Can't forget unshaven. And she's put in a very great photo of Malinga along with that tweet. And one thing I will say, Pathrana doesn't seem to have the danger that Malinga had. There was always a fear in batsmen when they were facing Malinga. And Pathrana, he doesn't have the speed or the precision to give that.
Here he is again, anyway. I think that's going to be signalled wide, is it not? Yes, it is indeed. So that's not a great start to this over. I'm not sure how old Paterana would be, Super. Do you know?
I'll find out for you in a moment.
Because obviously he doesn't have the experience that Malinga acquired. Here he is in again. And this is a good ball.
He's pretty much 21.
Ball. Yeah, so he's young. He's young and raw. That was a good ball. Just swung away from the bat fractionally, and Abdullah waved at air as the ball went through to the keeper. No run. Yeah, he needs to have a bit more devilry to draw a true comparison with Malinga the Slinger. Here he is again. He's in and bowls, and that's awful. That's speared down the leg side. It's missed by the wicket keeper, and that's going to be 5 wides. Well,
Not needed. That's just
slack.
a gift. First bad ball. First bit of bad bowling from Sri Lanka.
It was a wide full toss that completely missed its target. Wicketkeeper's giving him daggers, actually, back down the pitch after
I wouldn't blame
that's
him.
been missed. So, unfortunately, they've scored 6 runs off 1 ball in this over, which is not what you want, is it, really? He needs to
And
get
doesn't
his
count to a
radar
batsman
sorted out
either.
again. In he comes, and that's a better ball, but it's played out on the offside, and they pick up a single. 93 for 2. In this, the 18th over. But yeah, he's starting to look rather expensive here, Patharana. He's 3.2 overs, none for 28.
Yeah, I would have taken him off the previous over. And maybe brought him back in when another wicket had fallen.
Yeah, I'm not sure he'll be on next over from this end, that's for sure. I don't think he would be if I was his captain. Anyway, in he comes again, and this is short again down the leg side, pulled away. Fielder down at long leg will throw it back in. And that's another easy single to add to the list. 94 for 2. Rizwan goes to 21. Abdullah back on strike on 42. 94 for 2. Yeah, he's been all over the place in this over, Patharana. He's in again past the umpire and bowls, and well, that might be another wide if the previous one was called a wide. It's left alone by Abdullah and cannons into the wicketkeeper's pads, and he just picks it up and throws it back. It's not been signalled as a wide. I didn't see much difference between that and the one that was called a wide, though. No. That's the problem.
No, neither have I.
It's like, yeah, that one's a wide, but that one isn't. Right. Okay. Well, he got away with that one. And he comes again, and again, this is 2-leg side, and it's turned around. Fielder comes round, throws back in. It's the square leg fielder working his way round to his right. Throws it back in. It's 1 run. 95 for 2. So 1 more ball in this somewhat protracted over from Patharana. Bowl it to Rizwan.
That one was almost a wide.
In the crease. In he comes. Oh dear me, that's another very wide ball. Will he get away with it? Rizwan looks down the wicket and swishes his bat. It's not been signalled wide. It's gone through the keeper. That's the end of the 18th over. It's 95 for 2.
Nothing new on the tweets here. I'm just having a check. And I believe we're having a bit of a change. John, you're off for the moment.
I'm off.
Yeah. And then it'll be me and Ayaz to continue.
I shall see you later.
See you later. Thanks, John. How are you? How are you finding the game so far? As I think Pakistan
Well,
have settled
yeah,
as
I
we
mean,
were expecting to.
yeah, I mean, Rizwan and Abdullah Shafiq are trying to build up a partnership, but they have consolidated, but they have to now up the rate to really bring that asking rate down because it's fine, to consolidate for a bit because you've lost, two players up top, but now is the time that they have to put the foot down. In fact, this is around the time that Mendes also started having, Mendes was having a go from the beginning.
Yeah.
It's a single to deep square leg, but they do need to up the rate a bit now.
So it's like a 96 for 2. Pakistan 96 for 2. Rizwan 21 off 27. Abdullah 44 off 55. So it's close to his half century. And De Silva has come into the bowling attack.
And he's bowling with 3 sweepers on the leg side, so he'll be bowling quite straight.
As that comes in, that's an off stump line and worked through to leg boundary by Rizwan, but only 1 run there.
Yeah. They'll have to be a bit creative in terms of the boundaries. They might have to go inside out or over mid off.
And that one's Hoyt. Well, sorry, not Hoyt. Smacked by Abdullah, but it goes straight to the leg side field at square, and there's only 1 run. So they're turning the strike over, but they're not getting much in the way of runs for it. As that's coming again, and there's some footwork there from Rizwan. Cuts it down, drives it down through cover, but again, only 1 run. So Pakistan now on 99 for 2.
4 runs of the first 4 deliveries of this over.
And that's in again, and a big hit from Abdullah, and that gets all the way to the boundary for 4 runs, and that takes Pakistan past 100 runs. So they're now on 103 for 2. And there's 8 off this over already with 1 delivery to come.
Yeah. I think because he's bowling with 3 sweepers on the onside, we know that he will be bowling very straight. We won't be giving any width. So Pakistan batsmen, if they're clever, they can anticipate that and position themselves such to maybe hit against the spin or just even over mid off because we know the line that he's bowling.
And De Silva into Abdullah, who works out a way down to the leg side and has a run, and he has reached his 50. So 50 off 58, and he's very happy there. But a very subdued celebration. So Pakistan 104 for 2 off 19 overs, still chasing 345.
So it's almost 8 and over now for Pakistan, 240 something runs from the last 30.
Yep,
Very
and,
doable in today's cricket, as long as there's the partnership.
Yes. Partnership and wickets in hand.
Indeed.
And yeah, so their run rate's slowly ticking up, so they're now at 5.6, and the required is only at 7.7. So if they can keep it at that level, they're in control of the match.
So Pakistan are not a team which have big firepower, hitting power down the order like many other teams. So they especially among all the World Cup teams, they have to keep the run rate up. Wailulage coming in.
Wailulage in and worked through by Abdullah through cover point for a single, bringing Rizwan back on strike. So I've been impressed with Wailulage so far. He's been disciplined. He's maintained his control of the game and the ball, and he's bowled to his field. But it looks like this is the time Pakistan are going to start trying to go after him. So we'll see how that goes.
Good shot.
And Wailulage in again, and that is Hoyt down to the mid-off boundary for 4 runs. So Rizwan moving to 27 off 30, looking a lot more comfortable at the crease.
Just dropped that one a bit short, just pulled away to wide of mid on. But yeah, Venerage was Sri Lanka's breakout star in the Asia Cup just before the World Cup.
And Wellaga into Rizwan, who just edges it down to backward point for no run.
Yeah, he was their breakout star, both with the ball and also, with some crucial innings down the order. So he's rated very highly in Sri Lankan cricket for his all-round abilities and also for his temperament.
As he's in again, and not much turn there, but defended by Rizwan, and Wellaga runs to field that himself. So 5 off the over so far, 2 deliveries to go. Pakistan 109 for 2. As Wellaga is in, and there's a bit of a leading edge from Rizwan, slightly mistimed it, and it just goes to the fielder at cover for no run. Final ball of the over. There's a big expanding cut from Rizwan, and it beats the infield, but gets collected by the sweeper, and that's 6 off the over, 110 for 2 for Pakistan.
That's a bit poor from Rizwan. He got 5 of the first 2 balls of the over and just didn't push on to make it into a 10-run over. He played 3 dot balls and then got 1 of the last balls. Should have put the pressure on the bowler at the beginning of the overs, so should have pushed for a big over there.
So run rate for the last 10 overs has been 6.2, and so Pakistan's starting to increase their pressure or their response. So Sri Lanka need to keep the pressure on, and they need to try and force a wicket somehow. And this is the time when Bendis and Summer just went crazy with their run rate. As the silver into Rizwan, who just works it out to backward point for a single.
Partnership of 74 between these two. Close to run a ball, but could be higher.
And that's it again to the silver as Abdullah walks down the pitch and hoiks that all the way through into the crowd. That is a 6. It's the second 6 of the innings. Abdullah moves to 57 off 60, and that's a very well placed hit by Abdullah.
That's a great shot. The previous ball was dragged down short a bit by the bowler, and Abdullah knew that he has 3 fielders on the leg side. Previous one was a bit short, so this one will be a bit fuller. He just came down the wicket and hit it cleanly over wide mid on for a 6. Very good shot, well anticipated.
And we're now at 94 tournament sixes, which is it's only 8 games, so we'll probably end up at about 700 sixes by the end of the tournament. As the silver in again, and that's a leg stump line that Abdullah tries to work off his pads, but just pushed back and no run. The silver in again, middle stump line this time. Abdullah does manage to get this through past square leg, and there's just a single there.
That was a really good shot. That was an excellent shot. Pakistan basically seem to have decided they need a boundary and over now. That's what they've been doing since the drinks break.
And this one into Rizwan, who works it down to mid-off for a single. So comfortably getting 8 to 9 and over. Some form of a boundary and then just working the strike, which is exactly what they need to do. and Sri Lanka need to find a way to break this partnership. As the silver in again, and that's a Yorker length dug out by Abdullah. Again down to mid-off for a single, and that's 9, 10 off the over.
10 of that over. 10 of that
So,
over. Really good.
And Pakistan
Batting.
120 for 2, chasing 345. So they're doing everything they need to.
I just need to get the partnership going. Get with these two on the crease. I need to get to as close to 200 as possible.
Yeah. So and
the bets.
they've been fairly close to Sri Lanka's score in both the first 20 overs, but Sri Lanka hit 100 runs in this 10 over block between over 20 and over 30. So Pakistan will be looking to do exactly the same thing.
Yeah. Sri Lanka did fall off a bit in the last 10, last 20 in fact. So Pakistan, even if they don't get 10 runs and over in these 10, if they can maintain a more steady run rate of around 7-8, that will be fine. But yeah, we need to keep the partnership going. I wonder if there's any dew in Hyderabad.
And we'll go into Abdullah, who just works it down to mid-off for a single. Humidity's at about 65% when I last checked.
Okay.
So there's no precipitation, but winds at about 10 k's an hour. Should be a bit of dew on the ground by now.
Yeah. There's nothing that seems to be affecting the bowling right now.
Yeah. That's into Rizwan, who just defends forward defend. And so Abdullah's on 60, Rizwan's on 30, Pakistan's 121 for 2. And we'll in again, and that's just defended by Rizwan. He's looking a lot more comfortable behind the crease. He's not as jumpy as he was, where every delivery he was trying to make something happen. He's realized he can just wait for the bad ball. And that one, he reaches for it, tries to hit it through cover, but the fielder just gets a hand to it and sends the runners back for no run.
This is where Sri Lanka have been really good. Their infielding, they've stopped the half single and thus built up the pressure on Pakistani batsmen. Really been tight in the infield.
And we'll get in again, and again straight to a point for no run. So very good over so far from Melage. Let's see if he can hold on to it. And the final delivery is defended just through to mid-wicket for no run. So end of that over, Pakistan 121 for 2.
Very good over. Spoil every ball on the fourth stump, off stump line with nothing, neither too full or too short. So after 2 good overs of Pakistan, they've fallen off the pace in this one.
Let's see what Sri Lanka does with their bowling attack. Jai De Silva, I think, needs to come out. We'll see who comes in. And required run rate sitting at 8. And Tikshana is into the bowling attack, as that's worked away through the onside by Abdullah for a single. So just going, the ball just going behind backward of point.
Yeah, Tikshana is their Sri Lanka's main strike bowler, so it'll be interesting to see if Pakistan go after him. The required run rate being what it is, they will have to at least play him for 6 and over, even if not something crazy.
Yeah, it's Tikshana again. That's a late play by Rizwan with a bit of a top edge. but it's landed safe, and they managed to get a single there. This one's worked on the leg side by Abdullah, through to. I thought it was going down square, but it turned and went quite a bit more to a wide mid off, but still only one run. Abdullah moves to 61. As Tiction in again, and there's an attempted pull shot, but it goes straight to the fielder down at square leg, at deep square leg. So no run. Oh, sorry, one run only. No boundary. Tiction is getting through his overs quicker than I expected. As he's in again, leg stump line, and Abdullah just digs it out and defends through. So that's no run scored there, but that's 4 off the overs so far.
I don't think Sri Lanka will ever have a problem with over rate. They have none of the big fast bowlers, and they're not bowling extras as well.
And Tiction in, and just defended down by Abdullah. No run, so that's 4 off the over. Pakistan 125 for 2.
Two very tight overs by Sri Lanka. The previous ones, 1 off Varelaga's over, then 4 of Tikshana's. So the next over has to go for some runs for Pakistan to get up to the rate.
Stephen Kalk on YouTube just saying perhaps Pakistan weren't as doomed as I thought. No, they are as doomed as you thought. They just haven't gotten doomed yet. It's a contradiction of watching Pakistan play. You know, at some point there's going to be a collapse.
There's going to be implosion at some point.
Yeah, you don't know what it's going to be, and you don't know whether the implosion will mean Pakistan will win or lose the game. But it's definitely a possibility, as Wellage is continuing his attack. And there's a bit of movement there from Rizwan. He goes forward, he drives it, and that's through cover all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. Very well
good shot.
Very well planned. He's seen enough of Wellage to know he's not afraid of the spin. So, and he can get behind it and do exactly what he needed to do.
Yeah, it's a very good shot. Varelage had bowled the previous whole over on 1 line and length, which is just on off stump and just as a dot ball.
And that one beats Rizwan, and as that pitched in, turns in, I think it went bat pad, but Rizwan did not know where that delivery was going to go.
Yeah, Rizwan previous ball just shimmied down the wicket because he knew what length and line Varelage was going for.
And Rizwan breaks out the reverse sweep and sends that down to square leg, but there's a sweeper out there to collect it and throw it back in. So that's 5 off the over so far. Rizwan doing what he needs to keep the game moving and keep Pakistan in the game.
One-handed sweep.
Very risky type of shot. We're lucky in again, and that's driven through the mid-off by Rizwan, or by Abdullah, for a 1 run.
That shot for Rizwan is his strength, square on the onside, which is also why Sri Lanka's both the Varelage's sweepers on the leg side, they're both quite square. The one is backward square leg, deep square leg, and the other one is kind of deep mid wicket, but on the squarer side rather than conventional mid wicket, because Rizwan is very, very bottom-handed, very strong of his legs, and plays the sweep shot and the kind of hoik towards mid wicket really strongly. So they're asking him to hit towards mid on.
As that's in again to Rizwan, and that beats the infield, but there's a sweeper out in the outfield on the onside, and that's collected through, so they run through for 1. So 7 off the over so far. Sri Lanka have not beaten Pakistan in ODI World Cup. So Pakistan have won all 7 games that they've faced, but Sri Lanka have a World Cup trophy and Pakistan do not. And last ball of Welaga is over. Comes in, pitched up, and again beats the infield, but the sweep will collect it, and that's 8 off the over. Pakistan 133 for 2. Abdullah 64, Rizwan 38.
Pakistan, I think, are looking to emulate the 92 World Cup winning side under Imran Khan. But the way they have started is also reminiscent of 92 as well, where they had a poor start. But I'm not sure they have a Wasim Akram in the side or Javed Miandad.
So a couple of tweets in. Muttley Von Eric, White Wire Woof, afternoon folks. Bit groggy here. Was having an afternoon nap from partway through the Guerrilla Cricket coverage and only just got up. Who's everyone picking for this? Love and sausages. At the moment in commentary, say I'm saying Sri Lanka. Guys, are you favouring Pakistan or are you being realistic?
No, definitely Sri Lanka.
Yep.
I mean, Pakistan have got a good partnership, but definitely Sri Lanka are ahead in the game.
Yep. And
but Pakistan are making a good fist of it.
Yep.
For now.
And Tikshana is ready to come in, and that is missed completely by Abdullah and missing the stumps as well. And that was a very good ball. Spinning in, completely mistimed it, no edge, and very well done from Dikshan. A very good start to the over. As he comes in, that's a straighter line, and Abdullah just works it down to mid-on for a single. And the partnership's currently 97 off 106. So Sri Lanka need to find a way to break it.
Well, the required rate has gone up above 8 now, so it's actually on Pakistan now to make the play. Sri Lanka wouldn't mind, of course, the partnership.
It's Tikshana in again, and Rizwan just works that through down to fly slip for a single. I really think in these sort of conditions you do need a slip fielder in for your frontline spinner. A slip or a short leg, like just someone to crowd Abdullah and Rizwan and restrict the shots they make. At the moment, they've got pretty much everything available to them except walking down the pitch. As Tikshana in, and Abdullah stays still and just cuts through the covers for 1 run. And that is, I'm not sure if that's a direct hit, but it looked like it was it's well safe for Abdullah or Rizwan, but the umpires have reviewed it. So it was Abdullah returning back to the keeper's end. Review for a run out here.
He should be in.
And he's safe. He's safe. So he was in by about a foot before the bails came off. And that brings up the 100 partnership as well. As Tikshana in again, and there's a attempt for a quick run, but it's called off because they realised the ball went straight to a field in the infield. So Abdullah 67, Rizwan 39. 4 off the over so far, but Tikshana is asking questions and doing a few things. As for the final ball of the over, that's pitched on a full stump line, and there's a single run there, tempted at 2, but decided to call it off. So 5 off the over, Pakistan 138 for 2 after
Sri
25
Lanka won't
overs.
mind. Sri Lanka wouldn't mind that. They wouldn't mind Pakistan going at 4-5 and over. It's when it goes to 6, 7, 8 and over. That's when it gets worrying for Sri Lanka. Pakistan
Yeah.
have to push on now. These two have got 100 partnership. They have to start playing at 7, 8 and over. A boundary every other over at least.
Required run rates now at 8.29. Let me just check. It's up. Question from Zen on YouTube. Do Pakistan have a Kusal Mendes innings in their batting lineup to catch up with the required run rate?
I don't
I
think
don't
they have
think
a
so.
Kusal Mendes. No. They have other qualities, but they don't have a Kusal Mendes. Kusal Mendes is a serious player. And Pakistan, I mean, Rizwan is a very good player, and Abdullah Shafiq is a fantastic player, but they are different kinds of batsmen than Kusal Mendes.
Yeah, and the form Kusal Mendes is in at the moment is just implacable. As Welalaga is continuing his attack, this one's worked by Abdullah down to mid wicket for a single, and bringing Rizwan on to strike.
Abdullah Shafiq is a very classy batsman, so he should be able to accelerate. It's just that the senior batsman here, who's Rizwan, has to make the call. They have to have a consultation as to one among them has to go harder. They're trying, I think, and Sri Lanka have been bowling well.
Yes, Welalaga into Rizwan, who just works out off the pads for a single, and so that takes 2 off the over. Rizwan up to 40 off 49.
Yeah, they need at least a boundary and over. Bat an 8 and over, boundary and over, and then 10 singles. That's about 14 in 2 overs. At least a boundary and over. Boundary every other over. Boundary every other over.
As Welalaga into Abdullah, who gets a bit of a bottom edge on this, but it's just goes through with no risk to anyone, and just gets fielded in the infield, no run. Welalaga in again and worked through by Abdullah, past the infield through to mid on for a single. So that's 3 off the over so far. And Sri Lanka just slowly pegging back the run rate. Just slowly putting more pressure on Pakistan.
To mid wicket to short fine leg. Pulling straight in.
And Welalaga in that ball straightens up a little bit, and Rizwan just on the back foot defends for no run. And final ball of the over, and there's another one-handed reverse sweep that goes straight to the fielder at a backward third burn, and no run there. So that's only 3 off the over. Pakistan 141 for 2 after 26. Russ, I think one more over and then we'll do a change. And just on Twitter, Leia's asking me, how can I forget 92 and the then future former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, best politician, cricketer turned politician in history, I'd say, because there's not too many others. But yes, I did forget Pakistan won the 92 World Cup. That's on me. So target still 345. Sri Lanka is going to have a bowl. I wasn't expecting this. So he's 43 matches. He's got 5 wickets. So this is either a change of ends, or for someone else, or it's just going to try and constrain the run rate, or as the rule goes, shit gets wicked.
This can go. This can go both ways. This can either help Pakistan get up with the run rate, or really the batsmen's eyes light up and they.
Well, it looks like there's a obvious intent from Abdullah and Rizwan, as that first delivery is just Abdullah comes forward to meet it and works it down to mid-off for a single. As Sri Lanka again, a little bit of turn and more bounce for straightens up to Rizwan on middle stump, and he just works that out through to the fielder in the infield. And a reverse sweep from Rizwan, and both hands this time, but only a single as there's a fielder out there protecting for that. So 2 off the over so far. So
Yeah, one
is
of
the
these
race?
batsmen needs to get a move on.
Yeah.
No, probably Rizwan might be the one who can do it.
As Lanka in, and he gives himself room, and he hoiks that over mid-off. That gets all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. So that's Abdullah moves to 75 off 80. Pakistan 147 for 2.
Very good, well thought out shot, because he's again bowling with 3 sweepers on the onside. So anything, even a half hit over mid-off is a safe shot. Not a big spinner of the ball, so he gave himself a bit of room and just hit it over mid-off. Very good shot.
Yes, Lanka in, and that's worked off his pads by Abdullah, and they ran 1, and they're running 2, and well safe. So good work there. So 8 off the over so far. And look, when you have a part-timer coming in to bowl, like, you take advantage of them. As final ball of the over, Sri Lanka comes in, and again just work down to square leg, and just another 2 runs done really well. So good running there.
Good batting.
Pakistan
Good batting.
151 for 2. Abdullah 79, Rizwan 41, and Russ,
Took the
are you
first one
there?
quickly.
Oh, have we lost Russ? Oh, we got John. Hey, John. I'll
Afternoon,
jump
chaps.
off.
Okey-doke.
As if you stay on.
Do you want me to stay on? Am I back on half an hour?
You stay on now, and then
Okay.
Russ will probably come on when you go off in half. And
Yeah.
John, if you
Oh,
want to
good.
do ball by ball.
Yeah, I can pick that up. That's fine. Well, Pakistan 151 for 2. 23 overs to go. This is just starting to look a little bit dangerous for Sri Lanka, wouldn't you say, Az?
Yeah, they've built a good partnership, as we were discussing, but they need to keep up with the rate. The rate has gone above 8. But at least one of these batsmen has to now go harder, and one of them has to bat through. But, I mean, Sri Lanka have bowled tightly, but the last over has gone for 10. That was the part-timer. So let's see if they bring their regular bowlers back on.
Yeah, they just can't afford to wilt now. They've done well for 3/4 of the game. They've probably
Yeah.
been the better team for 3/4 of the game, but you can still lose it in the last
Very much
quarter,
so.
of course.
Very much
Well,
so.
it's
I
well
think
Alagi.
who's bowled a
Go
really
on.
good spell. 25 of 6.
Yeah, he's bowled really nicely. I like the look of him. I've not seen much of him bowl, but I like the look of him. He seems to have an idea of what he's trying to do. Well, he's coming in again to bowl to Rizwan. And this is swept by Rizwan. Beats the fielder in the infield. Picked up further out, and they just go through for 1. I think Rizwan took his hand right off the bat playing that shot again, as he's done a number
Yeah,
of
he's played
times.
3 or 4 sweep shots like that, one-handed sweep shots.
It's almost as if he's
Trying to-
overstretching and he just can't keep hold of the bat. I mean, the bat's probably quite greasy in his hand with all this humidity as well. Here's
well, that's a
Wellalagi
good
again.
point.
He stops again as he's about to go past the umpire. Comes up again and bowls. And this is driven to the fielder at deep mid-off, who throws back in. It's just another single. 153 for 2. I think this partnership's now worth 116, 114, something of that nature.
Yeah, I think they came together at 37 for 2, if I remember
Yeah,
correctly.
116, yeah. So here's Rizwan facing again, and again a false start from Wellalagi. He's in again and bowls, and Rizwan advances, chips over the infield. I think he's found the space. He has indeed. He's bisected the fielders, and that's gone for 4.
That's a lovely shot.
It is, yeah. He used his feet well, got to the pitch, found the
Because
gap
he's played
between...
this shot before. He's played this shot before to Wellalagi, but this one is even better because this time he couldn't get to the pitch, so he had to adjust at the end. But he still found the
he
gap
sort of check
between.
drove it, didn't he?
Exactly.
Found the gap between deep mid off and the extra cover sort of sweeper. So 157 for 2. Yeah, alarm bells beginning to ring for Sri Lanka. They need a wicket. They need a wicket. They need to break this partnership and get a new batter in. Otherwise, this might get away from them. There would have been scars from conceding 429 to South Africa. They may be re-emerging. That's a good ball from Wellalagi. Good response. Right on the stumps. Played back pretty much off the inside edge by Rizwan. No run. But he's starting to look a little bit more in the groove now. He drives this one up to that deep mid-off fielder. Jogs through for 1. So that's 7 runs from this over with a ball to come. So these two look like they're at least meeting the rate now and eating into the runs required at a good pace. Here's Wellalagi again. He's in and bowls, and this is a little shorter and wider. It's cut away behind point, but the point fielder manages to stop it, and therefore he prevents a run. So 7 from that over. Wellalagi now 7 overs for 32. Pakistan 158 for 2 off 20.
I think Abdullah Shafiq will be a bit disappointed with that last one. Someone playing on 80, anything a bit short, he could have carved it between the two backward point fielders.
Yeah, he would feel that was probably a ball to score off, and he failed to do so. So, yeah, tricky.
8.5 and over needed. So again, boundary at least every couple of overs, if not an over now.
Yeah, you feel like they're not allowing it to get away any further than that at the moment, though, and that's giving them an element of control.
Yeah.
Well, that experiment with didn't last very long, did it?
Yeah, but Hirana's coming back with the slingy action. He was a bit wavered in the first spell.
He was
So,
indeed.
let's
Yeah, he
see.
bowled a few wides, and that 5 wides didn't help. That I remember the last time I was on commentary. Let's see if he does better this time. He's bowling to Rizwan, who's on 47. He's in and bowls, and Rizwan cuts this away hard behind square. That's 4 runs. That's a bad start for Patharana, and it's 50 for Rizwan from
Very good shot by
58
Rizwan.
balls. Puts his bat down, puts both hands in the air, offers a prayer in the middle of the pitch, punches gloves with Abdullah. That was a very emphatic shot.
He'll need more than a prayer to chase down 9 and over, but he's doing well. That cut shot, the bat came down like a hammer. He's got very quick hands, Rizwan. Bat came down really fast on that ball.
I feel like Pakistan are moving to a place where they have a really good foothold in the game. Here's Patharana again, and this is punched away off his legs by Rizwan down to the man at backward square. He goes through for a single. But yeah, I just feel that these two are now getting on top. Maybe Sri Lanka are beginning to wilt a bit in the heat and the humidity.
Yeah, absolutely. Any partnership which now is about 120, 130 will sap the enthusiasm and energy of the opposing team. So yeah.
Here comes Patharana again. That's short and wide and played out for 4 more. This is by Abdullah. This is a really poor over from Patharana. He's picked up where he left off in his first spell, just bowling short and wide, and he's getting the treatment.
Yeah, he's a young fast bowler, so someone more experienced in the team needs to be standing at mid-off or mid-on or cover and talking to him.
Yeah,
the captain or some other senior fast bowler.
He needs a word in his ear, doesn't he? Because he's not getting this right at all, and you just begin to sense that the wheels are coming off for Sri Lanka. The body language doesn't look quite as good as it did an hour or so ago. 167 for 2. He's in again and bowls, and that's a bouncer that goes over Abdullah's head. I think it's probably straight enough not to be called a wide. It is indeed. So at least a dot ball, which they needed after the way he started this over. But yeah, he needs a wise head in his ear, because he just doesn't look like he knows what he wants to do at this point. Here he comes again, past the umpire and bowls, and that's short again and swivelled on by Abdullah down to the man at backward square. It's another comfortable single, so 10 from this over already with a ball to come. These two are playing Pakistan into a position where they can reach this huge target of 345.
Yeah.
Sri Lanka just lost their way a little bit. Game. Yeah, Sri Lanka lost their way a little bit at the end of their innings and probably left 20 out there. They might yet be precious. This is cut away again to the sweeper on the offside. They're going to cross for 2, so they got 12 from the over. Well, that's a chastening over for the young fast bowler.
12 of that over. Very good
70 for
comment.
2.
Very good comment on the YouTube by Priyansh, who says that Pakistan chased down 344 in a test match versus Sri Lanka at Galle earlier in the year, with Shafiq scoring 160 not out over days 4 and 5. Perhaps he's the one who can bat through today, like Ayaz suggests. So yeah, it's been done before by Pakistan against Sri Lanka with this similar cast of characters involved. So let's see, and they're making a good fist of it.
I think this is difficult for Sri Lanka now because they're aware of what happened to their bowling attack in the first game at the hands of South Africa, and they know now that they're bowling to 2 set players who are looking increasingly dangerous.
Yeah,
you know,
I think the only difference is that with compared to South Africa, Pakistan doesn't have the lower order hitting firepower. So
no, that's true. So a couple of quick
Pakistan
wickets makes a lot of difference, doesn't it? Yeah,
exactly.
No, I hear that.
Although, as we know in one-day cricket, the golden rule is if you have wickets in hand, you double the score at 30 overs. So if they double the score right now, they're almost on target.
Yes, it's tight. This is a tight game. This may be the tight game we've been crying out for.
Yeah, we started off at the beginning talking about they haven't been close games. Well, let's see.
I think this may be the closest yet, anyway. Well, here's Wellalagi again. He's in past the umpire and bowls, and Abdullah advances and hammers him down the ground. I think that's gone all the way for 6. It has indeed.
It's a fantastic shot.
A lovely straight hit. Used his feet beautifully. Got to the pitch of it. And just tonked it over the top. Into the sight screen, I think. Or did he even clear the sight screen? No, it's wide of the sight screen, actually. It's a lovely shot, though.
Lovely shot. He's into the 90s.
Yeah, he is. He's closing in on that 100, which will be the 3rd 100 of the match. So Somebody was going to have to make one if Pakistan were going to chase these down. Here's Walalagi again, in and bowls, and that's shorter this time and punched away off the back foot to the man at mid-on.
Yeah.
Just a single this
Abdullah
time.
Shafiq is a quality player. He's got 400s in Test cricket, but none yet in one days. This would be a great time to get a one day 100, mid in one day 100.
Yeah, he's played very, very well actually. He's
Very
been the
good-looking
senior
player.
partner of these two. He got Rizwan through that rather frenetic start of his.
Exactly.
He's looked a very calm head in this chase. He looks like he's got a sort of clock in his head of how fast he needs to go, and he's pacing it well. Here is Walalagi again, and this is push. It's going to be another single to the man at mid-on. 178 for 2. Already 8 from this over with 3 balls to come, so...
There's a lot of
Sri Lanka-
trepidation on the Sri Lankan captain's face.
Yeah,
You can see
they're
the
under
game
pressure now, and
situation
he
from his
knows
face.
that. He knows it's slipping from him. Here's Walalagi. This is pulled away. It's a short ball, pulled through mid-wicket. That's going to be 4 more to Abdullah. He goes to 96. 96 from 90 balls. The Sri Lankan body language doesn't look great at this point. 182 for 2.
Very good batting
That
by
was just-
Abdullah, because he's hit him for a 6 from a full ball. He knows that Walalagi will not be flighting it up to him. He knows that he will be bowling much flatter to him. So he's just sat on the back foot and pulled him through mid-wicket. Very intelligent batting.
This is the bowler that's looked good until this point, and now he's being dismantled somewhat. That is at least a dot ball out to the man at cover. But the damage in this over has been done. And there's still one ball
12
to
of that
come.
over.
There's still one to come as well. So you'll want to get out of this without too much more bleeding. That's too wide though. It's cracked towards the man at cover. He does field it, so at least 2 dot balls to finish. But 12 from the over, 182 for 2 from 30. And as you say, going on your principle of doubling, they're now well ahead of the game.
Yeah. All they need to do is not lose wickets in clumps now. That's what can take the rate back.
I mean, their worm is still below that of Sri Lanka, but you just... My gut feeling is the tide of this game has turned in the direction of Pakistan.
Yeah.
Unless Sri Lanka can get a couple of quick wickets.
Yeah, I think Sri Lanka in the last 20, they went a bit, they lost quite a few wickets in clumps, so they didn't get as many runs in the last 20 or last 15 as they would have liked to. Which is
Sri
what,
Lanka
again,
are well
Pakistan
ahead
need
at
to
this
avoid.
stage. Sri Lanka were 47 ahead at this stage, but as you say, they didn't finish strongly. Only 115 runs off the last 20, less than a run a ball. So, and Pakistan are going to beat that comfortably if they don't lose too many wickets. Here's Shanaka back in the attack. Turned away on the
Captain brought himself
onside.
on.
Yeah, he's taking responsibility here, isn't he?
Yeah, he experimented with Pathirana for an over or 2, but that didn't work out, so he's brought himself back.
He certainly
This
has
is
to
the
try
game here.
something. He has to split this pair. If he doesn't split this pair, he's going to... This game's going to run away from him very quickly. 183 for 2. That single took Rizwan to 56. Here's Abdullah, who wants 4 for 100. Here's Shanaka in and bowls, and that's just nudged away. Square of the wicket. Another more good running. Easy single.
Yeah, so
184 for 2.
12 overs ago, this same ball would have been attacked much more concertedly by Sri Lankan infielders. Now they are also feeling the heat. Maybe they're just closer to the circle than they were. They are less in, so now these are becoming singles. What were previously dot balls?
Yeah. Just shows you that they're on the back foot a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Here's Shanaka again. bowls, and this is pulled away by Rizwan into the leg side. It's only one run. 185 for 2. Abdullah back on strike, needing 3 for 100. He doesn't look too nervous as he settles over his bat. In comes Shanika and bowls, and this is pulled away into the leg side. Fielder coming round, does well, gets it in quickly, right-handed, restricts them
He
to a
scored
single.
hundreds in Test cricket. Abdullah Shafiq has scored hundreds in Test cricket, but getting his maiden one-day 100 in a World Cup match will be quite an achievement, especially in such a
it'd be
pressure situation.
a nice box to tick, as they say.
Yeah,
Well, he deserves one. He's played really well.
excellent innings. Excellent innings.
But it's Rizwan back on strike for now, with Shanika coming in to bowl, and Rizwan pulls this from outside off stump into the leg side. Fielder comes in quickly, fires back in, and again they restrict them to just one. So far, a good over from Shanika, just the 5 singles, but can he get out of it? Can he get out of it without that boundary that would hurt so much? Abdullah now needs just 2 for the 100. That's 150 stand between this pair in 145 balls. Nicely paced feel. He settles over his bat again, Abdullah. In comes Shanika. That's just played out to the man on the cover boundary. Enables Abdullah to take a single and keep the strike, needing 1 for 100. And it's 188 for 2 off 31.
Six of that over. Pakistan won't mind that at all.
No, they can afford
One
a few
big
overs
over.
like that now because they have a lot of wickets in hand. So
Yeah. And batsmen sometimes slow down, especially someone who's getting to his first landmark in this format can slow down as they get to a big score. But then they can always accelerate afterwards. That's never a problem.
yeah, I mean they need 157 now from 19 overs. So
the opening
Yep,
bowler
still-
Madhu Shankar is coming back.
well, they have to
Left
try
arm.
something. They have to get a wicket. That's the thing. They have to get a wicket now. The pressure has moved from Pakistan to Sri Lanka. So you feel that they need to get a wicket, and this move would suggest that Shanika agrees with that. He bowled well up top,
They
Madhushankar.
need to play.
2 for 24. Can he break this stand? He's into Abdullah, needing 1 for 100. Well, he's fallen over in his delivery stride. Ball went past the stumps. Rizwan thought about galloping down that end and giving Abdullah the 1 for his 100, but I think Abdullah decided he'd be running to the danger end, so no thanks, I won't do that and run myself out for 99. That's definitely not something you want on your CV, is it really? Ran myself out for 99.
Abdullah Shafiq is a very calm character. I don't think Rizwan is the one who always seems more agitated.
I agree. Here's Abdullah again facing. He pulls this away. That'll be the 100. It's a lovely
It's a
shot
great
as well.
shot.
It's gone all the way to the boundary for 4. It's a glorious shot. He gets the congratulations of Rizwan. Lifts his bat, almost does a bow with his bat, sort of sweeping it onto the ground. All his teammates stand in the dugout to applaud. That's a lovely innings. A really lovely innings. Joy to watch from Abdullah Shafiq.
Indeed, it's a glorious shot to bring up a very good century. Very calm, composed. Even when he lost his captain, number 1 batsman in the world at the other end, just kept playing. And
Yeah, he's
yeah,
not let
I
anything
can't remember
ruffle
him playing a exactly. I can't remember him playing a bad shot or giving a chance.
No, absolutely. Pretty faultless stuff. He settles over his bat again. and pulls another ball away. Oh, it's really well fielded, actually. Really well fielded by the man at mid-wicket. It's really good
he stopped
fielding.
runs there.
He did. He did, absolutely. That saved probably at least 2. But, yeah, there was a big punch of the air when he reached that 100. And,
Good to see Rizwan also animated for his partner. It's nice to see.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That was a lovely sort of
It's a good
bow
celebration. Yeah.
in the direction of the dugout. Yeah, nice to see.
Much less taxing on fitness and the body than Hassan Ali's generator.
Yes.
Generator celebration.
Yes. In comes Madhusankar again, but he's stopped right at almost at the end of his run. He remonstrates with Rizwan for kind of pulling away. Rizwan looks at him as if to say, didn't have any choice. That's horrible for a fast bowler, though, isn't it? You're right in your delivery stride. You've been tanking in, and then the guy goes, "No, you can't bowl it now."
And he's right in the delivery stride as well. And he's got a long run up as well, Madhusankar. He's much
thinking,
longer run up than his bowling pace tells us.
He's thinking, "Thanks a lot for that." And he comes again anyway. Bowls to Rizwan, who pulls this away in the air, but
classic.
Comfortably over the boundary for 6.
That's classic. He's angry and then he gets clattered for a 6 and a no
and
ball.
It's a no ball as well. Oh no!
Oh
so
God.
That's kind of like 8 runs. Oh great, fabulous!
Oh my God!
A no
is
ball
classic.
6. Wow!
And a free hit.
And it's a massive
huge
no ball
no
as well. It's huge.
Oh my God!
Goodness me.
That's an anger ball. I think Rizwan has angered him and he's tried to knock his head off.
He must be 6 inches over the popping crease there.
He's tried to knock Rizwan's head off. Rizwan's a little man. He don't need to put so much effort into bowl a bouncer to him.
That's awful. Well,
and it's a free hit.
It's a free hit. The wheels are coming off for Sri Lanka here. They really are. Here's the free hit, which is swung away high and handsome. It's going to drop before it reaches, but they're going to get 2 more. 202 for 2. The score is rattling on. Absolutely rattling on. You fear from a Sri Lankan perspective that Pakistan are going to gallop home here at the moment.
So it's 140 or 110 balls, so that's a difference of 30 runs. Peterson always used to say that I count boundaries, so that's a difference basically of 5 boundaries. 5 boundaries over 19 overs, say 5-6 boundaries, you wouldn't put that past any team.
Here's the next ball, which is pushed out on the onside. They run through for a quick single. So this is another very expensive over. But Rizwan still seems to be fairly exercised about something. But he put all his angst into smashing that ball for 6, that's for sure.
I wonder what prompted him to move away as the bowler was coming in earlier in the over. Something behind the bowler's arm, I'm not sure.
You would think. Here's Madhusankar again, and that's slapped away again for 4 more by Abdullah.
That's a great shot.
Well, that bowling change certainly didn't work. It absolutely didn't work. That's really quite dreadful.
Yeah, not much is going for Sri Lanka right now. That's a fantastic shot. That's a great shot.
He's almost flat batted it, hasn't he, over cover for 4 more.
Yeah, that's the shot of a batsman who's played 30 overs.
That's 20 off the over. So, yeah, that's ugly from a Sri Lankan perspective. You really do feel the game is running away from them now. It really does look...
Pakistan just need to keep their head and make sure they don't lose wickets in clusters right now. We just need to bet.
You would certainly have them as strong favourites now, I think.
Yeah, although the win predictor, I think, still has Sri Lanka more than 50%, but I'm not sure the win predictor
I-
is being very intelligent
I,
right now.
I don't understand that though. You've got a pair that have been together and added 160 odd runs,
Yeah,
who are both seeing the ball really big now. The
yeah.
Sri Lankan bowlers are flagging. None of their
I think the
bowling
win
changes
predictor
are
is a
working.
Pakistani fan. The win predictor is a Pakistan fan because Pakistan fans always are very, very skeptical of their team because they have
Yes.
been burned several times by the blowing hot and cold of the Pakistan, especially the Pakistan batting. So
Well,
that's why.
I understand that. I get that, but I would
Yeah.
say now that this is now Pakistan's game to lose. I think.
I agree.
I would
I agree
say.
there. That is spot on. This is Pakistan's game to lose right now, which is why, as I said, if they just bat, they don't lose wickets in clusters. They should do it.
We appear to be in a drinks interval. So
Okay.
I'm wondering, seeing as we were due for a swap anyway, whether we should have one, Russ.
Yeah, I'm
Does
happy to
Russ
do
have
that.
a view on this matter? Well, I don't know that I'm due back on today. I can come back in half an hour if you want me to.
Yeah, I can come back in half an hour as well if someone's ready.
Well, I guess we'll do a swap with Supan and Russ in about half an hour then. I'll just wait for Russ to ease his way into his seat.
Yeah, so I'll be back in half an hour. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just
Okay.
hold the fort
See you.
while Russ finds his bearings.
Excellent. See you all in a bit.
See you in a bit. Seem to be watching pictures of Abdullah's 100, which has been a really lovely innings. He's played beautifully, and he's put Pakistan in the pound seats in this contest. The Sri Lankan bowling looking a bit bedraggled now. They did so well for so long in this match, but it just appears to be turning against them at this point. What will Shanaka do now to try and turn this tide, you wonder? Russ doesn't seem to have appeared in the ball-by-ball seat. I think Supan's coming back in.
Yeah, yes. I tried to reach out to Russ. I sent him a message, and
We're
he
not
hasn't
quite
responded.
sure where he is, but hey-ho.
I think he's fallen asleep,
Ah, well, that's interesting.
which is
Well, I guess it's you and me then, Supan.
it is. But I'm practically falling asleep as well. So we'll see how
I
long.
guess we're
I
the
can go.
next shift.
Yeah.
I'm here, John. I'll jump
So
in.
do you-
I've just got to switch.
Oh,
to
Russ is here.
transition.
Oh, Russ is here.
Oh, thanks,
He's
Russ.
woken from his slumber. All right. Well, I'll leave you. I'll leave it in the capable hands of you two. If you need me to jump back on again in half an hour, give me a shout.
Will do.
I shall continue watching on.
Won't be a sec. Just,
No worries, Russ. So, Tixana back into the attack. 0 for 21 off 5, but it's a much harder equation now. Only at 32 overs. Target of 345 for Pakistan. Then they've got a run rate required that's quite easily manageable. Only 7.67, and they're hitting at 6.5. As Tixana in, and that's a middle stump line, and played through by Rizwan through to mid on for a single. Sorry, for no run. Don't think I'm hearing a thing you're saying, Russ.
Sorry, wrong mic. Still at the
No.
handheld.
All good.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, it's a very gettable score, but it's still essentially a relatively difficult T20 chase at the back end of a.
When was this game scheduled to finish? Because it's 9 p.m. at the stadium now. So, is there another hour to go to get the remaining overs in?
I think we're supposed to add a half hour to 45 minutes to the schedule we had, which is so an hour and a quarter. But that's the schedule. I think that's probably enough time though. Just.
As Dictionary, and that is swept for a 4 by the look of it. Just bounces just before the rope, down square leg, and Abdullah moves to 114 off 101.
That's a fantastic shot.
So, and this is where, unfortunately, Sri Lanka's the same issue as against South Africa. Their lack of bowling variation or bowling depth is starting to hurt them. As Dictionary into Abdullah, who just works this down to point for a single.
I look at the Sri Lankan attack and I guess it doesn't have it's the pace bowling up front as much as anything, isn't it?
Yeah. As Dictionary in middle stump line and played late by Abdullah. No, sorry, by Rizwan. But still defended. No issue there. 132 required off 102 deliveries for Pakistan.
So, is it the lack of a really good spinner, or is it that they're not getting enough?
They are missing dedicated frontline spinner like a Murali. They haven't had
like
that in their one.
The best bowler.
Yes, but like that, they haven't been able to build someone of that skill into one-day game for a while. They've tried, but everyone they've tried hasn't had the ability to turn it anywhere near as much. Like, there's been a few variations and so on, but that hasn't been the turn. No.
Because I look at the Australian attack, particularly when they play with the other night, and I'm like, oof. Zampa and Maxwell aren't giving you much more than this Sri Lankan attack will through the middle order. And although they've got probably better pace bowlers, it does bode poorly for their World Cup chances.
And Patarana's coming back onto the attack, which is a mistake. He'll just get clobbered by Abdullah, who's well set in his field, or well set in the game, as he's in. And that's a wideish off stump, and that's driven by Abdullah, but just caught in covers, and that is actually caught. That is a wicket. So finally the partnership is broken, and Sri Lanka are jubilant in the field. Pakistan 213 for free. Abdullah out 113 off 102.
You owe Patarana an apology.
Yeah, I do. I'll buy him a beer next time I see him.
Fantastic knock. I mean, third 100 of the game. One that Pakistan really needed. Great catch. Cut it. Didn't fully get a full piece of it, and that's probably why it was just hanging in the air long enough for the big dive across to his right. But potentially a game-changing wicket.
Yes. And especially if they can follow it on with a wicket of Rizwan, then that's exactly what they need. Could have done this 10 overs ago and saved me a bit of time, Sri Lanka. But I'll accept the wicket, yeah.
Who's Dushan subbing for such that he's the one taking this catch and someone else is not? Not
I'm
taking
sure.
a huge two-handed diving catch to their right at backward point by a player who's clearly in there for his fielding skill.
So Shaquille is in to the batting attack now.
He played well. He was man of the match, undeservedly, in my opinion. But he was man of the match in the first game Pakistan played against the Netherlands.
He's just limbering up. And Patrana in again. It's a wide line angling in and played out a missed by Saud and just collected by Sadira behind the stumps. And he's got a big smile on his face after that. He's like, you can do better than that.
Notwithstanding that every second ball's not where he wants it, Patarana is kind of the wild card that Sri Lanka needs, isn't he? There's one.
And as you just say that, it just goes for 5 wides down leg side. Sadira noticed immediately that the ball was not going to be in line, and there's a similar problem Malinga had when he first started. But it seems to be a common problem with slinging bowlers.
Yeah, because it's a timing thing. Because when you come in essentially at a horizontal angle, if you're off your timing at all, you're either side of the pitch. Whereas if you're off your timing at all with a straight arm, it's just shorter or fuller.
And that's wide again on the off stump line now. Off stump line now.
But that previous one, the keeper had no chance. I mean, he's coming from around the wicket and slinging it. Essentially, his arm is almost off the pitch, and then it's a foot outside leg stump. By the time it gets to the keeper, it was probably you need a second keeper to dive across and get there. Did very well to almost touch it, in fact.
As Patrana into side, who manages to get bat on it and has 1 run, moving him to 1 off 2 and bringing Rizwan onto strike.
Those wides are stopping Sri Lanka from kind of clamping the scoring down after the wicket too.
Yeah. Yep, just 5 free runs to
6 free runs.
6 free runs. And Patrana in for the 4th legal delivery. That's a wide line that's slashed out by Rizwan, but it goes straight to the keeper straight to the fielder down at square. And only a run there, so Rizwan moves to 70. We should move to 70. I might be 69. Sri Lanka's now conceded 14 extras, so 2 less than Pakistan conceded. As Patrana Intisad, who works that through the onside for a single.
Yeah, another big long full toss outside off stump, that one. But kind of got away with it. Still, you pay. You accept this over in exchange for the wicket, don't you?
You take up to 5 wides, yes. 6 wides. As Patrana in again, middle stump line to Rizwan, who now just works it off late and then gets 1 run there. Might ask you to take over ball by ball, Russ.
No worries. Watching more replays of that catch, just an absolutely fantastic effort, backward point. the over from Paterana. It's 1 for 52 off his 6, which is just less than 9 and over.
And not what's needed.
No, building pressure and forcing mistakes would be the preferred method. Not a huge amount of batting to come for Pakistan.
But there's enough high strike rates there that if someone only needs to be there for 2 overs and just hit as hard as they can, they've got that.
Here is De Silva, the Rizwan. He's on the back foot and trying to cut. Stays a little bit low. He only gets to cover. No run. 3 for 2, 2, 3. Run rate's less than 8 that is required. Here's Rizwan and he's pulling off the back foot. That is an absolute fantastic shot. He's managed to step back and pull that through a mid-wicket. He's split exactly the 2 sweepers. Bit of a valiant dive, but it almost perfectly bisected them, and it's another boundary. 3 for 227.
Yeah, really good timing there with that shot.
No one in the infield to kind of cover that either, despite the two sweepers. It's still with his back and stepping a bit back from the crease and cutting, and he's going to get this out to deep point for a single. Takes the score under 228 and Rizwan to 74. Exactly a runner ball.
So he's definitely upped his run rate from when it started the game. Very nervous, very twitchy, trying to force things, and now he's at the level where he can just spot the balls he wants to play and sends them to the boundary.
Silva, he's going round the wicket now. Number 24 off his 2.3 overs. Been expensive as well. He's into South Shakil. He tries to sweep, it doesn't beat the short fine leg, so no run there. Here is Silva again, and Keel is driving on the up, bounces twice to the cover for no run. Another shot of the Hyderabad scoreboard. They use an old school scoreboard in Hyderabad, it's always nice. See, it's a Silva, and he's sweeping again. That almost got past him. There was a half appeal starting from De Silva, but it just goes to short fine leg. No run, end of the over, 35 gone, 3 for 228. Yeah, you expect giant screens, and it doesn't. I'm not sure the Hyderabad has a giant screen, because every time when we didn't have a scoreboard in the first game, they kept cutting to this 1950s style wind up.
Well, it wasn't even wind up. It was like, I think, nails on a wooden board that they just hastily put together. Because it didn't look like they got that out of storage.
Yeah, there was one on the boundary rope we saw a second ago though, so. A small one though. Seen a stat of high successful chases. The record remains Ireland's absolutely iconic victory over England in 2011, so this would beat it. Paterana short and Rizwan's pulling. He's bisecting the field again. There's another big dive. This time he's managed to pull it in down there. Very good piece of fielding. He will get 2. Who was that?
Rizwan.
No, the fielder.
Ah.
Tried to read his jersey. All I saw was it covered the length of the jersey, but
Dhananjaya De Silva was the fielder there.
Very good. This is a fantastic Yorker. Rizwan does very well to dig it out. He manages to get through mid-wicket. There's no one there, so he's going to sneak a single. Score goes 3 for 231.
There's been, in the whole tournament, I think there's been a lot of Yorkers, but nothing's really gone to LBW. It's like the pitches haven't been fast enough to really threaten any batsman with a wicket. They've always been aware of it well enough to dig it out.
He's again into the pads this time of Sad Shaquille. He's turned that round the corner to deep square leg, and he'll pick up a single. Takes score onto 2-3. 2 for 3. Slightly more accurate over this time for Paterana. I think too the way batters move in and across their crease so often now that a Yorker is very hard to land unless they York themselves. They're so often back in their crease by a foot that they tend to turn it into a half volley or a low full toss if they're going forward. Here's Paterana. It's full outside off stump. That is a half volley. It's driven very nicely and it's going to go all the way for 4. Fantastic shot from Rizwan. Takes him on to 82. Accelerating the scoring again. Scored a 2-3-6 for 3.
8 off the over already, and yeah, this perfectly in control at the moment.
Yeah, and you see there, like he was good foot behind the crease. It just kind of what would have been a kind of Yorker length just became a very nice shot for him. He's better around. This one's a yeah, bouncer. It's very tall. Rizwan's jumped to ground for him, so of course it's called a wide. I think he's done himself an injury trying to jump out of the crease to hit one that he didn't have any need to touch.
Yeah, not. Was it? He's done something to his back. Maybe just stretched it out a bit wrong. I'll accept retired hurt. I will accept retired hurt. No, he's fine.
That was about a foot above his head and about a foot wide of his head. Maybe 2. It's Paterana again. This one's full outside of stump and he just pushes it through a point. Rizwan takes a single, 238 for 3. Paterana just all kind of lacks that extra bit of pace as well that you need or expect from a sling bowler, doesn't he? He's kind of in the mid-70s a lot of the time. Switched around the wicket. Oh no, we're going to have to wait for Rizwan to
Get the physio. That's looking bad.
they're just going to magic spray him. He'll be up and running around.
Yeah, but if it's hopefully just a muscle strain in his lower back.
It could be a cramp
Well,
as well. You know, given he's been
yeah.
out there a while, bit of heat. He also had to keep for the entirety of the first innings, so hydration. Anything on the
Seeing if-
socials?
Just seeing if there's anything on the YouTube. The Priyansh says Pakistan chased down 344 in Test match versus Sri Lanka at goal last year, with Shafiq scoring 160 not out over days 4 and 5. Perhaps he's the one who can bat through today, like I suggest. Well, he can't now. He lost his wicket, but they're still well ahead now, Pakistan.
Leah says, "Oh wow, this is a pretty good setup for losing by 3 or 4 runs. It's the hope that kills you." It doesn't sound like you still have hope, Supun.
Don't have slope, and I don't have hope, and I need some sleep. I'm not looking forward to my day at work tomorrow.
Still waiting for Rizwan. He's not prone on the ground anymore, but giving him some fluids or something. It's been a busy
Looks
day
like he's getting back up.
for the physio. He's out here earlier for Abdullah's
Concussion check. Yeah.
concussion check.
So now, one thing about the England-Bangladesh game, it took England 48.2 overs to bowl Bangladesh out for 227.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? Like Bangladesh decide, right, and we'll try and protect our net run rate by just kind of making 100 runs less. The game was dead. 10 overs earlier than that, effectively.
He's up and he's moving, but he's not looking all that comfortable.
Yeah, a lot of head shaking going on. Still just
this might actually ruin his fitness for the next game.
100 to get runners bowling into the pads of, say, Shaquille, who takes a single to deep fine leg. End of the over. There was, get my math skills working, 11 off that one. Scores 3 for 239. 14 overs to go.
Yeah, unless there's 2 wickets here, Pakistan have won this. Risman taking his time, putting his gloves back on.
Sri Lanka need to change up what they're doing. They need to put pressure on Pakistan in a way, to make it harder for them. Just because if they're just scoring one boundary and 4 singles and over, which is, they win. So make it. You have to take the singles out and hope you can induce a shot. Here's De Silva. So Shaquille cuts off the back foot and he's going to get it out to deep point for another one of those singles. Score goes on to 240.
Yeah, it's something I haven't seen this tournament. Like it was good old school ODI cricket. You restrict the singles, force boundaries, and force false shots on those boundaries.
Yeah, if you're losing, because otherwise you're just going to lose in singles. But so many captains don't bother. Rizwan's attempted a reverse sweep to this one from De Silva. It's bounced on the off stump. He's then got up, hobbled around after it hit the pads. He's cramping clearly. So
did it hit him? Did it hit him anywhere else?
I don't think so. Maybe he hit him. Maybe he hit the back of his leg with his bat or something. He's facing up though to De Silva. Comes down the pitch and drives that over mid off. He's absolutely clobbered that. It's gone almost into the rows of the thing. He's now cramped up again, can't walk, but he's still managing to hit sixes. His score goes to 89 off 81 balls, scores 3 for 246, and he's got a horrible cramp. You can tell that that's a cramp because I know what those look like and they hurt.
And everyone's out there helping you out because I think everyone feels the pain. Oh, and he fell over from the cramp. That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
After he hit that 6.
As soon as he moved his foot, it just cramped up. I don't know if the back thing's induced or whether it's just come on because of the hydration and the heat. Yeah. But
I think he actually needs 5 minutes off the field just to. But you can't really do that when you're a batter. So.
Yeah. Well, you can retire hurt and come back out, right? Yeah, you can. You can't just do it in 5 minutes. He has to wait for another wicket. But
yeah.
Yeah, he might have to if we're going to have a delay of 2 minutes between every ball while he sorts himself out. I saw a tennis game once when there was one of the players, a Spanish one, but name forgets me, maybe Moya, and he couldn't run, but it was late in the 4th set and he only needed to basically serve it out. So he just started trying to just serve it. He managed to win the game by just serving aces for a whole game.
And the umpires are trying to get him to either retire hurt or get up and keep playing.
They don't look very sympathetic, do they? Their arms are crossed.
No. They're like, we've been out here for so many hours and we don't have cramp.
That was a fantastic shot for someone who can barely run. Maybe he can just stand there and deliver for the next 5 overs.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking he'll do. Okay, no more running. Just stay here and deal with it.
Well, he's up and about and moving now.
Is that a bit of hydration?
See how well it lasts him. Silver not being effective at all. He's going to bowl round the wicket to Rizwan, the right-hander. Tries to straighten down the lines just into his pads and he sweeps. He knows he's going to get a single to deep fine leg. Score goes to 247. He limps down the pitch and punches his thigh repeatedly, Rizwan. I don't know that that'll actually fix a cramp. Feels like it will, but I don't think it will.
I think sheer willpower is going to keep him out there.
Here's to Silver. This one's wide outside off stump to Sajikil. He cuts and goes straight to point. I don't think they got a single out of that because I don't think Rizwan can run.
So it's very much going to be a stand and deliver from both sides then.
Silver, last ball of the over. This one's on the stumps and he sweeps. He's swept very well. That's a 4 behind square. The fielder couldn't get round to get it, so standing deliver is working well enough. So it goes to 9. Rizwan's into the 90s, 90 off 82, 12 off the over, 3 for 251. Less than 100 to get. Pakistan have this chase very well in hand. A little bit of a shaky start, but this pitch, as we saw in the first innings, you can score runs on it. Outfield's quick. And Sapun, you can have a rest. If I don't see you, I'll assume you might have fallen asleep.
I am done for today. Thank you very much, Russ. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you
for joining the call.
I can relieve someone.
Yes. Hopefully I'll wake up to a Sri Lanka victory. So we'll see what happens.
You might need a miracle. You might want to pray before bed.
Good night.
Good night. Welcome, AS.
Thank you.
Rizwan's on strike.
Rizwan he's struggling as well with his fitness.
Bit of a worry for Pakistan in the second game, but maybe if it's just cramps, it's nothing serious. Madhushankar's on. He's bowling over the wicket. This one was on a length, and Rizwan pushes out to cover for no run.
Certainly seems like cramp. It's either the calf or one side of the lower back.
The way they were stretching it, most likely cramp. Could be a tendon thing with the back, but it seems unlikely. I think you can sometimes, particularly as you get dehydrated, here's Madhushankar and it's full, and Rizwan tries to hit that across the line. All he's managed to do is inside edge with his legs. The impact has then made him cramp up again. He's dropped the bat and walks around. He's not at all happy. I think when he jumped for that ball, trying to kind of the wide
ramp it. Yeah.
When he landed, I think he jarred his leg, and that jarring action in the muscles can sometimes cause them to cramp up. And ever since then, he's been really struggling.
Exactly.
Madhushankar again, still over the wicket to Rizwan. He's on the back foot and then hobbling his way through for a single 2 point. Score goes on to 252 for 3. Only 3 from 75 balls, just 18 the difference in there. That's pretty much a handful of boundaries and sixes, and then the rest singles, although if they can't run singles, they might need a few more.
Yeah, Rizwan is a tough character in the T20 World Cup in the UAE, and then the Pakistan played the semi-final. Apparently he spent the night before in hospital because of some kind of diarrhea or something that he had. I can't remember now. But still managed to play the game and score runs as well in that match.
This one's into Madhushankar's pads. He's going to guide it down to deep mid-wicket and get 2. Good piece of placement. Takes him on to 11. Scored a 254.
So Shakil scored runs in the last game when Pakistan were in trouble. So he's coming off good confidence in his batting. He won't need to score as many runs today. He just needs to play a steady hand.
Here's Madashenko. It's just short of a length outside of stump, and Shakil defends that. Practices a shot that was nothing like what he played, more of a hook across the line. Maybe he thought that was what he should have done. Big Brain 61 says it makes you feeling better. It's noon here and I'm sitting at my desk yawning. That might have been a comment from a while ago though. Not sure where it is noon now. Here's Madashenko. It's wide outside off stump and driven by Shakil out to a deep point. He'll only get the one, then walk that one through, so no more issues for Rizwan. Scores 3 for 253 at the end of the 38th over. 4 off that one. A better over for Sri Lanka.
.90 from 12 overs, 7 wickets in hand. Win predictor, I think, will be firmly in Pakistan's favour now.
Yeah, it won't be. It's not in the 90s or anything. I think there's still some risks here for Pakistan.
Yeah, Pakistan being Pakistan can implode any time. You can't put anything past them. But they really played very intelligently. They've batted very intelligently today.
Yeah, and a fantastic partnership between Abdullah and Rizwan. What was that in the end? 176.
Of how many balls? Do we know that?
Oh, you're going to make me do maths.
Sorry.
25 overs from 5. So actually, that's one of the easier ones. That's 155 balls. So
55 balls. Okay.
A control
Very good.
one. This one, Thikshana's down the leg side. It's actually a rubbish ball, and it's past the keeper as well. Runs all the way to the fence for 4 wide. So 5
that's
more
a disastrous start.
gifts from Sri Lanka. They've now bowled 21 wides. We were talking earlier about how Pakistan bowled 9, and really,
I think of the 21 that Sri Lanka have bowled, 15 of them have been, wide plus 4s, right? Like 5 wides.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show when Sri Lanka have bowled a wide, they've bowled it really wide.
Yeah.
Not like simple wides.
So Shakil's played this one on his back foot. He's going to get 2 because it's gone out to deep mid wicket. Made Rizwan run off his cramp. Yeah, I mean, especially Patharana when because he's reasonably quick, but he was bowling some hitting the edge of the pitches, and they're very hard.
Yeah, his action is also like that.
Yeah, this one's into the pads of Shakil. He's going to get a single down to deep square leg. Takes the score on to 263 for 3.
Yeah, with Pathirana, I think the action is such that it's very easy to fall off rhythm, and when it's off rhythm, then it can go anywhere.
Yeah.
It's also what makes him dangerous.
It's scary to face a bowler like that and doesn't know where it's going.
Yeah, the slingers are always very difficult.
Thikshana over the wicket to Rizwan. It's defended back down the pitch, so for no run there.
Yeah, Thikshana is their wicket-taking bowler. So Pakistan can now afford. There's ahead of the game. They can even afford to play him out for 5-6 and over and attack from the other end.
It's been expensive. 35 or 6.3 overs. Rizwan steps back and misses the ball. It misses the stumps, and the keeper's taken the bails off. Thikshana wanted to have a look at it, but there's nothing there. That was the doozer, I think. He's taken the finger off it as he bowled it. Ends up more like a seamer. Maybe the Karen ball. Here's Theekshana again. It's a on-off stump and push down the ground, and there'll be an easy single to the long on. Score goes to 264. 81 from 67 needed. We're getting the field view, which is I find incomprehensible because it's kind of visual from the batter's helmet. Theekshana's around the wicket to Saj kill, and he defends it out to cover the end of the over. 39 gone, 264 for 3.
Yeah, I think the cricket fans need to get a petition going to the broadcasters to have that field map on every ball. That's the most useful thing they can tell us when we're watching on a screen.
Yeah, this one where they show the batter's helmet and they scan around, and you have to orientate yourself to where in fact they're actually looking, because it's got names, but and then secondly kind of work out whether that's relevant to the whole thing. It's not helpful.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a messy looking scorecard for the Sri Lankan bowling. Theekshana's economy of 5.14 is their best bowler. Walalage 5.6 economy rates the next. But pace bowlers have been the ones that get the wickets. Madhushenkar's 2 and Panorama's 1. Here's Madhushenkar, he's on, and it's outside of stump, and Rizwan's kind of slogging across the line, but he gets a big bottom edge that takes it out to square leg for 2, in fact. That's a good piece of running when you can't actually run.
Yeah. It's also not very clever fielding because it's Rizwan who's struggling, but they're throwing at Saud's end. They should always be throwing at Rizwan's end.
Yeah, it's a very strange choice, isn't it?
Yeah, look, they'll throw it at Saud's end. Makes no sense. They should always attack Rizwan's end now. He's struggling. And he's someone who instinctively runs into Rizwan. So there's always a run-out chance with him, especially if he's injured.
Yeah, we'll finish that thought in a moment. I just think this one's wide outside. Rizwan's trying to slog that across the line as well, but it hasn't got a piece of it. Rizwan was running so quickly, despite the fact that he was struggling, that he was actually probably further down the pitch than Sad, because Shikhar wasn't really trying. He needs to be perhaps more...
So this relaxed, thinking that Rizwan won't run much.
Yeah.
But actually Rizwan's a dynamite. Just wants to run.
Huge gap between point and long on if Rizwan wants to go over the offside. Madhushenkar's bowled this one short, and he's just decided instead he's going to sweep it out to the deep square leg. He'll take 2 that time as well. Another good piece of running from Rizwan. Score goes on to 268. He's dropped his bat again. He's got more cramps. He's on 96.
It's all happening for Rizwan.
He's going to fight through this pain. He's certainly got a lot of it.
Yeah.
I wonder if at some point he might end up, if he keeps trying to run these quick ones where he cramps up in the middle of a run.
Yeah.
Gets run out.
Also, yeah, and the worst thing would be to tear up a muscle or something while doing this. But
this one's.
But yeah, Rizwan is not someone who will give up that easily.
Also outside off stump, and it plays low. Rizwan plays over the top of it, trying to sweep. 4 runs away from being the 4th centurion in this match.
So if Pakistan make if Pakistan make the target, this will still be less runs than the Sri Lanka South Africa match. In total, in aggregate, that is.
Short by Madhushenkar outside of stump, but Rizwan manages to pull it. He's fallen over at the bowler's end. They were going to go for a second because it was between the two fielders, but as he made the turn, he slipped. I'm not sure if that was to do with the cramps or whether he just slipped over, but they stop at 1 run. 3 for 269.
Pakistan dressing room are amused. It's probably for Rizwan's betterment that he fell there and didn't run.
Sure, within their amusement, they're very impressed. It's a fighting effort, and his team definitely needed him when he came in.
Yeah, so quality innings. That partnership really, and they started off slowly, but they absorbed the pressure, and it was really quality batting. Very unlike the other big partnership. Sorry.
It's all right. I was going to say last ball the other. I'm not sure if it was a wide. It was a wide. It was a short one that bounced well over the head of South Shaquille, so they'll get another run. 3 for 270. 6 off this over. 1 ball to come. So even a relatively good over from Sri Lanka is still not doing enough. That's gone miles over his head.
The Shafiq Rizwan partnership was so good, but it was so different from the Mendes and Samira partnership. But it's just sport of cricket allows such a big canvas to allow so many different types of things.
This one's short outside off stump, and Shaquille's going to play that out to mid-on rather. The wide mid-on runs around. Keeps it to 1, 3 for 271, end of the 40th over. 10 to go, 74 runs needed. Pakistan won't be feeling comfortable. I'm sure they're actually quite nervous, but they're now on top in this match thanks to that partnership. And yeah, it was such a different partnership, wasn't it? Because the Mendes one was kind of started a little bit slowly and then just was fireworks right up until the point that he got out.
Through.
And then Sri Lanka, really, I mean, they should have probably scored another 20 or 30 runs.
Indeed. Yeah. And then the Rizwan Abdullah partnership, they had to start off slowly because Sri Lanka were bowling much better, but they just absorbed the pressure, accelerated as they went along. It was two very consequential but very different partnerships. Just the sport is such that it allows so many different styles of play. A big canvas sport of cricket.
This partnership snuck up on you as well. 61 already between these two. Just in 6.5 overs. So motoring. Here's Thikshana. He's outside off stump to Sajikil. He plays out to point, but it's fielded there. Not cleanly, but no run. You can see within the phase scoring that they put up on the broadcast there, every single phase Pakistan scored more runs. This time Shakil's stepping back and playing it over point. He's going to get a single. They don't need to beat what they got in the 30 to the 40th over, which was 89. They only need 74 off this 10. So
yeah. And as we've been discussing, Sri Lanka really slowed down in the last 15. So there's no issue about catching up here.
Thikshana is outside off stump to Rizwan, who drives and takes a single to mid-off. Yeah, 10 overs to go. Sri Lanka was 283 for 4. So still 12 runs ahead of this. The score that Pakistan's on. This one from Thikshana is outside of stump to Shakil. He's going to play that through mid-wicket. They look for a second, but it doesn't get in. Patum's in there quickly. Keeps it to 1. But they were a full 47 runs in front at the 30th over, so huge. That stretch made a huge difference.
Yeah.
Here's Thikshana outside of stump. Rizwan's beating the outside edge. Tries to slash at it. Still punching his thighs every ball. Yeah, there's a long stretch of overs there for Sri Lanka. 1 run, 2 runs, 7, 5, 3. They really didn't make good use of them. This one's into the pads of Rizwan. He's going to turn around the corner and get a single to a short fine leg. End of the 41st over. There was only 4 off this one. Scores 3 for 275. Rizwan's on 99. Sad's on 18.
Rizwan is approaching an excellent 100 as well. He's showing the attempted ramp shot that you were talking about earlier on the broadcast, which I think is where Rizwan did something to his back and then I think he's developed cramps on top of that. That is not very pleasant. But this is really good for Pakistan in anticipation of the big game on Saturday. Pakistan versus India, one of the great sporting events in the world.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we only see it within World Cups these days, so wants to savour
Yeah.
when we do.
It makes it even more riding on it.
Panorama's into the attack. He's 7 over 7, 1 for 63. He's bowling to Rizwan on 99. This one's into his outside off leg stump, but he's played it anyway. He's going to get a single out to square leg that will bring up his 100. 100 off 97 balls. Ooh, thinks about a second run because of a bit of a misfield.
What a good innings.
Fantastic
What a
knock
good
from
innings
him.
by Rizwan. Excellent innings. And we were discussing when the Pakistan's innings started, that at least two of the top four have to get big scores, and this is exactly what Pakistan has gone on and done. Abdullah Shafiq from the opening pair, and then Rizwan from number 4. This is the only way to chase big totals, especially with the top-heavy batting lineup like Pakistan. Rizwan just absorbed the pressure when he came in, when Babar Azam got out with the softest missile, and what a good innings.
Yeah, and he's
Quality player.
done it the hard way the last 20 odd runs, battling cramps.
Yeah. He was very agitated when he came in, and then he had that period of acceleration in the middle where he looked, $1,000, but $1 million, sorry. And last 20 runs he's been struggling, but still keeping up with the rate, and fantastic innings, really.
Hasn't really stopped him scoring or even running, but he's obviously in a lot of pain.
Yeah. It's tough character. They said he's played the T20 World Cup semi-final in UAE 2 years ago. He played after spending a night in hospital, apparently. He's a tough character.
Panorama's bowled and barely hit the pitch wide, but Samaru Wikarana has managed to actually get a glove on it and keep it to only one extra wide. So 2 wides into the total. More generosity from Sri Lanka. 3 for 276.
Yeah, he's been completely off. I don't think he's bowled a string of 6 deliveries on target. It's just that he's been completely off rhythm, Pathirana, today. Happens to the best. Even Shaheen today was not at his best, especially in the first couple of spells.
Yeah, he's definitely got this sort of action though, that when things go wrong, they go very wrong. This one's gone very right, but it's played out fairly comfortably by Rizwan out to mid-wicket. Takes a single.
Swan is so good on his legs that, once he's settled, he can play anything from fourth stump to sixth, off stump to sixth stump. He can just work it towards the leg for 1 or 2, and he's very good with his hands as well. Knows when to play it softly, when to play it hard, and good judge of the run generally.
Yeah, some of the hitting over the offside's been very impressive from Rizwan in this innings too. You see some of the replays where they've left that gap open for him to try and take it, and he's taken it several times. This Patharana's low full toss to Sajkil. He hits it out to a fairly deepish mid-off for 1 run.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because the Sri Lankan spinners were bowling with a deep point and a deep mid-off. So had they had the extra cover open, they were bowling straight stump to stump. They were asking him to take the risk, and he took the risk, but took it very well and played quite a few inside-out shots which went for boundaries.
This one to Rizwan is just turned over onto the onside by Rizwan. He'll get a single to the long on as he runs in. Score goes to 3 for 281. 64 from 50. They're just gradually bringing those two numbers closer together.
Yeah. The umpire's getting a bit of an exercise. He has to run from square leg to square leg from the right-hander and the left-hander, because they keep taking a single every ball.
Yeah. They won't be so unsympathetic about cramps if this stays stays together for too much longer. His pattern run, it's into the pads of Sajikil. He's going to chip it out to the long on, and the umpires will make their way across again.
Yeah.
6 off this over so far, 1 ball to come, 5 singles and a wide.
Umpires are calling for electrolytes for themselves.
Here's one on straight, last ball of the over. This one's short outside of stump. He cuts. He's cutting pretty well, but it's going to go straight to the deep point. So another single, 7 off the over, 3 for 283. 8 overs to go.
That's 8 of the over, right? Because there was a wide and a run of a wide. There's 8 of the over.
Oh, sorry, you're right. The wide went for 2, didn't it? So 8 off the over.
So 8 overs to go, 62 needed.
Yeah, change the bowler Thikshana for the last, well, for his second last over. Be interesting to see how they manage their last few overs, Sri Lanka. Not that any bowler has been particularly good for them.
Yeah, they have to bowl their best bowlers now. They can't save their overs because if anything needs to happen, they need to get the wickets now.
Interestingly,
So it will probably be Thikshana and probably Madhushankar keep bowling. Thikshana.
Interesting, Shanaka has only bowled 5. He was actually one of their better bowls on economy rate. Probably not particularly threatening. Well, Lago's got 2 left, Patarana's got 2 left, Mandashenka's got 2 left, and Thikshana's got 2 left. So that would, if those 4 were the preferred, that'll bowl them out. Here is Thikshana. It's into the pads of Rizwan. He plays it out to the long on for a single. Takes it to 284 for 3. So Shakil's 20 off 23. It's a little below the run rate, but Rizwan's doing the heavy lifting for the moment.
Yeah, so Shakil doesn't need to do much.
Shown around the wicket, dropped at cover. It was a very difficult chance. It was high and up and high over him and bounced up. It's gone out to long on. They've taken a shy at the stumps as well, and as they came back for the second, probably would have been home anyway. Some frustration from Sri Lanka. That was the chance they needed. South Shakil, wow, he's gone one-handed at it. And
yeah, he could have gone 2 hands.
He kind of just flapped at it. The keeper trying to knock it over the bar. They really needed that, Sri Lanka. Here is Thikshana again. This time South Shakil's pulling on the onside. He's only going to get a single to the sweeper down at deep mid wicket. 3 for 287. Feel that Pakistan's pretty comfortable right now just to take singles and pick a few boundaries up when they need them. This one's full into Rizwan and he's gone up and over mid-off. Oh, he's almost been caught. The fielder came running in. It bounced right in front of Paratana, I think it is there. Couldn't take it on the bounce. He'll take just a single. No, it wasn't Paratana. I'm not sure who it was. But score goes to 3 for 288. Rizwan cramped up after he hit it as well, but it was close. It bounced a couple of feet in front of him. Yeah. So Shakil this time is going over the top as well. This time he's going to be caught. Is he? No, he's dropped as well. Oh my word, this over has got everything. They've gone for a second run as well as a diving into the crease. They've made the ground. Sri Lanka are getting their chances and they're not taking them. This one was the easiest of all of the opportunities so far. This hit up in the air. He was running in. He got it into his breadbasket, even though he had to dive a little bit, and it went straight out as it hit the ground.
Should have taken that. That was very standard. 3 chances in this over.
Here's
2 half
Thikshana
chances
and
and
it's
1 full chance.
on the off stump and he's sweeping squares, so Shaquille, and he's got 4. So the end of that over, an eventful over with 11 runs off it. Scoreware is under 3 for 294, but there was 2 drop catches and 1 that landed just barely in front. And Sri Lanka, who might have now missed that opportunity to change this game. It's 51 now off 42 balls.
That's a very good shot by South to finish off the over. He's played a very good innings up to now, except for that chance that he gave to the deep mid outfielder. Very calm innings.
Yes, it has been calm. Well, Largo is going to come on again. Not for 44 off his 8 overs so far. Bowling around the wicket, and Rizwan tries to sweep to a ball that's outside of stump.
He's fallen over again.
You kind of falling is maybe not the word I'd use. Leant over and then couldn't right himself, but he didn't come out of his crease. I think the bails were taken off, but he's always had his foot there.
He's in.
He couldn't.
He's in. I think his own momentum has had him fall over. The momentum of the shot.
Like into the pads of Rizwan this time. He's busy on the crease, pushes it out to deep mid wicket. He'll take the single. I think he got himself to a position where he couldn't stand up because of his injury, so he had no choice but to fall over.
Yeah. Iftikhar Ahmed in next with his shoes saying Ifti Mania, if you remember from the last innings. He's adopted the moniker that Pakistan cricket followers have given him. Good to see someone who can take a joke.
Well, like he's still bowling round the wicket to Sad Shakil. Try and straighten it down the line. I'm expecting a sweep shot. Well, no, it's too short for a sweep, but it is a pull, and he's got that into the gap, but the fielders come round, and they only take the one. Rizwan wanted a second, but Sad Shakil's not as enthusiastic as he is. 3 for 296. Malaga again. Still around. Rizwan steps across the stumps and hits that high and over mid wicket. He's going to clear the rope by quite some distance. Bounces into the crowd. Another huge 6 by him. Takes into 112. Scored a 3 for 302. The 300 up for Pakistan in the 44th over. And that's
a great shot. That's Rizwan's area. Once he's settled, anything full on middle stump, flighted, is absolutely going in that area.
Yeah, it's premeditated. He stepped across the stumps, knew what he wanted to do. Brings the target down to 43 now of 38. 1 6 and 37 singles will do the job. It's lost in the netting that stops the crowd running out into the pitch because it's fallen through the netting into a ditch. So we're going to have to wait for someone to retrieve it or for the umpires to find a new ball.
The stream has paused for me. The stream has stopped for me. Maybe we have to put it back up again.
Give me 1 sec. to be streamless for a second. Hey, as this ball is
No worries.
played out on the mid-wicket from Rizwan, he's going to take 2 runs. Fell right between the gap and the fielders. And well run, 3 for 304. My stream's also a bit dodgy, which probably means that the internet's having a bit of a heart attack again. It's that 3:35, 2 a.m. Let's break everything time we tend to get it around here at White Lane Wireless. This time Rizwan's down the pitch, playing it out on the offside. It'll be covered by the cover sweeper, but again they're going to come back for 2. And give me 1 second.
No worries.
Thikshan's back into the attack. This one's fallen into the middle stump of Shad Shakil. He plays it out to mid-on for 1 run. And I'm just kind of hoping that we're still on the... Yeah, I think we are. The whole Zoom
I think
call.
we might just need to put the camera up a bit because the batsman's head is cutting off.
How is that?
Yeah, that's much better.
There you go. This one to Shad Shakil, he's played it out to mid-off. He's going to get a single. Sorry, that was Rizwan playing to mid-on for a single. Thikshan, he had 2 drop cancers in the last over. He's rolling round the wicket to Shad Shakil. This one is caught. It's edged out to backward point. He's tried to go over the offside again. 3rd time's a charm for Thikshana and Sri Lanka. They don't seem at all impressed by the fact that they've got the wicket though. So Shakil out for 31 off 30 balls. Scores 4 for 308. In the 45th over.
Finally got a wicket, Thikshana, but might be a bit too late. This is the last over of his spell.
Yeah, it's
good, decent innings by South Shakil. Run a ball, give support to Rizwan. Make sure Pakistan didn't have a collapse when Abdullah Shafiq got out.
Yeah, did what he needed to do. Kept trying to hit those balls on the offside. Eventually, one of them brought him undone. That was the easiest of the catches yet.
I think that seems to be his shot, South Shakib, the inside-out drive over cover, extra cover. That seems to be his go-to attacking shot.
If Dakar's in at 6, well, you'd think Rizwan's the key. If anything was to change in this match late, getting him out's the big one.
Yeah.
Dakar's got a very
average of 43. That's a very decent average. That an average which belies the low ranking in the ICC rankings. But it's a very decent average.
Yeah,
43.
Good strike rate too. Strike rate 103 and an average of 43.7. So, and he scored a century in his 18 one-days as well.
Yeah, scored his first century, I think, in the Asia Cup against one of the smaller teams. But I think that's an artifact of the position he bats in.
Yeah, not a bad player to have coming in with experience at this point in the game. I think Shana 3 balls left in his spell, 1 for 53 so far. He's going to bowl over the wicket to Iftikhar, who steps back and cuts pretty nicely from that first ball. We'll take a single out to deep point. Ball just gripped a little on the pitch from Sajikil, and just enough to turn it away from the bat. Well, Largay took the catch. Thikshana again into Rizwan. He plays it out in the onside. Just get a single out to deep mid-wicket. One ball left in this over. 35 needed to win. 5 overs plus a ball to go. An early shaky start. It's been a well-managed chase by Pakistan. Here's Thikshana into the pads, and he's turned and he's edged it, but it's gone straight past the keeper and it's going to beat the fielder to the fence.
That was unlucky. He beat him all ends up there.
Very lucky, but if you haven't got a slip in when you're trying to defend 30 runs, then you've only got yourself to blame when you don't get a wicket. This is 4 for 314 at the end of the over. And Thikshana's unfortunate spell comes to an end.
Pakistan are now run a ball. They need 31 of 30. I think even die-hard and seasoned Pakistan cricket followers will now be thinking that surely they can't mess it up from here.
Oh, it's easy to mess it up from here.
Yeah, you never know. Right. Madhu Shankar's coming in left arm opening bowler.
Yeah, 2 for 54 of his 8 overs, but assumably he'll bowl 2 of the last 5. Well, Largay will probably bowl 1, and I guess they're going to risk Padarana for the other 2, but that won't. If he gives him 5 wides, that'll be costly. Here's Madhushankar outside off stump to Rizwan, but he just clips it around on the onside down to deep long on, so he takes a single. 4 for 315. The Sri Lankan captain knows who he wants to bowl. We won't end up in a situation like Australia did once, where David Boone ended up bowling. Not David Boone. Dean Jones, I think, ended up bowling the last over to India in a game, which is not optimal.
Oh my God.
Madhushankar short. Iftikhar's pulling that. He's pulled it really well, but it's fielded very nicely down a deep fine leg. They'll only get the single because it travelled out there so quickly. Not enough pace to bowl short on this pitch, even to the new batter.
Yeah. Especially with the old ball, soft ball, you just sit up.
Shankar again, this time to Rizwan. This is into his pads. He's chipped that on the onside. It might actually almost carries to the fielder. He has to sprint to finish the single as well. I'm not sure if he stopped running thinking he was going to get caught, but he didn't get a full piece of it, and it ended up landing about 2 metres short as the fielder ran in. A somewhat lucky break for Rizwan there. Bit of an interesting shot.
Yeah. Might have been trying to play it squarer than it ended up, really. Might have been trying to play it more towards the mid-wicket side, but it just didn't time it properly.
It's a full toss this time in the pads of Iftikhar, but it clips it down to mid-wicket for a single.
He's lucky to get away with that. Full toss on the pads, shin height, should have been deposited.
Yeah, I think the new batter, without their eye in, is being more generous than Rizwan would have been. Rizwan would have deposited that one into the stands.
That's the kind of ball a new batsman loves to get. You come in and you get a shin high full toss. Thank you very much.
Second last ball of the over. It's into Rizwan. He's played it out in the offside, but can't beat cover, so they go back. 27 from 25, so it's very slightly more than a run of ball. Feel that Rizwan has this chase pretty well controlled, though. A lot of chat to the other end at the moment.
He needs a couple of big shots, and that'll be that.
Here's Madashenka. It's into the pads of Rizwan. He chips out to mid-wicket. That'll be cut off, so they'll just hit the single. 4 for 319. 46 overs gone. 26 to win.
24.
Well, Lage will bowl the fourth last over. Bowling to Rizwan. I noticed for 56, no wickets in his spell so far. He's going round the wicket to Rizwan, who's cutting, or playing off the back foot out to deep cover. He'll take a single, takes it to 4 for 320. Iftikhar, who's 7 off 4 balls so far. The only reason he's above, though, is that edge through the slip, the vacant slip. They'll move the field around. A couple of players behind square. Close in. Here's Lage. It's full into his pads. He pushes it past short mid-wicket. They're going to get one. Don't think they can come back for the second, so push the score into 321. Ashwin's looking very determined. We haven't seen him cramp up so much in the last few overs, so maybe those hydrating tablets did the trick. He steps across his stumps and pushes it back down the pitch. No run. Still limping and pushing himself a bit, but not hobbling as much. Here's Lage. He tries to sweep Rizwan from outside of stump. Gets it out to deep square. I think they'll come back for the second. They will. Good piece of running. Not the best piece of fielding. The throw ends up in the middle of the pitch. Scored a 323. Again round the wicket to Rizwan. He's punching on the back foot out to deep cover, and he'll take another single. Scored a 323 for 4. One ball less than the over. Relatively straightforward over for Pakistan so far, and Iftikhar pushes the last ball down the pitch to the long on. He'll take a single as well. 20 needed off 18 balls. 4 for 325.
Almost run a ball now.
Almost run a ball. This is where the question comes in of who's going to bowl those 2 overs that they've got left over. I guess it's going to be Padarana. Will be Padarana. So far, his figures
Who is it? Is it Patrana?
Yeah, it will be. He's taken 1 wicket for 70 so far with 8 overs. He's been very expensive. A couple of bad overs here will probably finish this game off. He's going to be belling to
The Sun just need one big over now. That's all.
This first ball's smashed straight down the field by Iftikhar. An absolutely beautiful shot. It was in the slot on middle stump, and he's just lent it up and over the bowler, and 2 bounces over past the fence. The score goes to 4 for 329. And that risks Paterano, who just can't keep his control. Iftikhar's got his eye in now, and that was just right where you want it.
That's a great shot. He's just gone deep into his crease and made it into, a slot ball and just hit it over his head. That's a great shot.
16 needed off 17 now. They've got 2 players very straight to try and stop that happening again. This one's a full toss on off stump. It's just going to go. He's got a massive edge to that as he tried to play it on the onside, and it went up and looped over the third man who was in short and just cleared his head, ran away to the fence for 4 more. A lucky shot from Iftikhar, but I guess if you bring your third man up, something they probably needed to do to protect, they had to protect boundaries from other poor balls, and it's just looped up and over Mendes' head. 2 fours to start this over from Paterana.
That ball probably deserved to go for 4 anyway.
Well, it
wasn't. Went to the wrong direction.
That's right. It was a full toss. This one is a wide outside off stump, and it's going to be called. So another generous ball. Essentially 2 balls off this over and 9 runs scored, and the target now 11 from 16. That thing you mentioned, is that they need 1 good over. Well, this is it. This is Sri Lanka's last hurrah.
Because generally teams like to finish games before the last over, so they'll probably try to, because no one wants to take it to the last over. Anything can happen there.
No one deep behind square, which is a risky thing with a quick bowler who's got poor control. Panorama just waiting at the top of his mark for Iftikhar to face up, which he does now. 1 for 80 off 8.2 overs. This one is full outside off stump, and he drives it well, Iftikhar. He's managed to find the gap. It's a fantastic shot because the covers and the deep point, there was a little bit of a slice there that he could slide it through, and he managed to drill it through there. Perfect delivery. Once again, deep in his crease to turn that Yorker length into a half volley. A little bit wide of the stumps as well.
Shot.
And we're now at the...
It's a great shot. He's drilled that. He has absolutely drilled that through that gap.
13 off this
He's in a hurry.
over so far. 7 now to win. What can Paterana do this time? This one's full and on middle stump, and he's just going to push that out to deep mid-off. Take the single. Brings the target down to 6. 1 shot away for Pakistan. What looked like a formidable target, particularly after a few early wickets, is with innings from Abdullah and Rizwan, and then a little bit of late hitting from Iftikhar now, and become quite fairly straightforward. This one's short to Rizwan, and he's pulling it down to the onside, and there's no one out there. I thought there would be someone deep and square leg and expected them to come round, but they weren't there, and it ran all the way to the fence. A terrible ball from Paterana given the field there. Another 4 in this over. That's 4 fours in 5 legitimate deliveries plus a wide. He's already gone for 18.
Yeah, he's got his mid wicket quite straight and the mid on quite straight. So basically anything on the stumps, he's aiming for the fuller ball, but he's bowled a short one, so it's an easy shot through backward square.
Here he is in the last ball of the over. It's full and a slower ball, and it's pushed out on the onside. They're going to take 1. Rizwan wants the second, but Iftikhar's turned his back on him, so he shakes his head. That would have been the victory if he got it, but I don't know whether he would have made it. The score's 4 for 344. Panorama
still
will end
has
his...
the opportunity to hit the winning run. Rizwan.
Yeah,
So,
he'll deserve it too. Panorama ends his spell because I very much doubt he'll get another over at 1 for 90 off 9 overs. Fortunately for him, he didn't bowl 10 because he probably would have gone for 100.
yeah, he has to look at the bright side of his day.
Madashenka will be the last bowler used.
Go through the formalities.
We'll
This
call
has
it.
been a great chase by Pakistan.
Has been a
Very.
Yeah, they left themselves a lot of work to do after the fielding and bowling earlier in the day, but they've responded well.
Yeah.
They'll win this with
Uncharacteristically calm and composed chase by the Pakistani batting, who are not renowned for their chasing of big targets.
this first ball by Madashenka's into the pads of Rizwan, but he can't beat the mid-wicket. Sri Lanka haven't brought the field in. I guess they don't really care. At some point they'll just get the single. So there's plenty of them on offer. Rizwan faces up again, looks around, and then something's moving in the field. Now he face up. Madashenka bowls. It's on off stump, and he pushes it out between the two fielders, and it's going to run away. Well, it's going to run away for 4. They might have run the single before it goes to the boundary, in which case he'll only get a single for that. Rizwan ends on 130 of 120 balls. An absolutely fantastic effort from him. He was cramping. He pushed through it. Iftikhar on 22. Handy late innings partnership. Pakistan beat Sri Lanka, chasing down their total of 9 for 344 by getting 4 for 345. Centuries from Abdullah and Rizwan. I'll call the card quickly and then we'll get some thoughts from you, Ayaz. Abdullah, 113 of 103 balls. Iman al-Haq, 12 off 12. Babar Azan, he played a poor innings by his standards. Got out and strangled down leg side for 10. Rizwan, as I said, 131 of 121. Sasha Keel, 31 off 30, and Iftikhar, 22 off 10. The bowling cards for Sri Lanka, well, it's a bit of a mess. Theekshana got 1 for 59, 1 or 2 drop catches. He didn't bowl that badly. Madashenka bowled okay as well with 2 for 60. None of them could keep their runs down. Shanaka, none for 28. Panorama, 1 for 90. He was expensive and couldn't keep his lines. And Wallalaga with none for 62 and De Silva none for 36. Plus 1 over at Asalenka, which was regrettable. None for 10. A really fantastic win for Pakistan, and one that really sets them up now. Possibly they've only played 2 of the weaker teams in the tournament, but they got over those 2 hurdles.
Yeah, I mean, today's game was quite testing. And what is good for Pakistan batting-wise is that in the last game, it was their lower middle order which stood up in terms of scoring the runs and absorbing pressure. And in this game is the top order. Apart from Babar Azam, they made a big call in dropping Fakhr Zaman for Abdullah Shafiq, and he scored his maiden ODI 100 in his first World Cup match. And then Rizwan played a quality innings. So in terms of the batting, very good signs for Pakistan. But the bowling, conceding 350 runs, would still be a worry. So, but overall, I mean, a very impressive performance, especially with the bat.
Yeah, with the bat, I think they've got some stuff they need to work through with the ball, because they didn't bowl particularly well against the Netherlands, and they definitely didn't bowl that well here. Some of the fielding was a bit poor as well, but the batting is going well enough. 2 scores over 280 so far. Better performance than they did against the Netherlands. And yeah, Sri Lanka, I mean, their bowling, so far they've scored 770 odd runs in 2 games. So they've got huge issues with their bowling.
Yeah, absolutely. And what was important, if you see, Sri Lanka were good with the ball up top in the first 15, and it's in the middle overs that they lost control. And it's just going to show in this World Cup, the high-scoring games, if you don't get wickets in the middle overs, teams, however much trouble they are in up top, they can make it up in the middle overs. So that middle over spell, wicket takers in the middle overs are becoming more and more important. And that's what Sri Lanka lacked today.
Yeah,
And Pakistan, by their good batting, actually prevented that from happening.
Yeah, Pakistan were hit in the middle orders as well, by Mendes, who just went ballistic. And it bodes, I think, quite well for India, if that's the case in this World Cup, given how they played against Australia in that first game with their spinners. So it'd be very interesting. Pakistan's next game is against India. That's the big one. It'll be interesting matchup. You're going to make a call on it?
Oh, India are favorites, of course. India are such a well-rounded team. They're the most well-rounded, the most complete team in the tournament at the moment. But Pakistan-India match in a World Cup, and India have history behind them as well, always winning all their games in the 50-over World Cup against Pakistan. But Pakistan, so they're clear favorites. But it's India-Pakistan. Anything can happen on the day.
Well, we'll look forward to that. We're back again on Thursday for White Line Wireless with Australia South Africa, and Guerrilla Cricket will be covering their match on tomorrow, which I have no idea what it is, but I guess I can look it up.
Yep.
See
you all then on Thursday.
No worries. Thank you, Ayaz, and we'll play a jingle. We'll get out. Night, everyone.
Cricket, all the way. Got it deep in our DNA. So when they start to play and you want to know and you can't find the call on the radio, go the White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. White Line Wireless. Just one click to hear it all. Boba, boba, bloody boba.